Chapter 1. The Reluctant Overtime of Admiral Kizaru. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. On this splendid day, the sun shone brightly. Gentle rays of warmth streamed through the windows, cascading freely into the room. Admiral Kizaru leisurely lifted a teapot, pouring tea into his cup. The scalding water caused the tea leaves to swirl energetically within the cup. It appears today is yet another day devoid of events with 3 hours remaining until the end of my shift. This pot of tea will suffice, Kizaru remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, a look of enjoyment gracing his face as he reclined in his chair, his feet propped up on the desk, leisurely blowing on the tea. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Old man, open the door quickly. Outside, the scientist Bartolomeo pounded on the door with fervor, causing the sturdy door to tremble. His face shone with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Inside the office, Kizaru's expression shifted. Could it be that I have yet another assignment? He pursed his lips, revealing a hint of resignation. After sipping from his cup, he reluctantly set it down. What shame my fine tea. He withdrew his legs from the desk and approached the door, opening it. Peering out from behind his sunglasses, his eyes, somewhat disheveled, bore a hint of annoyance. Bartolomeo. What is it? Internally, he began to pray fervently. Please let it not be another perilous task. Bartolomeo's face radiated with excitement as he exclaimed, Old man, it's wonderful news. Truly magnificent news. Wonderful news? Kizaru's expression faltered, and with a note of surprise, he inquired, could it be that Admiral Sengoku has agreed to grant me a raise? Or perhaps he has consented to lessen my workload? Not at all. Bartolomeo closed the door behind him, replying with exhilaration, the scientific division has made a new invention. It's ill he has created something new. He promptly retrieved the so-called new invention from his pocket. Gazing at the object in Bartolomeo's hand, Admiral Kizaru raised an eyebrow in disbelief, questioning, this stone is Hill's new invention? What significance does this stone hold? In Bartolomeo's palm lay a simple black stone, quietly resting. This stone? Could it truly be deemed an invention? Kizaru's interest waned instantly as he picked up his teacup, sipping leisurely. Yet Bartolomeo was undeterred, hastily asserting, Old man, you must not underestimate this stone in my hand. It is indeed remarkable. Hill claims this stone is known as the reinforcement stone. As he spoke, he removed the double-bladed axe from his back. He queried, Old man, do you notice any changes in my axe compared to before? Kizaru cast a cursory glance, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise beneath his golden sunglasses. Your axe seems to have become sharper. Could it be due to this stone you hold? With a touch of seriousness, he approached Bartolomeo, examining the axe closely. It was indeed somewhat different from before, yet even if it were sharper, it hardly seemed sufficient to elicit such exuberance from Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo provided the answer, Old man, it's not merely a matter of the axe being sharper. My double-bladed battle axe is now a one-level weapon, capable of enhancing my haki. It was reinforced using the reinforcement stone in my possession. I have only used one reinforcement stone. If I had more, my weapon would not only become sharper, but also amplify my haki even further, even more powerful. Bartolomeo excitedly recounted the transformation of his axe to Admiral Kizaru, elaborating on the effects of the reinforcement stone. Kizaru's previously disheveled demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, a glimmer of disbelief crossing his face. You mean to say this axe can amplify your haki? That seems improbable. This revelation caught him off guard. The potency of haki is inherently variable, dependent on the individual. He had never heard of anything that could amplify haki. The strength of haki is entirely reliant on one's own power and mastery of it. Bartolomeo recognized that such a claim was indeed perplexing. Lifting the massive axe, he challenged, Old man, if you doubt it, you can try for yourself. As Kizaru accepted the axe, he was eager to ascertain whether it truly possessed the ability to amplify haki. A faint, formless haki extended from his hand to the axe. His expression shifted in surprise. He felt the concentration of his haki intensify upon the blade. It had indeed grown stronger. Though the increase was subtle, Kizaru could distinctly sense that the weapon had an amplifying effect on his haki. Moreover, this was only due to the limited amount of haki he had exerted. If his haki were to increase, the amplification would be even more pronounced. Kizaru mused aloud. It seems to have amplified by about 2, not overwhelming, yet not insignificant. For the strong, this amplification could be considerable. However, for the weak, this amplification might be insufficient. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo chuckled. "Old man, have you forgotten what I just said about the reinforcement stone?" With that, he slapped the reinforcement stone onto the blade of the axe. As the stone made contact with the gleaming edge, it erupted with a brilliant light, merging seamlessly into the axe in Kizaru's hand. Kizaru was taken aback, exclaiming, "The stone has vanished, fully integrated into the axe." "Indeed," Bartolomeo affirmed, "I too found it astonishing, but he'll use this stone to alter my axe." "Old man, see how the axe has changed now." Kizaru scrutinized the axe more closely, noting its enhanced sharpness. He attempted to channel his haki through it. His expression shifted once more, astonishment evident. He marveled. The amplification has indeed increased. It's now approximately 5%. This is no trivial enhancement. It could decisively influence battles between strong adversaries. Who would have thought this reinforcement stone is so extraordinary, capable of amplifying haki in weapons? 5%. It may seem modest, yet the cumulative effect of a 5% amplification on every strike of haki could prove formidable. Kizaru inquired of Bartolomeo. Hill was the one who invented this remarkable reinforcement stone. "Precisely," Bartolomeo replied, reclaiming his axe from Kizaru and running his fingers along the blade. "Old man, this is not the limit. It's merely that the reinforcement stones are too few. Otherwise, this axe could amplify haki even more." His heart swelled with delight. His axe had gained a level of reinforcement. Kizaru was equally astonished. "You mean to say that with more reinforcement stones, this axe could grow even stronger?" A 5% amplification was already formidable. If it could be enhanced further, one could potentially overpower equally matched foes through sheer weaponry. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry to the scientific division and find Hill. I am eager to discover just how much haki can be amplified. With that, he strode purposefully out of the office, heading straight for the laboratory of the scientific division within Naval Headquarters. Chapter 2. The System Binder. In the laboratory, we have currently produced 5 reinforcement stones, and Bartolomeo has used one and taken another, Hill remarked, gazing at the newly completed stones on the workbench, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was not a native of this world. He was a transmigrator. Having awakened an item creation system, he could unlock various types of items. The first item he unlocked was the reinforcement stone. No furnace was required. It could be applied directly to items. Each creation yielded points. Once the quantity of items produced reached a threshold, the next item could be unlocked. Hill also kept an eye on the information residing in his mind. Points, 500,000. Each reinforcement stone has granted me 100,000 points. I now possess 500,000 points. It is time to draw some rewards. Within his mind resided 5 tiers of treasure chests. A bronze chest costs 10,000 points to open. A silver chest, 100,000 points. A gold chest, 1 million points. A diamond chest, 10 million points. A rainbow chest, 100 million points. He decided to open 5 silver chests. The system in his mind manifested shimmering silver boxes. Opening the silver chest, received the golden light spell. Hill was instantly filled with delight. Isn't this the signature skill of the Heavenly Master? To his astonishment, his first draw yielded such a remarkable treasure. Though merely a foundational Taoist cultivation method, however, upon reaching a profound level of mastery, it is not uncommon to find the formidable power of the ancient masters. In an instant, my heart was filled with unparalleled beauty. Opening the silver treasure chest, acquired 20 attribute points. Not bad. Opening the silver treasure chest, obtained animal fruit, cat fruit, tiger form. Sienna's eyes sparkled with surprise. I didn't expect the silver treasure chest to yield a devil fruit. This is indeed a delightful surprise. And the abilities of the tiger form seem quite commendable. Transforming into it must exude an impressive aura. However, it pales in comparison to the powers of the natural and mythical types. What a marvelous item. Even if I do not utilize it myself, I can certainly keep it for resale, potentially fetching over 100 million berries, which could be exchanged for points to draw more treasures. Opening the silver treasure chest. Acquired 15 attribute points. Opening the silver treasure chest. Obtained a youth elixir. The final reward left Sier somewhat astonished. With a touch of resignation, he murmured, "This item seems unnecessary for me at the moment." At present, he was merely 20 years old, strikingly handsome, dashing and suave, like a tall and elegant tree. I shall set aside the youth elixir and the devil fruit for now. Let me claim the attribute points and the golden light spell. Instantly, Sierra's mind was flooded with the usage and cultivation methods of the golden light spell. Heaven and earth, the mystical source. Cultivating through eons, I realize my divine powers. Within the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. With my body enveloped in golden light, it reflects upon my form. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from Sierra's body, illuminating the entire laboratory with brilliance. Sierra smiled gently, retracting the golden light spell. Not bad, my defenses have indeed increased currently at a low level, but once I reach higher tiers and combine with iron blocks and armament hockey, my defense will surely be off the charts. The silver treasure chest is quite generous. I wonder what rewards await in the subsequent gold chests, diamond chests, and even the 7-color chests. I haven't even utilized the attribute points I just acquired. I could enhance my abilities a bit more. Let me check the panel. Host, Sierra the soul-bound entity. Strength evaluation, private first class. Physique, LV 215. Golden light spell, novice level 050. Attribute points, 35. Points, 0. Task progress, reinforcement stones, 5100. Unlock the next crafting item upon completion. 35 attribute points are still too few. I can't even upgrade the golden light spell. I shall allocate them to my physique. First, with such a physique, I lack the qualifications even to learn the 6 styles. Sierra meticulously distributed his attribute points into his physique. Points allocated successfully. Current physique, LV 3010. Consumed 4 attribute points. His physique was elevated to level 3. Sierra immediately felt a peculiar warmth permeating every corner of his body, transforming his very being. With a gentle fist clench, he sensed the shift in power. Leveling up granted him several dozen additional pounds of strength. Sierra chuckled. Not bad, my combat prowess will not be that of a mere weakling. I should at least possess around 10 points in unarmed combat. Continuing to allocate points. Points allocated successfully. Current physique level, LV 4020. Onward. Points allocated successfully. Current physique level, LV 5040. Congratulations, host. Your physique level has reached level 5, unlocking a feature that reduces pain by 10. A look of delight spread across Sierra's face. Wow. A level 5 physique grants such an enhancement. I wonder if further upgrades will yield additional effects. This feature, while not overwhelmingly powerful, is certainly beneficial. It effectively diminishes damage taken during combat, alleviating pain sensations. His bow to strength surged exponentially. His physique level soared from 2 to the current 5. This represented a comprehensive enhancement. Every aspect, strength, agility, endurance, recovery, and bodily resilience had seen improvement and transformation. At this moment, Sierra felt invigorated. Alas, the attribute points are insufficient, otherwise I could enhance the golden light spell. It would undoubtedly make me even stronger. The most pressing matter now is to acquire points once I have points. This is merely the silver treasure chest. Unlocking higher tier chests will surely empower me further. I wonder what treasures the subsequent chests will hold. The lottery concluded. The laboratory's funds had been entirely depleted, unable to continue producing reinforcement stones. Sierra sat in his chair, feeling somewhat listless. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. I wonder how the report from Jean Taoan is progressing. As long as the Naval High Command agrees to mass-produce this item, I shall be prosperous. And once I produce 100 reinforcement stones, I will unlock the next crafting item. I wonder what that next item will be. As if summoned, the doorbell of the laboratory suddenly rang. Sierra extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Rising, he approached the laboratory door and pressed the button. The door slowly creaked open. Behind the door stood two figures, one stout and one slender. Both figures were quite tall, one nearly 3 meters, the other a full 3 meters. Standing at 188 meters, Sierra could only slightly tilt his head to greet Admiral Borisellino, Jean Talon. Sierra, the yellow monkey wasted no time, directly inquiring, "Have you invented the reinforcement stone? Are there any left?" Chapter 3. The enhancement of the dual-bladed axe to 5 Hill led the two into his laboratory. As he spoke, he also responded, "A total of 5 enhancement stones have been produced, 2 of which have already been utilized." Leaving 3 remaining, he guided them to the experimental table, where the remaining 3 enhancement stones were displayed. Jean Talon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "These enhancement stones were indeed powerful, that I've used 2 on my weapon," he mused. The old man mentioned that they can amplify Haki by 5%. His thoughts wandered, contemplating how much stronger his weapon could become with further enhancements. Would the sharpness and durability increase to the point where a single strike could shatter other weapons? That would make his weapon truly formidable. Kizuru reached out to grasp one of the enhancement stones from the table, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that such a small stone could possess such tremendous power. Tentatively, he turned to Hill and inquired, "Can this allow weapons to be continuously enhanced?" Of course, Hill affirmed. "However, after 12 enhancements, there's a chance of failure, and should that occur, the enhanced item will shatter." Kizuru stroked his chin, his eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, that's so. Yet, reaching level 12 is already quite impressive. I wonder how much Haki amplification occurs at that level." After a moment of contemplation, Kizuru asked, "You mentioned this is somewhat expensive. How much does 1 enhancement stone cost?" 10 million berries each, Hill replied. Gasps. Jean Talon's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "These stones cost 10 million berries each. That means I've already spent 20 million berries on my axe. The value is rather staggering. To enhance to level 12 would require a staggering 210 million berries. This figure leaves me feeling quite dizzy." Kizuru, equally astonished, weighed the enhancement stone in his hand. 10 million berries each. Lower-level enhancements may not be necessary, but for high-level enhancements, they are crucial for anyone. He pondered the potential power increase from a level 12 enhancement, but judging by the current state of Jean Talon's axe, it would likely yield a significant improvement. "Very well," Kizuru resolved, turning to Jean Talon and asking, "How much research funding does the scientific team currently have?" "We have over 10 billion, but that is primarily the funding for Vegapunk's research on pacifists." Jean Talon hesitated to respond. After a moment's thought, Kizuru decided, "Let us allocate 8 billion berries to Hill's laboratory." And Hill, he continued, "You shall use this entire amount to produce enhancement stones. Once they are ready, I will contact Admiral Sengoku. These enhancement stones are incredibly powerful. They can amplify Haki and sharpen weapons. The only drawback is their cost. However, if they can enhance our strength, such concerns are trivial." "Understood." Hill nodded, his heart brimming with excitement, "that I will produce these enhancement stones in the shortest time possible, 0.8 billion. Wouldn't that allow for the creation of 80 enhancement stones? Each stone would grant him 100,000 points. 80 stones would yield 8 million points. Wouldn't that enable him to unlock a golden treasure chest? His strength would surely surge." Kizuru then instructed Jean Talon, "Hand me your axe. I wish to see how much Haki amplification it can achieve." Jean Talon's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly retrieved the massive axe from his back. "Yes, the old man going to enhance my axe. This enhancement stone is worth 10 million berries." Kizuru seized the axe from Jean Talon's hands. "No worries. I am merely curious to see how much amplification can be achieved for Haki. After all, it will ultimately benefit Jean Talon. If he becomes even stronger, he can shoulder more of the burden. Why not?" With that, he pressed the enhancement stone against the axe. After a flash of light, the enhancement stone vanished, and Jean Talon's dual-bladed axe successfully reached enhancement 3. Kizuru lifted the axe before him, marveling at the gleaming edge. "It has indeed become sharper. If this continues, it may rival my aim no Murakumo." He touched the blade, assessing its sharpness. which was now comparable to the renowned Goketsu knife. And this was merely enhancement 3. Let us proceed, he declared, grasping another enhancement stone from the table to apply it to the dual-bladed axe. Zhang Taoan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "The old man is truly amazing. My weapon has grown even stronger." Hill also reflected on the situation, thinking admirals are quite extravagant, using enhancement stones worth 10 million each without hesitation. But this is fortuitous. The more they desire enhancement stones, the more I can create, which will allow me to gain more points for draws. Additionally, I can unlock the next item for production. Hill smiled slightly. Enhancement can indeed be addictive that I am my past life. Countless individuals dedicated immense effort to elevate their gear to higher levels. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Such is the allure of enhancement. The dual-bladed axe reached enhancement 4. Only one enhancement stone remained. Kizaru did not hesitate, directly taking the last stone to initiate another enhancement. Dual-bladed axe enhancement 5. The anticipation and excitement gleamed in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Having enhanced it 5 times already, he wondered how much amplification it could provide for Haki. Hill remarked, "Admiral Kizaru, why not test it and find out?" Even he was uncertain of the exact amplification. Zhang Taoan was in a state of utter exhilaration. Urging, "Old man, please try it out. This is my weapon." "Of course, I must give it a go," Kizaru replied, activating his Hakai. In an instant, the massive dual-bladed axe transformed, becoming as dark as ink. Kizaru's expression turned to one of astonishment. His eyes filled with delight that IT can actually amplify this much. Chapter 4. The astonishing amplification effect of Haki. It amplified by over 10%. This was indeed unexpected. Kizaru was genuinely shocked. Such a weapon in the hands of a strong individual could alter the course of events. "I am beginning to appreciate this weapon," he mused. That 10% increase was sufficient to elevate attack power significantly, even enhancing overall strength by a notable margin. The implications were terrifying upon hearing this. Zhang Taoan was equally astonished. "Old man, it truly increased by over 10%. "Indeed," Kizaru nodded. "I am quite surprised. I cannot fathom how terrifying the amplification would be if enhanced to level 12. Just achieving enhancement 5 has already yielded such results. Imagine the potential of 12. His heart swelled with uncontainable excitement. Kizaru turned to Hill with a grin. "Hill, quickly produce those enhancement stones. I shall certainly take credit for you before Admiral Sengoku. No problem. As soon as the funds arrive, I will commence production immediately," Hill replied with a smile. After all, producing more enhancement stones would undeniably benefit him. Kizaru returned the dual-bladed axe to Zhang Taoan, who held it with great affection, marveling at the weapon in his hands. This axe was worth 50 million berries. How long must I toil to amass the sum of 50 million berries? It is an extraordinary sensation, akin to holding a rare treasure in my hands. Zhang Tamuru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized that his axe, now merely enhanced to level 5, could amplify the armament Haki by a remarkable percentage. Moreover, the sharpness of the battle axe had increased significantly. He resolved within himself, "It seems prudent to save and be frugal henceforth, as accumulating funds could elevate the axe to an even higher level. Additionally, he must slay more pirates to earn bounties." A surge of delight welled up within him. With this axe, confronting pirates would be far simpler. After 5 enhancements, the double-edged battle axe not only became sharper, but also gained the ability to amplify armament Haki. A percentage increase of over 10 is certainly no trivial matter. Zhang Tamuru gripped the massive double-edged axe tightly, its cold gleam reflecting an extraordinary aura. Whoosh, whoosh, the axe sliced through the air, producing a tearing sound as the fierce wind roared. Zhang Tamuru's face radiated joy, a beaming smile illuminating his features as he wielded the double-edged axe with vigor. Each move displayed a power that far surpassed his previous abilities. That MY axe feels more intuitive than ever. Upon my return, I must enhance my armament Haki diligently, for this axe will significantly boost my combat prowess. Zhang Tamuru's voice brimmed with uncontrollable elation. Standing nearby, Admiral Kizaru stroked his bearded chin, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he remarked, "The capabilities of this enhancement stone are indeed astonishing, quite formidable." After a moment, a hint of regret crossed his face as he continued, "Alas, I have exhausted my supply of enhancement stones. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to test whether it could enhance my aim no Murakumo. In terms of fruit abilities, Admiral Kizaru stands as one of the most distinguished powers upon the seas. Nevertheless, his prowess in swordsmanship is equally formidable. While the swordsmanship of the three admirals may not reach the pinnacle of mastery, it is more than sufficient to rival that of even the greatest swordsman. Their might unmatched by many. Kizaru understood that should the enhancement stone indeed amplify his aim no Murakumo, his strength would escalate to a terrifying new level. Hearing Kizaru's words, Hill responded with a glimmer of anticipation. Whether the enhancement stone can improve aim no Murakumo is uncertain even to me. However, once the stones are produced, we shall certainly give it a try. Aim no Murakumo, a sword forged from Kizaru's light fruit. Harnessing the energy of photons, wielding immense power. Hill recalled witnessing in the anime how Admiral Kizaru clashed with the Pirate King Rayleigh, neither yielding an inch. Let us await the outcome, Kizaru smiled, placing his hands in his pockets before adding. I shall not disturb you further in your creation of the enhancement stone. Once the next batch is ready, have Jean Tamaru report back to me. Such a wondrous item deserves to astonish Admiral Sengoku as well. For now, let us keep the existence of the enhancement stone under wraps. After receiving Hill's response, Kizaru leisurely exited Hill's laboratory. Oh no, the tea has gone cold. The fund for the enhancement stones swiftly arrived at Hill's laboratory. Courtesy of Jean Tamaru, who procured the materials necessary for their creation. Within the laboratory, Hill was hard at work, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes sparkling with determination. One enhancement stone after another was crafted in his hands. Congratulations, host, on successfully producing an enhancement stone, earning 100,000 points. Congratulations, host, on successfully, one by one. The enhancement stones were produced, each accompanied by the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoing in Hill's mind. The voice, though devoid of warmth, infused Hill with the vigor of a potent stimulant. Eventually, as fatigue weighed down his eyelids like lead, Hill succumbed to slumber atop the workbench. Day turned to night, and as the sun bathed the iron fortress of Marineford in golden light, Jean Tamaru rose early, his massive double-edged axe slung across his back, striding out of his room with newfound confidence. His steps were brisker than usual, the distance he covered noticeably greater. Curious about the number of enhancement stones Hill had created, he decided to check in, all the while savoring a delicious breakfast he had procured from the naval mess hall that a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he whistled a merry tune. Filled with joy, Jean Tamaru, has Admiral Paisalino grown so lazy that he no longer requires you to bring him breakfast? A clear, melodious voice, akin to wind chimes, called out. Jean Tamaru halted, turning with a grin to greet the speaker. Good morning. Vice Admiral Guion, this breakfast is not for the old man. Chapter 5. The visit from Peach Rabbit. If it is not for Admiral Paisalino, then who is it for? A smile graced Guion's lips, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, exuding an inexpressible charm and allure. Bathed in the soft golden sunlight, she appeared even more radiant. Jean Tamaru replied in a deep voice. This is for a friend of mine. Without him, how could I possibly wield such an extraordinary weapon? As soon as he finished speaking, Guion's eyes sparkled like precious gems, immediately drawn to the massive axe upon Jean Tamaru's back. A look of astonishment flickered across her face. Your axe seems significantly sharper than before, almost rivaling my own Kinbaira, she remarked, her voice tinged with surprise. Guion was well aware that her weapon was one of the 21 great swords. A Kinbaira, one of only 21 existing across the vast seas, valued in the millions of berries, unmatched in sharpness. It was a masterpiece crafted by a master blacksmith, an irreplaceable creation. Now, Jean Tamaru's double-edged battle axe appeared to be approaching the same level of sharpness and durability as her beloved sword Kinbaira. Unexpectedly, Guion mused aloud, has a highly skilled blacksmith recently emerged in the Navy, capable of creating such a weapon? Jean Tamaru shrugged. This is not the work of a mere blacksmith. The old man specifically instructed me not to divulge that this is the result of Hill's enhancement stones. I am known as the most tight-lipped person in this world. I would never reveal that my weapon can also amplify armament haki. Unintentionally, Jean Tamaru let slip the information about Hill and the enhancement stones. Seemingly oblivious to his own words, adopting a righteous demeanor, Guyon's lips curled into a mysterious smile, her charm captivating. Hill. Enhancement stones. Amplifying armament hockey. A wave of astonishment surged within her. The ability to endow weapons with the capacity to amplify armament hockey was truly extraordinary. With graceful strides, she approached the robust John Tomaru, her eyes fixated on the double-edged battle axe. Without hesitation, she reached out to touch the blade's edge, feeling its astonishing hardness and sharpness. Her fair, porcelain-like face reflected her amazement. John Tomaru. What exactly is this enhancement stone? Guyon's question jolted John Tomaru into realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His expression turned slightly panicked, yet he feigned composure, stating, "I'm the most tight-lipped person in these seas. I will not tell you that this is Hill's new invention, which enhances weapon strength and endows them with the capacity to amplify armament hockey." Upon hearing this, a cunning glint sparkled in Guyon's eyes, utterly enchanting, as she murmured to herself, "I see. It is a new invention from the Navy's scientific division. Enhancement stones, able to grant weapons the ability to amplify armament hockey. What a miraculous item." Having received her answer, Guyon turned to Jean Tomaru. Her curiosity piqued. "I know you are the most tight-lipped person. Let us go meet Hill together." She felt a surge of intrigue, wondering whether the enhancement stones could have any effect on her beloved Kinbaira. With her left hand resting on her waist, fingers gently caressing the hilt of her sword, the blade of Jinbairo, she reflected on the years of companionship it had provided during countless battles. The compliments from Shurian dissolved the tension etched on Jean Tao's face, giving way to a joyful, innocent smile. "Then let us proceed together." She seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier slip of the tongue, leading Shurian towards Hill's laboratory. Outside the laboratory door, a loud thud echoed. "Bang! Bang! Dr. Hill, please open the door." Jean Tao's boisterous voice, combined with the dull sound of knocking, roused Dr. Hill from her slumber atop the experimental table. With heavy eyelids, she stretched languidly, yawned, and shook her head before opening the laboratory door. In an instant, a look of surprise flashed across Hill's eyes. The pink bodysuit accentuated her flawless figure, and her exquisite face radiated an aura of heroism, reminiscent of a resplendent, blooming rose. Her long, straight legs were strikingly beautiful, commanding attention with their visual impact. Towering at an admiral's height, those legs were utterly captivating. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hill promptly greeted Jean Tao, Rear Admiral. She then stepped aside to welcome the two in her laboratory. Upon entering, Shurian curiously surveyed the laboratory, a place rarely visited, being part of the Navy's most enigmatic scientific division. All around her were steel instruments of experimentation and an array of intricate devices. Her gaze shifted to Hill, who appeared slightly fatigued with tousled hair, yet her eyes sparkled with an indescribable vitality. Hill accepted the breakfast offered by Jean Tao, a wave of hunger instantly enveloping her. Accompanied by the sound of her stomach rumbling, "Dr. Hill, please eat your breakfast first. We could discuss business afterward," Shurian suggested, settling herself into a chair with her arms crossed. Jean Tao encouraged, "Dr. Hill, you should eat first." Hill nodded and swiftly devoured her breakfast, leaving no trace behind. It must be said that the food at the Navy headquarters cafeteria was truly exceptional, an undeniable delight. Wiping her mouth, Hill turned to Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and inquired, "You must be here for the reinforcement stones, right?" Given her humble surroundings and rank, she found it hard to fathom any reason other than the reinforcement stones for Peach Rabbit's visit. "Indeed," Peach Rabbit replied, standing up from her chair. "Could you tell me more about the reinforcement stones?" If Dr. Hill proved to be reliable, she would not hesitate to enhance her beloved sword, Jinbairo, making it even sharper and more formidable. After all, it had accompanied her in numerous battles, being one of the 21 famed blades. Peach Rabbit weighed her considerations carefully, needing to make a prudent decision. Hill nodded, explaining reinforcement stones are a unique invention derived from my research on sea prism stones. They could be infused into weapons, making them harder and sharper, and even amplifying the effects of armament hockey. Each weapon has a limit to reinforcement, typically a maximum of 12 times. Beyond that, failure may occur, resulting in the weapon shattering. Upon hearing Hill's explanation, Peach Rabbit felt relieved, realizing that as long as she did not exceed the 12 reinforcement limit, her Jinbairo would remain safe. With renewed determination, she firmly asked Dr. Hill, "Do you have any reinforcement stones available? Could you assist me in reinforcing this sword?" Chapter 6. Reinforcing the great blade, Jinbairo. Peach Rabbit carefully removed Jinbairo from her waist, cradling the blade with utmost seriousness as she gazed intently at Hill. The prospect of enhancing her weapon's sharpness and increasing its armament hockey amplification was a dream every swordsman yearned for. "I implore you." Her voice resonated with sincerity. However, a flicker of concern crossed Hill's face as she explained. "Each reinforcement stone is quite costly, 10 million berries per piece. Every expense in this laboratory is funded by the headquarters. All payments must be submitted to Admiral Kizu. Without his authorization, I cannot freely distribute these stones." Despite being the laboratory's owner and a member of the Navy's scientific division, Hill lacked the autonomy to make such decisions. Only one person within the scientific division possessed that authority, the renowned scientist Vegapunk, a genius who transcended human intellect by 500 years. 10 million for a single stone. Peach Rabbit exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. She had not anticipated such a staggering price for a mere stone. Quickly understanding the predicament Hill faced, her once bright eyes dimmed slightly, but then they sparkled with determination. "Then may I purchase them with my own funds?" Hill pondered for a moment before confirming, "Of course." "But the price is steep." A charming smile graced Shurian's face as she chimed in. "In that case, let us start with 5 reinforcement stones to test their effects, if they truly possess such remarkable properties." She mused, "I wouldn't hesitate to acquire more." The credibility of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit was certainly trustworthy. Hill harbored no concerns about selling reinforcement stones to Peach Rabbit without repercussions, thus she cheerfully nodded. "No problem, we just produced a new batch of reinforcement stones yesterday. However, the payment cannot be delayed. It must be settled promptly." Approaching the experimental table, Hill retrieved the freshly crafted reinforcement stones and took hold of Jinbairo from Peach Rabbit's hands. As she grasped the hilt, the blade's gleaming edge reflected radiant light, illuminating the laboratory. Hill squinted against the sudden brightness, then, after adjusting, praised, "What an exquisite sword! No wonder it is one of the 21 great blades of the sea." Deep within, she felt a surge of anticipation. Just the day before, she had successfully enhanced Zhang Tao's dual-bladed axe, elevating its hardness and sharpness significantly. Yet compared to Peach Rabbit's Jinbairo, the dual-bladed axe paled in comparison. Peach Rabbit and Zhang Tao watched Hill intently as she held the reinforcement stone in one hand and the long blade in the other. Approaching the gleaming edge of Jinbairo, the stone's edge made contact, emanating a soft glow. The flickering light confirmed the extraordinary nature of the reinforcement stone as it began to blend seamlessly into the blade. In the blink of an eye, the complete reinforcement stone seemed to split in half, with only a fragment remaining before it ultimately vanished, the radiance fading as if nothing had transpired. Reinforcement of the great blade, Jinbairo successful. Current reinforcement level 1. Without pausing, Hill picked up the second reinforcement stone and commenced the next enhancement of Jinbairo. Observing the entire process, Peach Rabbit and Zhang Tao refrained from interrupting Hill's efforts. Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled with wonder as she remarked, "How marvelous! I had imagined the process would involve reforging Jinbairo and incorporating the stone's components. Yet it is astonishing to see this reinforcement stone merging directly with my Jinbairo. It is simply unbelievable. Such a miraculous sight shattered Peach Rabbit's previous understanding. Isn't it fascinating? When I first encountered reinforcement stones, I was equally astonished," Hill responded, sharing in her amazement. Zhang Taoan reminisced about the first time she enhanced her dual-bladed battle axe to 1 point. She even suspected that Sierra had utilized some form of superhuman devil fruit. It was only later that she realized it was Sierra's remarkable invention. Truly awe-inspiring. One enhancement stone after another, but a fleeting moment, 5 enhancement stones completely melded into the blade of Jinbairo. Sierra smiled gently and handed the now empowered Jinbairo to Tadu, saying, "It has been successfully enhanced. Now, try the changes in this blade." Gazing intently at the Jinbairo in Sierra's hand, Tautu's eyes widened with anticipation as she eagerly accepted the sword. She held it upright, her gaze trailing along the blade, her eyes unblinking as she marveled. It has indeed become sharper. I can distinctly feel the transformation of Jinbaira. Having spent countless days and nights with Jinbaira, which had weathered many battles, she had taken meticulous care of it, ensuring that every detail was attended to with utmost diligence. Not a single-minute change could escape Tautu's keen perception. Her heart swelled with joy. And a captivating smile graced Tautu's face as her slender, fair fingers lightly caressed the blade, experiencing the extraordinary changes brought about by the enhancement stones. The sharpness was astonishing, truly remarkable. Tautu could not help but exclaim in wonder. Sierra's expression took on a mysterious smile. This is not even the peak of what the enhancement stones can do. Try using your armament haki to feel Jinbaira's transformation. The primary purpose of the enhancement stones was to amplify the armament haki of the weapon. Upon hearing Sierra's suggestion, Tautu, still in shock, quickly regained her composure and activated her armament haki. Her jade-like arms instantly turned an inky black, reflecting a metallic sheen, and a surge of purple flames erupted from her hands. Swiftly spreading from the hilt of Jinbaira to its tip, the originally gleaming silver blade transformed into a blackened metal under the influence of Tautu's armament haki. Sierra recognized it immediately. That was armament haki. This was the first time he had witnessed such powerful armament haki, and staring at Jinbaira filled him with a sense of it was the strength he envied. Chapter 7. The birth of the first enhanced 12 weapons, a mesmerizing dark purple flame danced around the blade. Armament haki, for Sierra, it represented a powerful and mysterious force he longed for, yet he was acutely aware that, based solely on his current physical prowess, he was in no position to cultivate armament haki. A profound desire flickered in his deep-set eyes. Tautu's expression shifted, her incredulity evident as she exclaimed, "Is it truly real? It really amplifies armament haki." As a Navy Vice Admiral, codenamed Tautu, her strength was undoubtedly among the top in these seas. And her perceptive abilities were remarkable. She could clearly sense that the armament haki she channeled into Jinbaira had become far more formidable. This was undoubtedly no illusion. The intensity of the amplification was strikingly apparent. It was simply unbelievable. The enhancement stones were miraculous. Tautu exclaimed with unbridled joy. The current Jinbaira feels nearly on par with the Supreme Great Blades. The 21 Supreme Great Blades were legendary weapons, with only 12 existing in the vast ocean. Now, she felt that, under the influence of the enhancement stones, the once insurmountable chasm between Jinbaira and the Supreme Great Blades was visibly narrowing. Tautu's meticulous and composed thoughts were suddenly stirred by a powerful wave of emotion. And she murmured in a daze, if just 5 enhancements can lead to such terrifying changes, what transformations would occur with the Supreme Great Blades? The eerie flames formed by her armament haki seemed to sway in tandem with the intensity of her emotions, flaring up with renewed vigor. However, she quickly regained control, dissipating the armament haki from the blade without a trace. Turning to Sierra, she asked, "Could you enhance Jinbaira a few more times? As long as it doesn't damage the blade." Having experienced such a noticeable change and enhancement from just 5 stones, if Sierra's assertion that it could be enhanced 12 times without harm held true, then her Jinbaira was destined for a monumental transformation. It could rival the 12 Supreme Great Blades, or even surpass them. Such possibilities were not beyond reach. Tautu suppressed her fervent excitement and anticipation, her bright eyes reflecting a fiery desire that, of course, but each enhancement stone costs 10 million berries. Just remember to deliver them to the laboratory promptly. Sierra nodded. All right, Tautu readily agreed. Then I leave it in your hands. You need not worry about the payment. With Tautu's response, Sierra felt reassured as a member of the Navy. He understood that for Tautu, with her wealth exceeding hundreds of millions of berries, this was no issue. The Navy's bounty hunters also allowed her to claim a portion of the bounties captured. Sierra, let us begin. I am eager to witness the transformations that come from enhancing the weapon 12 times. Jean Taoan was equally impatient, yearning to see what changes would occur to the 21 Supreme Great Blades under the influence of the enhancement stones, particularly in terms of the amplification of armament haki. Sierra, too, was filled with curiosity. He immediately began enhancing Jinbaira with the enhancement stones, each one seamlessly integrating into the blade, causing visible transformations. The blade became smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting Sierra's visage. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level 12.its done. A glimmer of joy shone in Sierra's eyes as he refrained from using any further enhancement stones on Jinbira, having reached enhancement level 12. Any additional enhancements would risk damaging the weapon, and he was uncertain of the success rate for further enhancements beyond this level. Upon successfully enhancing the weapon, he handed Jinbira to Tado, who was eager to see if the now-enhanced Jinbira could rival the 12 Supreme Great Blades. He knew that each Supreme Great Blade was legendary, a rare existence that could not be easily obtained in the anime. He had only seen the black blade Yuru wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, the tornado cut of Whitebeard, and Joel D. Rogers Ace, as well as the original Onitachi. He had no knowledge of the remaining 8 Supreme Great Blades. Thank you. Tado expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Sierra. Although the enhancement stones were exchanged for money, without their existence, she could never have made her beloved Jinbira stronger. She lovingly caressed the blade, much like an affectionate family member, her youthful, mature face adorned with a genuine smile. As she felt Jinbira's transformation, it was as if she was listening intently to the joyful emotions it conveyed. With a charming smile gracing her lips, Tado murmured, "Jinbira, we shall protect more civilians, won't we?" As if in response to her question, Jinbira emitted a flash of azure light. The armament haki gradually transferred from Tado's palm to the blade, intensifying the black-purple flames formed by the haki into a ferocious blaze. Feeling the remarkable strength and destructive power of the armament haki coursing through the blade, Tado's expression shifted dramatically, her astonished exclamation escaping her lips. "This has taken me by surprise. It has increased my armament haki by nearly fourfold from its original state. This is terrifying. The disparity between 5 enhancements and 12 is monumental." Beside her, Jean Taoan was equally taken aback by the fearsome armament haki emanating from the blade, exclaiming, "Is this the difference after 12 enhancements?" The power of this blade felt far more formidable than before. Instantly, he realized that facing such potent armament haki with his own strength was utterly futile, but a new thought emerged in his mind. No, I must continue enhancing my axe as well. Even if it costs 10 million berries per enhancement stone, it will be worth it. I can no longer afford to be lazy. I need to capture more pirates. In Jean Taoan's heart, the notion of amassing a bounty worthy of a pirate to procure the value of enhancement stones for the fortification of his dual-bladed battle axe had already taken root. The moment this thought surfaced, it burgeoned with intensity within him. Tado turned her gaze toward the instigator of it all, Hill. Without reservation, she extolled, "What a remarkable invention. It is undoubtedly sufficient to alter the dynamics of the seas and transform the entire navy. I shall expedite the delivery of the enhancement stones. This place is not conducive for my adaptation to Jinbila. I seek a location to truly experience its transformation. The enhancement stone is indeed a formidable entity." Hill wholeheartedly agreed with Tao's words that he was acutely aware that, despite the laboratory's formidable and steadfast steel structure, it would not withstand the might of the Navy's Vice Admiral, Tado. Hill nodded in agreement, stating, "I, too, wish to witness the sheer strength of Vice Admiral Tao's strike. Let us find an open space to test Jinbila's current potency." Taoan shared his excitement. "I am equally eager to see the power of Tao's strike once enhanced by the stones." Chapter 8. A Blade That Cuts Souls. 100 Steps of Flying Swords in response to Hill's proposal. Tado graciously concurred. "Then let us proceed to the mountains behind the headquarters to test the might of Jinbila." The trio set off together toward the rear mountains of Marineford. However, they had scarcely ventured far from the laboratory when a series of rapid footsteps echoed nearby. The speed was such that Hill could barely discern it. Only feeling a gust of wind rush past him could a man with a rather lewd expression suddenly appear before them, his squinty eyes wide open as if exerting every effort, revealing an intense passion directed solely at Vice Admiral Tado. Completely disregarding Hill and Jean Taoan beside her, he ardently professed, "Ji Yuan, I love you. Be my girlfriend." "I refuse." Tao's cold voice abruptly interrupted the man's declaration, offering him no quarter, as she stated plainly. Vice Admiral Chaju, I will not agree that I have pressing matters to attend to. Please step aside. The man in question was indeed the Navy's candidate Vice Admiral, Chaju. Unfazed by Taodu's rejection, Chaju's expression turned somewhat infatuated as he replied. Even in rejection, Ji Yuan remains as captivating and enchanting as ever, utterly mesmerizing. Chaju, perceptive to the displeasure etched on Taodu's face, quickly stepped aside and inquired, Ji Yuan, where are you headed? If there is anything I can assist with. To let me know, he completely ignored Hill and Zhang Taowen. Hill could only smile wryly. This unremarkable-looking man, a candidate vice admiral, was still a force to be reckoned with, and his rank surpassed Hill's by several levels. Seizing the moment while the two conversed, Hill opened his system panel in his mind. Host. Hill, unique binder, strength evaluation, Lieutenant Colonel, physique, LV5, 040, trait, pain reduction 10, golden light spell, novice level 050, attribute points, 0 points, 1. 500,000 task progress, enhancement stone, 20100. In his mind, Hill gazed at the points column, where a staggering 1,500,000 points resided, and a surge of inspiration struck him, prompting him to issue commands to the system. Open 1 golden treasure chest and 5 silver treasure chests. The instant his command was given, a resplendent golden chest materialized in the depths of his consciousness, reminiscent of an online game's loot box. Upon opening the treasure chest, a blue orb of light emerged. Opening the golden treasure chest, acquired the sword technique 100 steps, flying sword, 100 steps, flying sword. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Hill was momentarily stunned. The name 100 steps, flying sword held significant weight. It was the ultimate skill of the sword saint, Gainya, from Qin's moon. It was a pinnacle technique within the Ghost Valley swordsmanship, reputed to sever souls and unleash 100 steps of flying swords. To draw the 100 steps flying sword was an extraordinary stroke of luck. The system was truly remarkable, akin to a godsend. Overwhelmed with joy, Hill mused, among the myriad schools of thought, only I wield the art of horizontal swordsmanship. This sentiment not only referred to the Ghost Valley strategies of alliance and conflict, but also to the art of swordplay itself. The 100 steps flying sword was not only powerful, but also undeniably elegant. Hill's imagination ran wild, envisioning himself wielding the 100 steps flying sword with grace and flair, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The golden chest then vanished from his mind, followed by the appearance of a silver chest that opened slowly. Opening silver treasure chest, acquired 20 attribute points. Opening silver treasure chest, acquired 15 attribute points. Opening silver treasure chest, acquired the skill Iron Blocks from the 6 styles. Opening silver treasure chest, acquired 17 attribute points. Opening silver treasure chest, acquired 19 attribute points. Iron Blocks? Hill's expression turned curious. Who among those acquainted with One Piece would be unaware of the flag associated with Iron Blocks, standing still to endure enemy assaults? For the moment, he set this aside and prioritized enhancing other skills. Aside from obtaining the 100 steps flying sword and Iron Blocks, he had collectively gained 71 attribute points from the treasure chests. Without hesitation, Hill allocated 50 of those points directly to the Golden Light spell, instantly elevating its level from novice to proficient. The remaining 21 points were also funneled into his physique, although it did not result in a level increase. Hill distinctly felt the transformation within his body. As the saying goes, the body is the foundation of revolution. With a formidable physique, he might one day rival the likes of Beast Kaido. Returning to reality. The events within his mind transpired in mere seconds outside, with the others remaining blissfully unaware. "Where are you preparing to go?" Chaju interjected, positioning himself closer to Taodu, his demeanor tinged with caution. He was familiar with everyone near Taodu, but had never encountered Hill before. A sense of wariness began to simmer within him. After all, just because Hill was handsome, it did not mean he should be overlooked. Observing Vice Admiral Chaju, Taodu recognized that once this man latched onto her, it would be challenging to shake him off. Thus, she replied, "I intend to test Jinbaila." Chaju, wholly focused on Taodu, finally noticed the sword at her waist. With his keen observation, he sensed that Jinbaila appeared slightly different than before. The group gradually departed the headquarters, making their way toward the secluded mountains behind the naval base. Finding an open area, Tautu silently drew her sword. Swish! As Jinbaila was unsheathed, an astonishingly sharp and formidable aura erupted from Vice Admiral Tautu, stirring a fierce wind around them. The black and purple waves of haki surged from her arm, transforming the entire blade of Jinbaila. Hill, Chaju, and Zhang Taowen could not help but turn their heads in awe. One sword style, cherry blossom fall, swoosh. The moment her long blade swung, a powerful slash erupted, spanning several feet in size. The fierce strike sliced into the earth before them, cleaving it open like a hot knife through butter, creating a terrifying fissure 3 feet wide and dozens of meters long. Debris flew as the deep crack revealed an abyss of darkness beneath. With just a single strike, such overwhelming power was unleashed. Tautu wore a satisfied expression, exclaiming, "The strength of the slash has indeed surpassed its previous might, elevating to an entirely new level." The transformation brought about by the 12 enhancements of Jinbaila filled her heart with immense satisfaction and joy. Her emotions running high as Tautu's genuine smile radiated, Vice Admiral Chaju found himself momentarily entranced. After a considerable interval, he regained his composure and promptly remarked, "With such power, it is likely that even the so-called world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would pale in comparison." Chapter 9. Tautu's acknowledgement mentioning Mihawk. Hill's mind involuntarily conjured the visage of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, whose hawk-like, piercing gaze left an indelible impression. The title of the world's greatest swordsman carried unparalleled honor. His swordsmanship represented an insurmountable mountain to Hill at present, he pondered. With the system's assistance, I wonder if I can unlock more and even greater sword techniques from treasure chests in the future. Even if I master the armed haki and observation haki, I still cannot compare to Mihawk in terms of swordsmanship with just the 100 steps flying sword. Hill was remarkably open-minded, benefiting from a systematic approach. As long as he consistently accrued points and unlocked treasure chests, he could swiftly enhance his strength. The praise from Chahan did not lead Tautu to become complacent. Instead, she spoke with utmost seriousness. Eagle Eye's swordsmanship is extraordinarily powerful. Even though Kinemon has currently augmented my slashing prowess, to surpass a man like Eagle Eye, whose swordsmanship has reached its zenith, is a nearly impossible feat. Such a man is born for the sword. Eagle Eye's might is not solely manifested in his swordsmanship. As a pirate who has endured years of solitude on the vast seas, he steadfastly pursues the mastery of his craft. His heart has grown strong beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Chan smiled awkwardly. Even so, with your swordsmanship, I fear there are few in these waters who can rival you. A strong curiosity arose within him, leading him to inquire, "I am well aware of your swordsmanship. How have you made such significant progress in such a short time? Your slashing power has increased tremendously." It is Hill's invention. Tautu explained, "He has developed a type of enhancement stone that can amplify weapons and enable them to bolster the effects of haki." She returned her long sword to her waist and cast a grateful glance at Hill, saying, "Thank you, that I believe I will soon adapt to the current Kinemon, making my slashes even more formidable." After undergoing 12 enhancements, Kinemon felt almost reborn. The recent slash was merely a preliminary test. One cannot deny that the enhancement stone is indeed a remarkable invention. I am truly grateful. Tautu understood that she was no longer young. She was at the pinnacle of her life, and even a slight increase in strength was exceptionally challenging, let alone this substantial leap. It was almost unimaginable. All of this was thanks to the emergence of this enhancement stone, which allowed her power to progress so noticeably within a brief period. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was remarkable. Enhancement stone? Chahan was filled with confusion, his gaze shifting to Hill, a man he had previously deemed inconsequential. In his perception, Hill's strength was rather mediocre. Such a person could be found in the Navy by the tens of thousands, hardly warranting his attention. However, after Tautu's explanation, he found himself compelled to reassess this somewhat disheveled scientist. Chahan asked, "What is the function of the enhancement stone?" Hill patiently elaborated on the wondrous properties of the enhancement stone. Although Tautu, as a rear admiral, could afford to disregard Chahan, As a mere scientist in the Navy's scientific division, he could not afford to offend someone of Chahan's stature. After Hill's explanation, Chahan's pupils widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "The enhancement stone is truly that extraordinary? It's a pity I am not adept at wielding weapons. Otherwise, I too would want to enhance my weapon to bolster my strength." A sense of regret welled up within Chahan. His gaze now bore an unprecedented level of respect as he nodded at Hill, praising, "You are a genius to have invented such a thing as the enhancement stone. Its significance to the Navy is immense. When applied to weapons, it can greatly enhance their power if produced in large quantities. It would undoubtedly transform the Navy's overall capabilities. The Navy is already the dominant force in these seas. With the existence of the enhancement stone, we might truly eradicate the four emperors and restore clarity to these waters." It is indeed true that Hill is a genius. The old man has sung his praises. Yet this was merely a recent invention, and few were aware of it. Once this batch is completed, the old man will report it to Admiral Sengoku. Tantama, standing nearby, proclaimed with delight, "The emergence of the enhancement stone will surely elevate the Navy's scientific division to new heights. Hill is undoubtedly a shining new star within the Navy's scientific corps, and he may even surpass the genius scientist Vegapunk in the future, in the face of their accolades." Hill felt slightly uneasy to the others. The enhancement stone was his invention, yet they were unaware that all of this was the work of the system. He did not possess the capability to create such a formidable invention on his own. Naturally, he would not disclose the existence of the system. Such matters must remain a secret, buried deep within his heart. Having witnessed merely the tip of the iceberg of Taudu's formidable strength, Hill was eager to grow stronger more swiftly. He promptly stated, "Time is of the essence. I shall return to the laboratory and work expeditiously to produce this batch of enhancement stones. Each enhancement stone grants me 100,000 points. That is no trivial sum, akin to a silver treasure chest." Taudu nodded in response. "Very well, as for the cost of the enhancement stones, I shall have someone deliver them to your laboratory shortly." She held a newfound respect for Hill, not only because of the enhancement stones, but also for his work ethic, which she found admirable. After bidding farewell to the group, Hill immediately returned to his laboratory, shutting the door firmly behind him to isolate himself from the outside world. That he needed to hurry and produce the enhancement stones so that Tantama could report to Admiral Kazu. Once he secured Admiral Sengoku's recognition, he would be able to mass-produce enhancement stones and amass a wealth of points that would allow his strength to grow rapidly. In these perilous seas, lacking power is utterly untenable. Even the Navy headquarters is not an entirely secure haven. Soon, the world would bear witness to the momentous Marineford War. Rear Admiral Crane had previously stated that even retreating to the edge of the ocean would not guarantee safety. Moreover, having just witnessed Taudu's overwhelming strength ignited a yearning within Hill. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the creation of enhancement stones. Time passed swiftly and imperceptibly. Finally, it was completed. As he beheld the last enhancement stone successfully crafted, Hill beamed with joy. He immediately contacted Tantama via Den Mushi. As soon as the call connected, Hill eagerly interjected, "Hello, is this Tantama? The enhancement stones have been successfully produced. You can inform Admiral Kazuru and notify Admiral Sengoku." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll let the old man know right away. He will surely be delighted to hear this." After hanging up, Tantama promptly dialed Admiral Kazuru's Den Mushi, reporting Hill's successful creation of the enhancement stones. Upon receiving Tantama's update, Kazuru's typically laid-back demeanor shifted, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he remarked, "It's time for Admiral Sengoku to witness the marvels of the Navy's scientific division." Kazuru rose and glanced at his wristwatch before leisurely exiting his office. Shortly thereafter, Kazuru arrived at Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku set down the documents he was reviewing, glancing curiously at Kazuru's entrance, and teased, "Borsellino, it is rare for you to take the initiative to visit my office. What brings you here today?" Kazuru wasted no time, diving straight into the matter. "I come bearing monumental news. The Navy Scientific Division has recently developed a new invention known as the Enhancement Stone." Enhancement Stone? Admiral Sengoku's expression shifted to one of intrigue, as he struggled to derive any meaning from the name alone. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What purpose does this serve?" "Kazuru, sensing the growing anticipation, settled onto a sofa and explained. The enhancement stone is a remarkable item that can be infused into weapons, simultaneously granting them the ability to amplify Haki. That a few days ago, I tested it. Just 5 enhancement stones increased my Haki intensity by over 10%. What? Sengoku's heart raced, his face displaying astonishment. An increase of over 10%. That's significant. For a powerhouse like him, such an augmentation would elevate his capabilities by several tiers. The enhancement stones? Let me see them. Sengoku, eager to witness the extraordinary invention Kizuru had described, leaned forward. Kizuru chuckled with excitement, confident that the enhancement stones would indeed capture Sengoku's attention. I've already dispatched someone to deliver them. They should arrive shortly. If the enhancement stones are as miraculous as you claim, it would indeed be a momentous occasion for the Navy, but a profound anticipation surged within Sengoku's heart. Meanwhile, the indolent Kizuru sat on the sofa, nonchalantly retrieving a nail clipper from his pocket and began trimming his nails as if nothing of consequence was unfolding. Moments later, the office door swung open. Will, carrying a bag, entered and immediately noticed the imposing figure of the man seated behind the desk, whose eyes, framed by spectacles, radiated wisdom. Marshal Sengoku, I am Hill from the Navy Science Division. Hill saluted Sengoku with a crisp military gesture. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. You have in that bag the enhancement stones. Correct? I have heard from Borsellino that these can imbue weapons with enhanced Haki. He has tested it, so it should be without issue. However, I must witness it with my own eyes to feel assured, especially since Borsellino mentioned that even a single stone is worth over 10 million berries. This warrants serious consideration. Hill approached Sengoku's desk, placing the bag upon it, and unveiling dozens of enhancement stones before Sengoku's gaze. These are the enhancement stones, but they require a weapon for use. Observing the obsidian stones within the bag, Sengoku picked one up, scrutinizing it closely. Externally, it bore no distinction from ordinary sea stone and could still sap the strength of those with abilities. I cannot discern any peculiarities. Let us find a weapon to test it, he mused. After inspecting the stone from various angles, it appeared to be just an ordinary rock in his hand. Let us take this opportunity to test it with my Amatsukami sword. Kizuru interjected. Ever since witnessing the wondrous effects of the enhancement stones, he had longed to see if they could augment his Amatsukami sword. Kizuru's heart brimmed with hope, for the Amatsukami sword was not an ordinary weapon. It was crafted through his own devil fruit abilities, a true embodiment of energy. Sengoku was taken aback by Kizuru's words, incredulous. Is it truly possible for the enhancement stones to augment your Amatsukami sword? That seems improbable. I cannot be certain, but it is worth a try, Hill replied, equally uncertain, as the enhancement stones originated from a mysterious system, and he had never attempted to enhance an energy-based weapon before. Without further ado, Vice Admiral Kizuru spread his hands, gathering radiant golden light that illuminated the entire office. The room was awash in a golden glow, resembling a realm of gold. In his palm lay the Amatsukami sword, forged from countless units of light energy, shimmering brilliantly. Hill handed the enhancement stone to Kizuru. Vice Admiral, this should be tested in your capable hands. The Amatsukami sword was more than merely an embodiment of ability. It also bore Kizuru's Haki, enabling it to coalesce light energy into an unparalleled longsword. Hill understood that he was unfit to wield it. Kizuru received the enhancement stone with eager anticipation shimmering in his eyes. And without hesitation, he commenced the enhancement process upon the Amatsukami sword. As the stone made contact with the blade, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance, gradually merging with the sword. This is promising. Kizuru's heart raced with exhilaration. Should the Amatsukami sword truly be enhanced, his power would amplify tremendously, augmenting his Haki to an extraordinarily formidable level. Sengoku watched intently, captivated by the spectacle, as the enhancement stone glimmered and began to integrate into the Amatsukami sword. What transformations awaited the blade? Curiosity enveloped Sengoku as he remained fixated on the ongoing process. Even Hill found it astonishing, his thoughts racing. If the enhancement stones could indeed augment the Amatsukami sword, what else might they enhance? The potential seemed vast, shattering his previous notions that enhancement stones were solely for weapons. That he suddenly recalled the armor from online games, pondering if even that could be enhanced. Chapter 11. The astonishing transformation of the Amitsukami sword could armor be enhanced to? Hill's mind surged with excitement. If a Marine admiral were to be clad in fully enhanced weapons and armor, how formidable would they become? A veritable human weapon. In the room, the enhancement lasted but a few fleeting seconds before the enhancement stone vanished without a trace. Kizaru's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, the enhancement was successful. Grasping the Amitsukami sword, he immediately sensed its transformation, a perplexed expression crossing his face. This weapon felt fundamentally different, exuding an unprecedented sense of reality. It had undergone a metamorphosis. No longer merely a manifestation of light energy, suddenly struck by an idea, Kizaru attempted to dismiss the Amitsukami sword back into nothingness. Yet, the sword remained unchanged, leaving him astounded. I cannot retract my sword. Indeed, the Amitsukami sword had undergone an unpredictable transformation, now wholly a sword, incapable of reverting to light energy. Sengoku observed Kizaru with intrigue, questioning, does the effect of the enhancement stones still persist? This was his foremost concern. The ability of the enhancement stones to amplify haki was immensely significant. Upon hearing this, Kizaru immediately infused haki into the Amitsukami sword, responding with excitement. It does. My haki has indeed strengthened. Moreover, it appeared to have a more pronounced effect than the enhancement he had experienced with the Shichibukai's axe. What a delightful surprise! He had not anticipated that the enhancement stone would yield an even greater enhancement on his sword than on the axe, although the Amitsukami sword had lost its ephemeral quality. The amplification of haki left Kizaru utterly satisfied. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Kizaru exclaimed, "This is magnificent! Hill, bring me more enhancement stones. I wish to further augment my sword." Hill complied, swiftly retrieving additional stones for Kizaru, who eagerly continued the enhancement process one by one. The stones disappeared into the Amitsukami sword. This already extraordinary long sword underwent unimaginable transformations. The once ethereal blade now manifested a tangible edge, resembling a conventional sword. The hilt solidified, no longer retaining its initial indistinct form. It had transitioned into a brand new longsword. Gleaming in resplendent gold, it appeared as though it had just been forged and new .12 enhancement stones had seamlessly fused with the Amitsukami sword. Kizaru held aloft the revitalized weapon, his rugged face illuminated with sheer exhilaration, proclaiming, a true masterpiece, a perfect creation. This Amitsukami sword surpasses even the 12 supreme great swords, augmenting my haki by half. An enhancement of half your haki? Sengoku gasped in disbelief. Such a magnitude of amplification for an admiral's combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying, truly unfathomable. Here, feel for yourself, Kizaru beamed with pride, tossing the Amitsukami sword to Sengoku. The marshal caught it effortlessly, without hesitation infusing it with his haki, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. Indeed, it is truly enhanced by about half. His excitement surged, causing his robust frame to tremble slightly. His gaze locked on a Hill, a mix of awe and joy illuminating his features. What a genius you are to create such a miraculous item. The enhancement stones could undoubtedly elevate the Navy's combat capabilities by several tiers. With such power, we could decisively eradicate the nefarious pirate factions plaguing the seas. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence. The emergence of the enhancement stone illuminated a promising future before him, a bright and hopeful tomorrow. Zhanghua approached Xier, his expression turning solemn as he placed a reassuring hand on Xier's shoulder and said, "The contributions you have made to the Navy will not go unrewarded. But this matter must remain confidential. Therefore, we cannot let too many people know for now." Xier nodded in understanding. Zhanghua returned the Amaterasu sword to Kizaru, and noticing the remaining enhancement stones on the table, he picked up the Den Den Mushi. Shortly thereafter, a succession of high-ranking Navy figures entered the office. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Tru. With a crunch, Garp bit into a donut, the sound echoing loudly as he exclaimed, "Hey, Zhanghua, why the rush to gather everyone? Is it that the Yonko are up to no good again?" Admiral Tsuru, however, had a different focus. Upon entering the office, she immediately noticed Xier's presence, although she had no recollection of him. His white lab coat quickly revealed his identity as a member of the Navy's scientific division. Her attention then shifted to Kizu, who was admiring a golden long sword, his delight unmistakable that a hint of speculation arose in her mind. Yet she remained silent, taking a seat on the sofa while her gaze fell upon the pile of stones on Zhangguo's desk. Kizu's expression was grave, revealing no hint of his thoughts. As cold as stone, in contrast. Akiji wore a faint smile, saying, "Garp, I doubt this has anything to do with the Yonko. If it were, the atmosphere wouldn't be so relaxed." Tsuru nodded in agreement with Akiji's deduction. Indeed. Zhangguo's excitement was palpable as he declared, "I have called you all here because of the Navy's scientific division. This is Shi-Er, who has invented something of immense importance to the Navy. The enhancement stone." He gestured towards the heap of stones on the desk, instantly captivating everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the pile of stones. Vice Admiral Garp, uninterested, nonchalantly picked his nose and remarked, "What is so miraculous about this pile of rocks? They look like the most ordinary stones." "You are mistaken," Zhangguo replied with an enigmatic smile. "Borsellino, show everyone your Amaterasu sword." Kizaru stepped forward and revealed the newly transformed Amaterasu sword to the assembly. Zhangguo continued, "Take a good look at how this sword differs from the previous one." The audience scrutinized the long sword in Kizaru's hand. "Zhangguo, you must be mistaken. This is clearly not Borsellino's Amaterasu sword. It must be some other long sword you've found." Garp stepped forward, examining the golden sword closely, noting that it was entirely different from Kizaru's former weapon. Tsuru furrowed her brow, aware that things were not so simple. She recognized the shadow of the Amaterasu sword in the blade before her. Zhangguo would not make such claims without basis. Could it be? This long sword truly was the Amaterasu sword. Yet how did it relate to the so-called enhancement stones on the table? Tsuru's mind raced, connecting the dots. If the sword could channel light energy and was somehow linked to these stones, she began to speculate. Could this sword be forged from these stones? Akainu and Akiji's faces reflected their confusion. Zhangguo affirmed, "I can assure you all, this sword is indeed the Amaterasu sword, crystallized from Borsellino's abilities. However, it has undergone a complete transformation, all thanks to Shi-Er's enhancement stone." His words ignited the curiosity of everyone present. They were eager to understand why the Amaterasu sword had metamorphosed into this magnificent golden weapon. It became clear to all that the enhancement stone was the focal point of their intrigue. Now, their gazes towards the enhancement stones were imbued with newfound curiosity and bewilderment. Zhangguo looked to Shi-Er and said, "This is your invention. Perhaps you should explain the function of the enhancement stones to everyone." Shi-Er nodded, a slight smile on his face. Despite feeling a touch of nervousness in front of the high-ranking Navy officers, he took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking. "The enhancement stone is a recent invention of mine, capable of seamlessly integrating into various objects, bestowing them with effects, including significantly amplifying the user's Busashoka Haki. Just now, it was the enhancement stone that transformed Admiral Kizaru's Amaterasu sword from an energy blade into a golden greatsword, while also enhancing the Busashoka Haki by nearly 50%. His revelation was astonishing, instantly leaving the attendees in awe. Garp exclaimed in disbelief, "Did I hear you correctly? Enhanced Busashoka Haki by 50%. If my Busashoka Haki could be amplified by that much, its potency would reach an astonishing level. I would be confident enough to take down even the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, if he were to return." Akainu could no longer contain himself, abruptly standing for his seat, his expression shifting dramatically as he demanded, "Are you serious? An enhancement of 50% in Busashoka Haki? How could that be possible?" Amplifying Busashoka Haki was no trivial matter. For individuals like them, enhancing their Haki required extensive training over a long period. The notion of a 50% increase was unfathomable. Tsuru's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Shi-Er. If the enhancement stone truly possessed such capabilities, the Navy would be ushered into an entirely new era. A remarkable aura emanated from her hunched figure, her focus unwavering. Zhangguo, with utmost seriousness, stated, "This is all true. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you here. The significance of the enhancement stone is monumental. However, it is also quite costly. Each enhancement stone is valued at 10 million berries, and while weapons can undergo multiple enhancements, the expenses can be considerable. The IT is not suitable for widespread use across the entire Navy. It can be supplied to those of the rank of captain and above, substantially boosting their combat effectiveness. Tsuru nodded in agreement with Zhang Guo's assessment. Indeed, only those proficient in Haki can fully harness the power of such weapons. IT is certainly not appropriate for universal distribution. But even so, the enhancement's potential to elevate the strength of Navy commanders is truly unimaginable. Suddenly recalling something, Tsuru turned to Shi-Er and inquired, "You mentioned that this enhancement stone could augment items. I wonder if it can enhance artillery as well?" Boom! Tsuru's words struck like thunder, reverberating through the office and leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Enhance artillery with the enhancement stone. This had never crossed anyone's mind, including Shi-Er himself, who had only considered enhancing protective gear like armor, completely overlooking large-scale destructive weapons like cannons. That Tsuru's suggestion was groundbreaking. Zhang Guo's eyes lit up in excitement at the prospect. If this enhancement stone can indeed be applied to artillery, just the thought of it is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Akainu approached Kizaru directly, stating firmly, "Let me try that sword. I want to experience the effects of the Busashoku Haki amplification firsthand." Words could not compare to the depth of experience. He wished to ascertain the true effect of a weapon enhanced by nearly 50%. Here, Kizaru, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "This sword will surely astonish you. Nothing could satisfy me more than this blade." Asuka grasped the Amaterasu's sword. He felt an unmistakable difference from the previous energy blade. This was undoubtedly a true sword. Its sharpness was astonishing, rivaling even the finest of supreme blades. Akainu remarked that although swordsmanship was not his forte, his skills in this area surpassed those of the majority. His extraordinary talents set him apart. And as a naval prodigy, he achieved significant accomplishments while studying the art of swordsmanship. Kizaru, with a teasing tone, suggested, "Why not give armament Haki a try?" Chapter 13. Admiral Akainu's Enhanced Gauntlets without hesitation. Akainu activated his armament Haki. The energy surged from his hand into the longsword, transforming it instantaneously. The intensity of the Haki escalated remarkably. Akainu's expression shifted as he stared, wide-eyed, at the sword in his grasp. Has my armament Haki increased to such an extent? Is this the effect of the enhancement stone? His mind brimmed with disbelief. Nearby, Akiji, who had been witnessing the spectacle, wore an astonished expression and remarked, "It seems the enhancement stone is indeed a remarkable invention. That if Borsellino's Amatsukami sword can be enhanced, then my ice blade should be capable of the same. It appears we ought to dedicate more effort to our swordsmanship." He mused. Since acquiring the abilities of the Logia-type ice fruit, his training in swordsmanship had gradually waned, with more focus directed towards developing his fruit abilities and Haki, with the advent of the enhancement stone, which could amplify armament Haki by nearly half. How could such an extraordinary weapon be disregarded? Akainu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that is indeed the case. However, when compared to swordsmanship, I find that my fists suit me better. I also relish the sensation of delivering a good punch. Carrying a weapon at all times can be quite bothersome. Vice Admiral Garp expressed a hint of regret, as he preferred the straightforwardness of hand-to-hand combat over swordplay. Moreover, swordsmanship was not suited for everyone at that moment. Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly chimed in, "If you prefer using your fists, you could also enhance your gauntlets with the enhancement stone." Her words struck a chord. Garp immediately slapped his forehead, his face lighting up with childlike excitement. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Enhancing the gauntlets is the answer. Akainu, now intrigued, retrieved a pair of black leather gloves from his pocket. The durability of these gloves was extraordinary, composed of materials far beyond the ordinary. Akainu turned to Admiral Sengoku, requesting, "Sengoku, I wish to see if the enhancement stone can amplify my gloves, if it can enhance their armament Haki." "Then let us proceed," Sengoku replied with a smile, readily agreeing. This was a significant event for the Navy, as the individuals present represented some of the most formidable combat power within their ranks. The potential enhancement of their abilities would be monumental in the fight against piracy. Akainu gazed at Hill with admiration. "It is a stroke of luck to have someone of your caliber in the Navy Scientific Division. I entrust these gloves to you. Please assist me in enhancing them." "That IT is no trouble at all." "This is my duty," Hill replied, eager to establish a good rapport with such powerful Navy officers, readily accepting Akainu's goodwill. Holding one gauntlet in one hand and the enhancement stone in the other, Hill paused. If he truly intended to enhance both gloves, wouldn't that require double the enhancement stones? The cost for enhancing a pair would equate to an astronomical sum. However, maintaining an optimistic outlook, Hill placed both gloves on his left hand and held the enhancement stone between them with his right. At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixated on Hill. Whether it was Kizaru or Sengoku, their expressions were filled with anticipation. If the gauntlets could indeed be successfully enhanced, it would significantly bolster the previous suggestion by Tsuru to apply enhancement stones to cannons, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. Within mere seconds, the enhancement process unfolded under the rapt attention of the onlookers. Akainu, deeply concerned about the outcome, immediately inquired of Hill. What was the result? Did it succeed? Indeed, Hill nodded. It was successful. Yet his expression bore a hint of disappointment, catching Sengoku's attention. Hill, is there something amiss? Surely the gloves do not lack the ability to amplify armament haki. Sengoku's question caused a wave of anxiety to wash over Akainu. Kizaru, Akiji, and the others. All gazes were now intensely focused on Hill's face. Hill shook his head, clarifying, no, it is not that. Each enhancement can only amplify one glove at a time. To enhance a pair would cost double the resources. His thoughts drifted to Zoro's three-sword style. Enhancing 3 swords would amount to an exorbitant cost. There were certainly individuals at sea who wielded multiple weapons. The enhancement expenses for them would be astronomical. Akainu, undeterred, stated, if the cost is double, then so be it. As long as it enhances my armament haki, these matters are trivial. After all, as an admiral, his annual salary and bounty rewards for capturing pirates amounted to a considerable sum. For him, the expenditure of over 200 million berries was hardly a concern. Hill smiled, realizing that those around him were not only the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world, but also possessed wealth that far exceeded that of many. The Navy and the world government were indeed affluent. The cost of a single naval ship exceeded 1 billion berries, with the Navy's pacifists costing a similar amount. The Navy's reputation as the rulers of the sea was well-deserved. Possessing both resources and manpower, impatient, Akainu urged Hill, please enhance my gauntlets at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness. All right. With no reason for hesitation, Hill was more than willing for these individuals to utilize the enhancement stones. He looked forward to producing more enhancement stones himself, thus acquiring a wealth of points. One by one, the enhancement stones vanished. A total of 24 stones were consumed to fully enhance the gauntlets before Akainu. Upon donning the gauntlets, he felt a newfound sensation. Their remarkable durability would withstand even the fiercest of blows from blades without a mark that a spark of joy ignited in Akainu's typically stoic demeanor. A rare smile gracing his face as he slipped the gloves on. The gloves felt more supple, fitting snugly, a perfect match. As he began to channel armament haki into his fists, a swirling black-purple aura ignited around them. Resembling a blazing fireball, Garp's eyes widened in awe, his gaze filled with fervor. These fists are incredible. Chapter 14. Garp's envy, enhanced cannons. I never resorted to using weapons against foes, but this gauntlet, whatever it takes. I must have a pair, Garp exclaimed, sounding as excited as a child clamoring for a new toy. Hill smiled slightly, recognizing that the allure of something capable of amplifying nearly half of one's armament haki was irresistible to anyone. Let us not overdo it. 80 enhancement stones have already seen 36 used. We still have 44 remaining. With both Kizaru's Amatsukami sword and Akainu's gauntlets enhanced, Sengoku turned to Akiji. Kazan, what do you plan to enhance? Akiji summoned his ice fruit powers, instantly forming a crystalline ice blade, which shimmered like a water sculpture, emanating a chill that lowered the room's temperature. Hill couldn't help but shiver, marveling at Akiji's prowess. Truly, as expected of an admiral, your abilities are formidable that I can scarcely imagine the experience if you unleashed your full ice capabilities. The 3 admirals had all undergone rigorous training and years of combat to stand at the pinnacle of the seas. In contrast, other Logia users, like Ace with his Flame fruit, Monet with her Snow fruit, Caesar Clown with his Gas fruit, and Crocodile with his Sand fruit, were worlds apart in strength, talent, and effort are both indispensable. Akiji declared, I shall enhance this ice blade. If Borsellino's sword can be amplified, then mine should be no exception. Hill handed the enhancement stone to Akiji, instructing him to firmly embed it into his ice blade. Akiji nodded decisively at Hill and proceeded to follow the directive. Gradually, the enhancement stone began to merge into the ice blade. Time and again, he continued until, after 12 iterations, Akiji finally ceased his efforts. The original ice blade underwent a breathtaking transformation, resembling a crystalline masterpiece, evoking in Hill a vivid recollection of the Hanguang sword wielded by Yen Lu in Qin's Moon. This also reminded him of the invisible sword from Wind and Cloud. Akiji gazed at the sword in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. How wondrous the enhancement stone was! This blade was not merely comparable to the supreme great knife. It surpassed it in strength. He couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the current ice blade and its former self. Sengoku burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming that with the enhancement stone, the combat capabilities of the Navy would see a significant boost, making life exceedingly difficult for those pirates. Akainu's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he remarked, Indeed, with these gauntlets, those pirates will face considerable headaches. Let us see which pirate can escape from my grasp. Sengoku turned his gaze toward Hill, stating, I will require your expertise further. I will allocate a substantial sum to your laboratory. For the time being, dedicate your entire focus to the production of enhancement stones. He then earnestly cautioned, However, do ensure you take ample rest. We cannot afford to tire you out, for you are a scientific genius of immense importance to our Navy. Hill nodded, elated in his heart. His goals had been achieved. With the mandate from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he was certain that significant funding would soon arrive, facilitating his production of enhancement stones. Not only would he unlock the next item immediately, but he would also accrue points for crafting enhancement stones. Enabling him to participate in a lottery and enhance his own strength at IT was a remarkable opportunity. Sengoku, glancing at the remaining enhancement stones on the table, said, I am also inclined to try Admiral Tsuru's previous suggestion. If we can indeed apply the enhancement stones to our cannons, it would be a remarkable feat. The other's present war expressions filled with anticipation. Carrying the remaining enhancement stones, Hill accompanied the senior Navy officials to the artillery training grounds. There he beheld rows of cannons of varying sizes, resembling ferocious beasts poised to pounce. The dark cannon barrels emanated a menacing aura. At this moment, the naval personnel had vacated the area, as the existence of the enhancement stones was a closely guarded secret weapon. When the enhancement stones were revealed, it would signify the Navy displaying its fangs and showcasing its military might. Let me personally give it a try, Sengoku declared, approaching the cannon with the enhancement stone in hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. Whether the enhancement stone could indeed augment the cannons bore a significance distinct from that of weaponry. Cannons were weapons of mass destruction that did not require mastery of Haki to operate. They possessed universal applicability, allowing even ordinary Navy personnel to wield them. However, weapons enhanced by the stones could only unleash their full potential in the hands of those proficient in Haki. Thus, the implications of both were entirely different. Admiral Tsuru, though her expression was calm as she observed Sengoku, could not hide the tension in her gaze, hoping for a successful outcome. The other admirals also focused their attention entirely on Sengoku, with Hill no exception. Sengoku struck the cannon with the enhancement stone, and in an instant, a corner of the stone melded seamlessly with the cannon. His eyes brightened. Success! The enhancement stone could indeed augment the cannon. However, he curbed his excitement, knowing it was too early to declare victory. The most crucial matter was to ascertain the nature of the cannon's transformation following the enhancement. The enhancement process held the collective breath of everyone present. Kizuru observed in awe, exclaiming, What a surprise! I never imagined the enhancement stone could truly enhance the cannons. Its invention is nothing short of world-altering. Admiral Tsuru felt a wave of relief. The consequences of the enhancement stone falling into the hands of pirates were unfathomable. The enhancement stone soon disappeared entirely. Sengoku scrutinized the cannon before him. Outwardly, it appeared unchanged, yet its hardness had indeed increased. Admiral Tsuru suggested, Let us fire the cannon and test it. Sengoku nodded, retrieving a prepared lighter to ignite the cannon's fuse. Sparks ignited instantly, racing along the fuse and vanishing into the cannon's body. Boom! The cannon discharged with explosive force, soaring into the sky before crashing down in the distance, resulting in a violent explosion. With a thunderous roar, debris flew, and smoke billowed. Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Chapter 15. The bold Blackbeard Admiral Tsuru remarked, "The cannon's power has indeed increased, and its range has significantly extended." Nearly by 20 meters, Sengoku wholeheartedly agreed with Tsuru's assessment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It appeared that the enhancement stone had proven effective in augmenting the cannon, and this was merely the result of a single enhancement. A range increase of 20 meters meant that the Navy's striking capabilities were amplified, granting them a decisive advantage in naval combat and enhancing their safety. The potential benefits were staggering as Fleet Admiral Sengoku's heart surged with fervor. He envisioned deploying these enhancements on Navy ships and bases, rendering the Navy virtually invulnerable. "Let us deliver a devastating blow to those pirates," Akainu exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The naval vessels, already superior in technology, would become even more formidable with the incorporation of enhancement stones, magnifying the Navy's advantages exponentially. Admiral Tsuru turned to Hill, declaring, "You are truly the Navy's fortunate star, Hill. You will undoubtedly become an indispensable figure within our ranks." It was evident that the mere invention of the enhancement stone had positioned Hill to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Navy's brilliant scientist, Vegapunk. Previously lacking in universal applicability, the enhancement stone had now demonstrated its capacity to augment cannons operable by ordinary Navy personnel. Hill's heart swelled with joy, for this signified an immense surge in the Navy's demand for enhancement stones, potentially increasing by several folds. Even into the double digits, he envisioned a torrent of points flowing in. Immersing himself in a world of treasures, a promising future and formidable strength beckoned him. Sengoku could not restrain himself from continuing to enhance the cannons, with each iteration yielding increasingly destructive projectiles. Their range exceeding all expectations. By the time they achieved a successful enhancement of 12, the power of a single shell had escalated fivefold compared to its pre-enhanced state, and its range had doubled. Such figures were formidable enough to decisively impact the outcome of warfare. Sengoku beamed with delight, knowing that the Navy was on the brink of a bright future. This invention was poised to alter the course of history. "I will personally report this matter to the Gorosei, and your contributions will soon be rewarded," he assured. After utilizing a total of 60 enhancement stones, with 20 remaining, Sengoku planned to brief the world government's Gorosei, seeking their utmost support for large-scale production of enhancement stones. The other admirals nodded in agreement, with Akainu asserting, "We hope the world government can allocate additional funds. Such a miraculous and powerful resource as the enhancement stone deserves to be produced in abundance." Ensuring that enhanced cannons are equipped on every Navy vessel to deliver a cataclysmic strike against pirates. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, interrupting the assembly. Rear Admiral Brandu announced, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach has contacted the Navy, specifically requesting your response. He wishes to propose a deal with us." Before he could finish, Akainu's face darkened, his voice laced with fury. "A pirate? He dares to negotiate with the Navy. This is an agreement we cannot entertain. Such audacious pirates must be eradicated." Upon hearing Brandu utter that name, Hill's heart tightened. Blackbeard wished to negotiate with the Navy. It seems that only that matter remains. Firefist Ace has been captured by that individual. A profound sense of urgency welled up within Hill, as it appeared that the date of the Paramount War was drawing near, likely within half a year at most. The highly anticipated Paramount War was about to commence. Although, as a scientist in the Navy's scientific division, he would undoubtedly be kept under the Navy's stringent protection and would not participate in this monumental conflict. Hill still yearned to witness the battle between the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors, and the Navy, rather than relying on news reports or transponder snails to grasp the unfolding events. The warlords of the sea, the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, Luffy, the Revolutionary Army, and the Red-Haired pirates, among others, would each make their illustrious appearances. Such a grand conflict was not something Hill wished to miss. However, to join such a perilous battlefield, one must possess strength. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. With the words of Brand New and Akainu, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow. As Blackbeard Marshal Teach seemed to have defected from the Whitebeard pirates, they asked for other news. It remained unknown. Currently, Blackbeard had no bounties on his head, while several other pirates around him did, albeit with relatively low bounties. The fact that someone could betray one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and still be alive was certainly not a simple matter, especially evident from their audacity to engage with the Navy. Brand New continued, stating that the bargaining chip in the negotiations with the Navy was none other than the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Were it not for this name, he would not have hurriedly reported this information to Sengoku. The identity of Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace? Sengoku's expression changed in astonishment, quickly shifting to one of gravity. Akainu remained steadfast in his stance, asserting that even if it were Fire Fist Ace, the Navy would never engage in trade with a pirate. Oh, how terrifying a relatively obscure pirate like Blackbeard has actually defeated that fellow, Fire Fist Ace. It truly causes me great concern, remarked Kizaru, his face reflecting fear as he pouted. Fire Fist Ace was a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, a natural-type devil fruit, and had once gained considerable fame across the seas. The world government had even extended an invitation to him to become a warlord of the sea. Ultimately, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the captain of the 2nd Division, showcasing his formidable strength. Kizaru's mind quickly etched the name Blackbeard Marshal Teach into his memory, a strong sense of vigilance rising within him. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp suppressed his inner fury and pain, remaining silent, with glistening tears welling beneath his lowered eyelids. With everyone's attention focused on the intelligence shared by Brand New, no one noticed Garp's unusual demeanor. Sengoku inquired of Brand New, "What does Blackbeard wish to exchange for Fire Fist Ace with the Navy?" Brand New replied, "Blackbeard has indicated that he wants to discuss this matter with you personally. He stated he would contact us again via transponder snail in an hour." I could see this moment. Sengoku's mind raced with thoughts. He understood Fire Fist Ace's significance. If the Navy accepted Ace, it would inevitably provoke a war with the Whitebeard pirates. His gaze fell upon the cannons. Perhaps this presented an opportunity, a chance to completely annihilate Whitebeard. Chapter 16. Rare Reward. Gourmet Cell Sengoku furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this situation, and turned to Tsuru, asking, "What do you think, Tsuru? We now possess enhancement stones, and the Navy's combat capabilities will rapidly elevate." The emergence of enhancement stones instilled considerable confidence in Sengoku. This was indeed an opportunity, a chance to eliminate one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. The four emperors had dominated the New World for years. And since his ascension to the role of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had always dreamed of a day when his justice would reign supreme. However, the formidable power of the four emperors compelled the Navy to proceed with caution. To the extent that the world government established the warlord system to engage the four emperors and maintain balance in the seas, initiating a war against the Whitebeard pirates would have far-reaching consequences. It was an exceptionally arduous decision. Tsuru was well aware of what this decision entailed. It required thorough discussion, considering every conceivable aspect. "Let us convene an emergency meeting immediately to deliberate on this matter," Sengoku declared, then turned to Hill with utmost seriousness, saying, "Hill, I must entrust you with the production of enhancement stones. The Navy will provide all necessary funding and materials. Your task is to produce enhancement stones in the shortest time possible." This was the phrase Hill had been eagerly awaiting. His heart soared with joy, and he replied with a righteous demeanor, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. Go," Sengoku said. Aware that pressing matters awaited discussion, Hill departed from the artillery ground and promptly returned to his laboratory, closing the door behind him. This time, he successfully produced 80 enhancement stones, earning a whopping 8 million points. Now, he was eager to try his luck in a lottery and see if he could win something remarkable. Furthermore, he was only 3 stones shy of completing the first task and unlocking new items. What could the next item possibly be? Filled with anticipation, Hill immediately began a lottery. With 8 million points at his disposal, he boldly opted for a tenfold draw from a silver treasure chest. A single draw could not compare to the thrill of a tenfold draw. The silver treasure chest opened successfully, and congratulations were in order. Attributes points 18.6 styles. Suru. Attribute points 16 to attribute points 15. Excellent quick blade. Nimbutsu Maru. Attribute points 18 to attribute points 16 to attribute points 18.6 styles. Jeppu. Attribute points 16. The silver tenfold draw concluded that IT was decent, not particularly good nor bad. At least he had drawn 2 skills from the 6 styles. Hill smiled slightly, feeling satisfied with the results of the lottery. There was no explosive luck this time. Each level of treasure chest had a probability of yielding exceptional items, merely varying in terms of odds. In Hill's view, this lottery result was not too shabby, though it wasn't stellar either. He had acquired a total of 117 attribute points and a fine quick blade, finally obtaining his own weapon. Hill promptly retrieved the excellent quick blade from the system. The scabbard was entirely white, and as Hill drew the blade, the craftsmanship was remarkably exquisite. The blade gleamed snow white, clearly very sharp, holding the hilt. He practiced a few moves before sheathing the blade and securing it at his waist. For now, he would make do with the excellent quick blade, but he needed to carve out time to learn some basic swordsmanship, lest he find himself at a disadvantage with only the 100 steps flying sword technique. Since the system had produced an excellent quick blade, Hill believed that future treasure chests could very well yield even better weapons. Possibly even transcendent ones. Who knew if there were more powerful weapons from other worlds? Regardless, Hill was unperturbed by this possibility. Next, should he draw from a silver treasure chest or a gold treasure chest? Hill hesitated. The silver treasure chest tenfold draw had cost him 1 million points. With 8 million points, he now had only 7 million points remaining, that a single gold treasure chest required 10 times the points of a silver treasure chest, amounting to 1 million points. Recalling his previous draw from the gold treasure chest, which yielded the 100 steps flying sword, and considering the higher probability of obtaining rare rewards from gold treasure chests, Hill resolutely decided to opt for the gold treasure chest. System opened 7 gold treasure chests. The golden treasure chests materialized in Hill's mind, slowly opening one after another. The gold treasure chest opened successfully, and congratulations were in order. Attribute points 214 to hearing the system's notification. Hill felt a surge of joy. Indeed, choosing the gold treasure chest was the right decision, as the attribute points alone were 10 times that of the silver treasure chest. The points spent were well worth it. The gold treasure chest continued to open, and the next results soon emerged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gourmet Cells. No way. Is this for real? Did I really draw a rare reward? Hill's heart momentarily stopped, only to quicken its pace thereafter, pounding rapidly. Gourmet cells were the magical cells from the anime Food Wars, capable of being implanted into the human body to activate human cells, enabling evolution through the consumption of gourmet food. The physical attributes will far exceed those of an ordinary person, transcending the limits of humanity. This is undoubtedly a coveted artifact dreamed of by countless individuals. Remarkable. With joy, Hill praised the system. As Hill reveled in his astonishment, the next golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Busashoku Haki. The Busashoku Haki has been drawn as well. Splendid. Naturally, Hill was immensely pleased. In this world, one might lack the 6 styles, be unskilled in swordsmanship, or possess no devil fruit powers. However, one cannot be devoid of Hakai by the age of 20. Lacking Haki is utterly abnormal, and one can only be considered a minor character. Smoker is a blatant example, for even after learning Haki later, he could never catch up with others in its mastery and remained a target for defeat. Hence, Haki is of paramount importance. Hill couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Golden treasure chests are indeed exceptional. If only there were points, he would be eager to draw a diamond chest, or even a 7-colored chest, wondering what treasures might lie within. A diamond chest requires a staggering 10 million points per draw, which necessitates saving for a considerable time before attempting to open one. Chapter 17. Enhancement of Power. Kizura heads to Bonero Island. 3 golden treasure chests had already granted him rare rewards, such as the Gourmet Cell and Busashoku Haki. Hill was, of course, overjoyed. The next golden treasure chest opened immediately. revealing a paper scroll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade scroll, another splendid item. The name alone indicated its exceptional value. However, his subsequent luck did not mirror the previous fortune. The last 3 chests yielded only attribute points, combined with the attribute points acquired from the earlier silver chests. This round of treasure opening resulted in a total of 880 attribute points. As the draw concluded, Hill felt thoroughly satisfied. This reward would undoubtedly amplify his strength several-fold, particularly since his current power was still inadequate. The increase in capability was remarkably evident. Gazing at the nearly 1,000 attribute points, Hill began to allocate them to his skills, initially selecting physical strength. The attribute points swiftly diminished as his physical strength level escalated rapidly. Allocation successful. Physical strength level 1, current physical strength level 6. Level 7, level 8, level 9. Current physical strength level 10, unlocking the trait and acquiring the special attribute Copper Skin, significantly enhancing the hardness of his skin and endowing him with formidable defensive capabilities. The attribute points vanished quickly, consuming 469 points to elevate his level from 5 to 10, leaving him with 411 points remaining. The sensation of allocation was exhilarating. Hill exclaimed with delight, feeling the rapid enhancement of his physical prowess. His bodily functions dramatically improved, brimming with vitality. It was as if he possessed boundless strength, as powerful as an ox. With the remaining attribute points, Hill expended 150 points, distributing them among the 100 Steps Flying Sword and the Iron Block within the 6 styles, enhancing all 3 skills by 1 level. Hill's strength experienced a monumental transformation. He then glanced at his status panel. Host. Hill, Soulbinder, Strength Evaluation, Navy Major, Physical Strength, LV10, 0-200, Trait 1, Pain Reduction 10. Trait 2, Copper Skin, Trait 3, Gourmet Cell, Golden Light Spell, Proficient Level, 0-500, 100 Steps Flying Sword, Proficient Level, 0-500, Iron Block, Proficient Level, 0-500, Shave, Proficient Level, 0-500, Busashoka Haki, Beginner Level, 0-10000, Attribute Points, 261 points. 0 task progress. Reinforcement Stone, 97100, as Hill gazed at the status panel materializing in his mind. He was astonished to discover that elevating the Busashoka Haki by 1 level required a staggering 10,000 attribute points. This revelation startled him. Nearly 1,000 attribute points had left Hill immensely content. It seemed that leveling up was not as straightforward as he had imagined. He recalled the reward from the golden treasure chest he had previously opened. The skill upgrade scroll. This was indeed a valuable item that could elevate his skills level by 1. He understood that as levels progressed, the difficulty of advancement increased, leading him to ponder whether he should use the skill upgrade scroll to enhance his Busashoka Haki's level. After a moment of contemplation, Hill decided against an immediate upgrade. After all, he was currently a scientist within the Navy's scientific division, and matters of combat were not yet his concern should the time arise when he was truly needed. It was likely that the Navy would have already succumbed to defeat on the high seas, a notion that seemed implausible. With the Gourmet Cell, he could enhance his physical attributes through nourishment. However, the higher the quality of the food, the better the effects. Though the world of One Piece differs from that of Gourmet Hunter, it still possesses high-quality ingredients, with Sea Kings being one such example. The island where Rayleigh taught Luffy was home to formidable beasts. Even the island where Usopp was flung by Kuma was abundant with various foods, all capable of rapidly enhancing his physical capabilities. Hill's mind raced with thoughts that he realized that what he currently lacked was combat experience. His experience in battle was nearly non-existent. Other powerful beings had honed their strength through rigorous training and countless battles. Whereas he had ascended through the system almost instantaneously, his combat awareness and experience were severely deficient. That it appeared that the tasks ahead were quite substantial. Not only did he need to oversee the production of reinforcement stones, but the next technological advancement would soon emerge, increasing his responsibilities. Additionally, he had to familiarize himself with his growing power and combat skills. The workload was daunting. Hill began to outline his forthcoming plans. He resolved to forego rest that night, opting instead to meditate using the Golden Light spell. simultaneously allowing for relaxation and training while maximizing his time to learn combat techniques. Soon, Hill had arranged everything clearly in his mind. He picked up the telephone bug in his office and dialed out. Within seconds, a melodious female voice resonated from the receiver. Hill.IT was the voice of Rear Admiral Pudding from the Navy headquarters. Hill promptly responded, "Rear Admiral Pudding, this is Hill. I would like to ask for your assistance." On the other side, in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, an intense discussion was underway that I cannot condone dealings with pirates. If personnel are to be dispatched, I must refuse. Kanu's face was clearly filled with discontent. The prospect of Sengoku arranging for someone to negotiate with pirates was intolerable to him, given his disdain for them. Sengoku, feeling somewhat vexed, patiently explained, "This transaction concerns the Whitebeard pirates. It represents an opportunity for us, a chance to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates." Having held this position for many years, Sengoku did not wish the seas to remain in their current state. As the Admiral of the Navy, he naturally dreamed of a day when all pirates would be eradicated. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The timing, location, and personnel were all in favor of the Navy, and the odds of victory were considerable. Yet the opposing force was one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and Sengoku did not possess absolute certainty. However, he was unwilling to let this chance slip away. "If Akainu refuses, let me undertake this mission," Vice Admiral Garp volunteered, seemingly intent on seizing this opportunity. Sengoku shook his head. "Garp, your temperament is ill-suited for this task. Let Borsellino handle it." The Blackbeard pirates were currently on Bonero Island. It was essential to complete this transaction swiftly, after which the Navy would convene an important meeting regarding the matter. Garp felt dissatisfied and sought to argue further. "The Navy base in the New World requires your presence. Only you can keep those ruffians in check." Sengoku decisively rejected Garp's request. Meanwhile, the Navy Admiral Kizaru began to execute the mission, heading towards Bonero Island. Chapter 18. The Other Identity of Ace Bonero Island. Following a fierce battle, the island bore the scars of destruction wrought by Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach, with remnants of flames extinguished. Only scattered embers remained. Keek. We are on the verge of completing the most crucial step of our plan. A glint of malice flickered in Teach's eyes, his sinister laughter unnoticed by the unconscious Ace. Van Augur smiled faintly. "Such is fate. We missed the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, yet fortuitously encountered Fire Fist Ace. What is even more advantageous for our Blackbeard pirates is that, should the Navy incite war with the Whitebeard pirates, it will undoubtedly draw the Navy's focus and a majority of their forces, facilitating the success of our plan. That it appears that everything is orchestrated by fate." His mood seems exceptionally buoyant. Once this plan succeeds, the Blackbeard pirates will ascend to become one of the most formidable pirate crews upon these seas. At that juncture, both wealth and fame will be within our grasp. What? The combat champion, Burgess, erupted in a laughter, confident that the Navy would mobilize a significant portion of their forces to confront the Whitebeard pirates. Promising an epic clash, Burgess's smile was exaggerated, subtly tinged with anticipation. Indeed, it is a battle to look forward to, for it has been many years since a significant event transpired upon the ocean. Furthermore, it is we, the Blackbeard pirates, who will ignite the spark of this war. The devilish officer, Lafitte, leisurely twirled his cane, his blood-red lips curling into a chilling smile. Our days of evasion have finally come to an end. From this day forth, the attention of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy will be firmly fixed upon one another. The entire crew of the Blackbeard pirates exuded palpable excitement in this moment. Van Oka's single-lens scope gleamed with surprise and seriousness as he declared, "Captain, the Navy has arrived." A collective gaze turned towards the sea, where a Navy warship was swiftly approaching, transforming from a mere speck into a discernible vessel. Blackbeard hoisted the unconscious Ace with one hand, steering towards the shore. Aboard the Navy ship, the Yellow Monkey, donned in a golden-striped suit and sunglasses, descended like a ray of golden light before the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Surveying the scene with a single glance, Blackbeard Teach, "You've made quite a name for yourself. You truly instill fear in this old man," remarked Admiral Kizaru, disdain evident in his expression. This group of pirates was indeed formidable. And judging by the battle scars from afar, It was clear that both sides had endured a fierce contest. However, only Blackbeard Teach bore the marks of battle, while the other crew members exhibited none. This only served to heighten Kizaru's regard for the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach wore a hearty and generous smile, proposing to Admiral Kizaru in exchange the position of a warlord of the sea in exchange for the unconscious Ace. Along with a bounty of 50 billion berries, Kizaru glanced at the unconscious Ace, pursing his lips. The warlord position should not pose much of a problem. Recently, Crocodile was stripped of his title. However, this matter requires the consent of the world government, so a decision cannot be made immediately. Nonetheless, it should not be an issue. Yet concerning the 50 billion berries you requested, we find that rather excessive, considering that Fire Fist Ace's bounty is merely 550 million berries. 50 billion berries is an enormous sum for the Navy. It cannot simply be traded to pirates. If the pirates were to acquire such wealth, recruiting numerous others, and purchasing weaponry, it would bolster their strength, creating future troubles for the Navy, especially with an ambitious and capable pirate like Blackbeard Teach. Sengoku has already informed Kizaru of the transaction's bottom line, and Kizaru possesses considerable autonomy in this matter. Upon Kizaru's refusal, Blackbeard Teach's smile faded, understanding that Ace, as the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, could not be measured merely by his bounty, especially given his exceptionally unique identity. This news is undoubtedly worth 50 billion berries, Blackbeard declared with conviction, for only a scant few knew of Fire Fist Ace's true identity upon these seas. Kizaru's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, glimmered with intrigue. Oh, I am indeed curious to learn what other identity Fire Fist Ace possesses that could warrant such a value. Let us see if it is worth 50 billion berries that he is the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This revelation is worth 50, wouldn't you agree? After a moment of contemplation, Blackbeard Teach divulged the secret of Fire Fist Ace's identity. The shocking revelation left the Navy personnel behind Kizaru visibly shaken, each one reeling from the impact. What? Fire Fist Ace is the son of the Pirate King Roger. This cannot be true. How could Roger's bloodline still exist in this world? The world government and the Navy thoroughly scoured the South Blue back then, confirming that Roger had no surviving descendants. The only Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, reached the final island, Raftel, igniting the immensely chaotic era of piracy, compelling countless individuals to pursue the One Piece and become pirates, resulting in a decade of turmoil upon the seas. During that tumultuous time, pirates were ubiquitous, wreaking havoc on countless civilians and navy. It was not until the Yonko emerged and the warlord system was established that the seas returned to a semblance of peace. That era remains an indelible memory of darkness for all. The bloodline of that most nefarious pirate king still survives. Even Admiral Kizaru felt the tumult within his heart, his demeanor shifting from lewdness to solemnity as he fixed his gaze through his sunglasses upon Blackbeard Teach. Questioning earnestly, "Is what you say truly the case?" Blackbeard Teach's voice was resolute. "Everything is indeed true." He recounted in full detail how he came to learn of this information. Kizaru finally understood why Teach was bold enough to demand 50 billion berries for Fire Fist Ace. Ace's identity alone could send shockwaves throughout the world. The Navy, which had turned the South Blue upside down, had overlooked one of their own. Vice Admiral Garp would surely be troubled by this revelation. After Blackbeard's narrative, everything seemed to fall in a place. 50 billion was unattainable. At most, 10 billion berries. Despite the shocking nature of the news, Kizaru was still unwilling to part with such a vast fortune. The short-tempered champion, Burgess, exploded with rage. "You were just informed of Ace's identity, and now you refuse to honor the agreement." His fists cracked ominously as the muscles in his arms bulged. Lafitte, Van Oka, and the Grim Reaper, Poison Q, all bore expressions of fury. The 50 billion berries at stake were crucial to their future plans, whether for a ship, weaponry, or recruiting pirates. All required substantial funding to firmly establish themselves in the New World. Not only must they possess formidable strength, but they also require a powerful following. Which of the Yonko crews does not command thousands? Otherwise, how could they hope to contend with the Navy, whose numbers are incalculable and spread across the vast ocean? The Navy could easily eliminate a crew without influence. The fact that Admiral Kazuru suddenly reduced the figure from 50 billion to 10 billion was simply unacceptable to them. Kazuru, feeling helpless, shrugged. The Navy had expenses in every corner. And given that their funds were allocated by the world government, there was no way they could muster such a sum for a transaction with pirates. Considering the urgency of the situation, they could only scrape together 10 billion berries. This declaration was met with skepticism from the Blackbeard pirates, who would believe that the Navy could not produce 50 billion berries. Burgess's anger surged as he exclaimed, "Captain, if the Navy lacks sincerity, perhaps we should abandon this transaction." Blackbeard remained silent, his expression darkening as he reluctantly stated, 10 billion berries is far too little. 40 billion berries. Having captured Fire Fist Ace, they naturally intended to extract every ounce of remaining value from him. Were it not for the consideration that he had never utilized the dark fruit to transfer Ace's devil fruit ability to another, and that any misstep leading to Ace's demise would yield nothing, he would have indeed sought to seize Ace's ability for his subordinate Burgess. I have stated 10 billion, and that is final, with no room for negotiation. You are merely a pirate crew of little renown, unworthy of bargaining with the Navy. Kazuru replied leisurely. He paid no heed to their furious demeanor, but a thought crossed his mind. Provoking these ruffians would be an excellent opportunity to test the enhanced power of his Ama no Murakumo sword that I in this ocean. Might makes right. You bastard. Burgess was instantly incensed, his fists clenched and ready to strike. Just then, Blackbeard Teach swiftly seized Burgess's arm, halting his impending assault. With an innocent smile, Blackbeard chuckled, 10 billion it is. I agree to this transaction. The atmosphere was as refreshing as if there were no lingering grudges at all. Moreover, the deal concerning Ace was swiftly settled as he tossed it to Kazuru. If the Navy had any uncertainties regarding Ace's identity, they could easily investigate. Ultimately, there was even a mention of Ace's true identity. His thoughts were straightforward. A grand conflict must be ignited between Whitebeard and the Navy. Regardless of the victor, he envisioned himself as the ultimate beneficiary of the unfolding plans. Kazuru, somewhat taken aback by the ease with which this individual had acquiesced, nonetheless commanded his subordinates to deliver the billion-dollar treasure to the other party. Once the Navy had retreated, Burgess vented his frustrations by delivering a powerful punch to the ground, creating a considerable crater. How infuriating it was that the Navy had only managed to acquire a mere billion, falling far short of their expectations. Watching the Navy's ships depart, Blackbeard Teach's eyes glinted with malevolence, and a cruel smile crept upon his lips as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, our Blackbeard pirates will ensure the Navy pays dearly for this. Yet for now, we must prioritize our plans. You should all understand, once this scheme succeeds, we shall rise to dominate the seas. One day, I, Blackbeard Teach, shall reign over the entire world. I will accomplish what rocks could not." A profound confidence radiated from Blackbeard, causing the very air to tremble. At T Navy headquarters, Admiral Peach Rabbit wielded her golden blade, slicing downward with a single stroke. The seemingly ordinary sword strike sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. With a serious expression, she elucidated, executing a sword strike involves not only the strength of the arms but also the force generated from the waist and abdomen, which must be transmitted to the arms to amplify the strike's power. You must pay close attention to my movements while grasping the intricacies of generating power. Only by allowing your body to instinctively adapt can you truly step into the realm of swordsmanship. Beside her, Hill observed Admiral Peach Rabbit strike intently, absorbing her teachings. This marked his first genuine encounter with the world of swordsmanship. Jiun had merely imparted 9 rudimentary movements to him, the very foundation of swordplay, from which more intricate techniques would eventually evolve. He'll practice the basic movements taught by Jiun, gripping the beads in his hands, and began to recall the actions demonstrated by Jiun, along with the advised techniques for generating force. Thanks to his enhanced physical condition, his memory had also improved significantly. He replayed the entire process in his mind several times, then executed a strike that produced a whistling sound. Jiun nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, remarking, "Not bad. For a first attempt, you already exhibit a semblance of skill. It seems you possess a natural talent for swordsmanship." However, she quickly shifted her tone to one of seriousness, stating, "The angle of your strike was off, and The power lacked continuity, resulting in what should have been a full force being diminished to merely 60 or 70%. As she spoke, Ji-Yuan approached Hill, towering over him at 3 meters tall, and pointed to her abdomen, saying, "The core strength of the body lies in its ability to generate and explode with force, relying on instantaneous tension and explosive power. Use the strength from your waist and abdomen to drive your arms, allowing them to exert greater power. Observe my movements closely." Ji-Yuan meticulously broke down this fundamental sword technique while simultaneously correcting Hill's errors. Much to her surprise, that Hill's learning speed was remarkably swift, far surpassing that of other Navy recruits she had encountered. In less than an hour, he was already capable of practicing the basic sword techniques independently. Ji-Yuan watched him intently, advising, however, you need not expend excessive energy on swordsmanship. Mastering some basic techniques for self-defense will suffice, as the Navy will certainly protect you if even the Navy cannot safeguard you. Then there is truly no safe haven in this world. She couldn't fathom why Hill, a scientist and a protected figure within the Navy, was so fervently devoted to mastering swordsmanship, despite Hill's extraordinary talent in swordplay, which placed him among the elite of those she had encountered. Mastering the art of the sword was not a feat that could be achieved overnight. It required persistent training, coupled with the rigors of battle. Only then could one evolve into a formidable swordsman, or even a grand swordsman. Moreover, Hill had already surpassed the prime age for sword training, and as a scientist within the Navy Scientific Division, he needed to devote more of his time to his scientific endeavors. Half an hour passed. Hill's face was drenched in sweat, his back and chest soaked, clinging tightly to his garments as he repeatedly practiced several exceedingly simple sword movements. At this juncture, Hill set down his sword and approached Admiral Peach Rabbit, saying, "Admiral Peach Rabbit, I have a sword technique I wish for you to evaluate and suggest improvements upon. Since drawing the 100 Steps flying sword from the swordsmanship lottery, Hill had yet to execute it even once, and he felt uncertain about its power and practicality. This time, he intended to seize the opportunity with Admiral Peach Rabbit present, as she was a master swordsman. To seek her guidance, Peach Rabbit was slightly taken aback and, more so, irked, rebuking him. "You've only just begun your sword training, and already you're attempting to create your own techniques. This is nothing short of overambition. You haven't even solidified your basics yet, and already you're fantasizing about elaborate sword techniques. This is a grave mistake in the pursuit of swordsmanship. You ought to focus on honing your fundamental skills for a while longer before contemplating your own path." Without hesitation, she dismissed him and chastised Hill. In the realm of swordsmanship, this was indeed a major faux pas. For someone who trained for merely 2 or 3 hours to be contemplating unique techniques was utterly inadvisable. Hill, a tad embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "Admiral Peach Rabbit, I truly have a sword technique I wish to inquire about. Just this once, I understand the importance of mastering the basics, and will certainly invest time to solidify my foundation." Observing Hill's unwavering determination, Peach Rabbit sighed in exasperation. "Very well, demonstrated, and this will allow you to understand the pitfalls of wielding techniques without a solid foundation." Chapter 20. The initial experience of 100 Steps Flying Sword. Hill was fully aware of Peach Rabbit's skepticism. However, he could not divulge that the technique he wished to try was one drawn from the system. With utmost seriousness, he addressed the 10-meter distance between them, stating, "This technique is called the 100 Steps Flying Sword. Please offer your guidance." Upon hearing Hill even name the technique, Peach Rabbit found herself at a loss for words, astonished that he, having only just begun his swordsmanship journey mere hours ago, had already conceived his own technique and even a name for it. Peach Rabbit's thoughts were consumed with incredulity. This was utterly unreliable. She resolved to teach him a lesson, reinforcing the notion that he must earnestly solidify his fundamentals and refrain from applying his scientific mindset to the realm of swordsmanship, which was filled with fanciful notions. Despite her lack of confidence in Hill's abilities, she understood the necessity of formality. With her golden blade in hand, she declared, "Very well, show me what you can do." Hill's long blade, the beads of Nian, was released from his grasp, soaring toward Peach Rabbit like an arrow released from a bow, with his body following closely behind. The blade hurtled through the air at breakneck speed. "What?" Peach Rabbit's expression shifted dramatically. The The short distance of 10 meters left her with no room to evade, and in her autumn-like eyes reflected the image of Hill's blade and figure, magnifying within her pupils. She acutely realized that the blade was aimed directly at her throat. Unbeknownst to her, the 100 Steps flying sword was inherently designed to target the throat, yet as a prospective Navy admiral, Peach Rabbit's instincts kicked in instantaneously, in an instant. Her pristine neck took on an inky hue, gleaming with metallic luster. It was the manifestation of armament hockey. The gust of wind brushed against Peach Rabbit's face as the long blade halted a mere inch from her throat. Hill stood poised, a smile gracing his face. "Well, what do you think? This 100 Steps flying sword is rather impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" Peach Rabbit stared in astonishment at the figure before her, clad in a white scientist's uniform, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Hill, did you truly just begin your sword training today?" That singular sword technique had utterly astonished her. She had never fathomed that someone could launch an attack with such speed and power by releasing their sword. Had it not been for her armament hockey, she would have been at a loss for how to defend against such a strike. Truly remarkable. Indeed, today was the first day I delved into the art of swordsmanship, as you should be able to discern, Hill replied. As for the 100 Steps flying sword, that remains an unspoken secret. After all, no one is aware of this particular technique. In that moment, Tao Tu reminisced about the moment spent teaching Hill the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Realizing that Hill couldn't even grasp the standard sword-holding posture, he was in essence a novice in the art of the sword. Yet astonishingly, he had just executed that remarkable sword technique. Tao Tu was profoundly moved. Exclaiming internally, "Hill, it turns out you're not only a genius in scientific invention, but also possess a prodigious talent for swordsmanship." She voiced this admiration candidly before Hill. Hill was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I hardly consider myself a genius." Tao Tu smiled in silence, interpreting Hill's modesty as humility, which only increased her satisfaction. "That move you performed was indeed formidable. I nearly failed to react in time. However, do not become overly self-satisfied. Such a technique could hardly inflict harm upon me. While your physical prowess surpasses that of the average person, it remains only at a mediocre level. Moreover, you have yet to master the armament hockey, so the power of that technique is not particularly strong." Tao Tu recalled Hill's 100 Steps flying sword with admiration, stating, "Of course, once your hockey and physical strength are enhanced, the power of that sword technique will be exceptionally formidable." The more she contemplated it, the more she found that move to be filled with profundity, exclaiming once again, "The technique is simply divine. How did you conceive such an idea?" "I merely thought that a sword need not always be gripped firmly. Releasing it suddenly can catch an adversary off guard," Hill replied with candor. Tao Tu scrutinized Hill with keen eyes. Smirking slightly, "You scientists certainly possess a knack for imaginative ideas that I cannot conceive of any improvements for that move. It is flawless, while your current strength is what leaves room for growth." Hill humbly accepted the guidance from Tao Tu, acknowledging that his present abilities and mastery of swordsmanship were insufficient to fully realize that technique, even if it was merely a level 100 Steps flying sword. Having executed the 100 Steps flying sword for the first time, he recognized the significant gap in his own strength. Nonetheless, he was heartened by the technique's impressive power. He realized that its effectiveness would only grow stronger with time, allowing him to gain a clear understanding of its potential. With a cheerful demeanor, Hill patted his chest and said, "Commodore Tao Tu, thank you for taking the time to guide me in swordsmanship today. That if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. If you wish to learn the 100 Steps flying sword, I would be more than happy to teach you." At these words, Tao Tu's eyes sparkled with interest. The earlier technique was indeed unconventional, blending superb skill with power. What might its impact be if executed by her hands? In that moment, she couldn't suppress her excitement and asked Hill, "Are you truly willing to teach me that 100 Steps flying sword?" "Of course, it's merely a sword technique," Hill replied with generous ease. "To foster good relations with women, one must cater to their interests." Without waiting for Tao Tu's consent, he began explaining the 100 Steps flying sword, demonstrating the technique as well. However, breaking it down proved somewhat awkward for him, leading to a few humorous blunders that amused Tao Tu's day. The 100 Steps flying sword was merely one of the many rewards the system had provided. Teaching it to Tao Tu bore no burden for Hill, considering her to be a formidable vice admiral, the strongest naval officer below the rank of admiral, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Simultaneously, he felt immense gratitude for Tao Tu's instruction in swordsmanship, relishing the experience. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and Hill felt that blissful moments always passed too quickly. Before he knew it, several hours had flown by. Realizing that excess could be detrimental, he sheathed his sword and said, "Commodore Tao Tu, I have tasks awaiting me in the laboratory. If I have the opportunity, may I seek your guidance again?" "Of course. No problem at all. Teaching you swordsmanship has been rewarding for me as well. The 100 Steps Flying Sword has significantly aided my own training and enlightenment in swordsmanship. Feel free to reach out whenever you have questions about sword techniques." Tao Tu replied with a radiant smile. After bidding farewell, Hill returned to his laboratory, leaving only Commodore Tao Tu behind. Firmly grasping her Jinbaira, she smiled slightly to herself. "Let me test just how formidable the 100 Steps Flying Sword truly is." Chapter 21. Kizaru's Maxim. Speed is power. Once Hill departed, Tao Tu resolved to assess the power of that sword technique, wishing to alleviate any undue pressure on Hill and hoping he could focus on his scientific inventions. In an instant, her arm was enveloped in armament haki, propelling her swiftly to the blade of her Jinbaira, the purple-black aura appearing somewhat sinister. The haki surged like flames, intensifying the aura around the blade. The Jinbaira in Tao Tu's hand was a weapon enhanced to level 12, showcasing a significant amplification from the armament haki 100 Steps Flying Sword. Tao Tu leaped several meters into the air, transforming into a shooting star, her sword slicing through the sky like a black meteor, swiftly covering a distance of 100 meters. This the true 100 Steps Flying Sword. Tao Tu was momentarily taken aback by the power unleashed by the technique, swift, precise, and lethal, aimed directly at the throat of her imagined adversary. The speed was unparalleled, as the Marine Admiral Kizaru famously stated, "Speed is power." The force generated by such rapid movement should not be underestimated. The lethality of this strike was formidable. As a Grandmaster swordsman, Tao Tu could fully appreciate the tremendous power of this strike. Unable to contain her astonishment, "I never anticipated that Hill, a mere novice in swordsmanship, could devise such an exquisite technique. Alas, his training has been too brief. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be worthy of competing with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk." She felt a twinge of regret, recognizing that at 20 years old, Hill had missed the prime time for sword training, compounded by his role as a scientist in the Navy's scientific division. It rendered him incapable of wholly dedicating his mind and energy to mastering the sword. Tao Tu returned her Jinbaira to her waist, pondering that if only Hill's talent for swordsmanship had been discovered earlier, the Navy might have gained another vice admiral. Shaking her head, she mused that one cannot have it all. Scientific pursuits and martial prowess may be mutually exclusive. Perhaps a twist of fate. Adjusting her mood, Tao Tu strode toward the main fortress, a faint yet enchanting smile gracing her lips, captivating all who beheld her. Having acquired a technique of great power, her spirits soared, her lovely visage radiating joy. Along her path, she attracted the admiring gazes of many naval officers. The naval vice admiral, Chao Huan, spotted Tao Tu from a distance, his small eyes gleaming with infatuation. Clearly, she was in splendid spirits today. Such a smile was irresistibly enchanting. Unable to contain his desire to see more, Chao Huan quickened his pace, swiftly catching up to Tao Tu and walking alongside her. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Tao Tu, what delightful event has transpired today to fill you with such joy?" "I merely took some time to guide Hill in swordsmanship," Tao Tu replied candidly, wishing to deter Chao Huan's persistent inquiries. However, the words fell upon Chao Huan's ears with a different resonance. "Hill? That scientist from the Navy's scientific unit?" Chao Huan's mind immediately recalled Hill's somewhat handsome visage, and a strong sense of vigilance surged within him. An unsettling thought emerged. Had a rival appeared? No matter what he did for Tao Tu, she always remained stoic and unyielding, making it nearly impossible to elicit a smile from her. Yet, that young man had managed to bring her such joy in a short span of time. "Is it that scientist, Hill?" Chuan inquired nonchalantly, Tao Tu nodded enthusiastically, stating, "Today I discovered that his talent for swordsmanship is remarkably extraordinary. He picked it up so quickly that even I was taken aback." Hearing her praise for another in front of him, Chahuan felt a pang of heartache, his eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment, though he concealed it well. Seeking an excuse to leave, he swiftly began to gather intelligence on Hill, and Owan would take Tao Tu away from him. St. Mary Joa, Pangu City, ate tea this moment. In the spacious and brightly lit conference room, the 5 elders who wield the highest power in the world have gathered. Each of them sits in varying postures, yet they all exude an overwhelming aura that fills the room with an oppressive atmosphere. Their expressions are grave and authoritative. The eldest, distinguished by his long white hair and a black flat hat, with a scar adorning his left cheek, leans on a wooden cane and speaks in a deep voice. Sengoku has contacted us, stating that there is a significant matter to report. He should be arriving shortly. It is clear that something serious has transpired. Otherwise, the Navy would have been able to manage it independently. What could it be this time? The 5th elder, known for his iconic bald head and polishing the legendary sword Chudai Guache, interjects in his grasp is one of the mere 12 supreme grade swords in existence. Chudai Guache. The blade gleams like a mirror, reflecting the 5th elder's cold visage with clarity. Before long, the door to the conference room swings open, pushed by soldiers clad in exquisite and ornate silver armor, revealing a cadre of individuals in Navy uniforms striding in confidently. This immediately alerts everyone to the gravity of the situation. It's not just Admiral Sengoku who has arrived. 3 admirals accompany him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 3rd elder, with his golden hair and beard, inquires Sengoku, "What has occurred?" The other elders fix their gazes on Sengoku, their long-held positions giving even their ordinary looks an air of formidable authority. Sengoku solemnly reports, "The reason for contacting you, esteemed elders, is indeed of utmost importance. Allow me to present the first matter. The Navy Scientific Division, led by Dr. Hill, has recently invented a substance known as reinforcement stone. It can enhance various materials and induce transformations. Our experiments have confirmed that the reinforcement stone can make weapons sturdier and sharper while also augmenting the power of Haki." At this revelation, the expressions of the 5 elders shift dramatically. The 2nd elder, with his long white hair and equally long beard, speaks with an involuntary weight in his voice. "Sengoku, are you certain of this?" "Haki." The strength of Haki is one of the most crucial skills across these waters, directly correlating to a warrior's might. Whether one is a devil fruit user, a swordsman, or a sharpshooter, lacking Haki renders one incapable of being deemed a true powerhouse. The potency of Haki can determine the outcome of battles. Upon hearing that the reinforcement stone can amplify Haki, even the seasoned 2nd elder, who has weathered many storms, can no longer remain composed. The other elders also feel various ripples of intrigue within, their eyes fixed curiously upon Sengoku, awaiting his further elaboration. Chapter 22. The transformation of the legendary sword Chudai Guache. Indeed, it is true. The response comes not from Sengoku, but from Admiral Kizu, who unsheathes his sword. Emetsukami, from his waist, he states, "This sword has been reinforced using the reinforcement stone, enhancing the Emetsukami I forged using the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, resulting in its current form, A.S." He draws the golden sword from its sheath. It captures the attention of all present. The bald 5th elder, particularly interested in swords, approaches with a look of astonishment and confusion, exclaiming, "Your Emetsukami has transformed into this." The admirals are well acquainted with Kizuru's abilities. The Emetsukami is merely a weapon he created using his devil fruit powers and does not traditionally qualify as a sword. However, the weapon displayed before them now bears only a semblance of the original Emetsukami. It appears to be a sword crafted by traditional blacksmithing techniques. The fact that the reinforcement stone can alter a sword material form is remarkable in itself. The 3rd elder, with his golden hair, notes, the curiosity among the 5 elders intensifies after witnessing Kizuru present the Emetsukami, heightening their interest in the reinforcement stone. The bald 5th elder carefully takes the Emetsukami into his hands, marveling, "What a magnificent blade. It rivals my own Chudai Guache." His fingers glide across the icy blade, and he can distinctly sense that this sword is indeed comparable to his own legendary weapon, a true masterpiece. Chudai Guiche is one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Renowned as a demonic blade, Sengoku interjects, the alteration of the Amatsukami is not limited to this. It can also significantly amplify Haki, thanks to the reinforcement stone. Once the reinforcement stone receives the Elder's endorsement, substantial funding for its production will be assured, which is exceedingly advantageous for the Navy. Sengoku then produces the reinforcement stones from his pocket. Aside from the ones utilized previously, he brings forth 20 additional stones, intending to demonstrate their remarkable effects before the 5 elders. Without hesitation, the 5th elder channels his Haki into the Amatsukami, infusing it with a power that rivals that of the admirals, transforming the sword from its golden hue to a deep iron black. The blade reflects a chilling light. The intensity of the Haki's transformation stirs the 5th elder's heart as he bursts forth in disbelief. The Haki has genuinely strengthened, and by quite a margin. The terrifying enhancement incites a sense of dread within him. Had I possessed this sword in my prime, I could have single-handedly defeated Rox. The leading elder, taken aback, cannot help but inquire, is it truly so exaggerated? They have all witnessed Rox's formidable power firsthand in God Valley. Any one of them, if confronted alone, would have been no match for him. Now, for the 5th elder to claim that he could have triumphed over Rox with this sword speaks volumes of its esteemed value. A commendation that even the 12 supreme grade swords have never received, it is no exaggeration. This sword has augmented my Haki by half, significantly enhancing the power of each of my strikes. The 5th elder responds with palpable excitement, that he urges Sengoku, where are the reinforcement stones? If you claim they can enhance weapons, let us test it on my Chudai Guiche. The 5th elder returns the Amatsukami to Kizuru and eagerly retrieves Chudai Guiche. Displaying an impatient demeanor, Sengoku accepts the Chudai Guiche from the 5th elder and begins to enhance the demonic blade with the reinforcement stones, drawing the focused attention of the elders as they witness the extraordinary scene. The reinforcement stones vanish in a Chudai Guiche. The keenly perceptive warriors are astonished to discover that Chudai Guiche has indeed undergone a transformation. However, Sengoku does not cease his actions, while a single enhancement yields results. It pales in comparison to the effects of enhancing it 12 times. Thus he prepares to reinforce Chudai Guiche a dozen times in one go as each stone disappears into the blade. Suddenly, a black specter emerges from Chudai Guiche, resembling a fearsome wraith, cloaked in darkness yet clearly human in form. Its hollow eyes evoke a chilling visual impact. What is this? Sengoku gasps, involuntarily dropping Chudai Guiche to the floor with a metallic clatter. The onlookers are equally startled by this unanticipated transformation, their expressions tense and alert as they brace themselves against the apparition. Kizuru, with a perplexed expression, wonders why such an entity has manifested following the reinforcement of Chudai Guiche. Noting that his own Amatsukami did not undergo a similar occurrence, that is this a consequence of the reinforcement stone, or does it stem from Chudai Guiche itself? Do not panic. The 5th elder, wearing a bewildered expression, feels both astonished and elated, proclaiming, this is a manifestation of Chudai Guiche's will. Long ago, he discerned the presence of a soul's will within the original Kitetsu, a form of consciousness that communicated not through words and was exceedingly faint. It was only after decades of companionship, coupled with Elder Five's extraordinary perception, that he became aware of the soul's essence residing within the Kitetsu. The sudden manifestation of a black monster could very well be the very soul's will that existed within the Kitetsu. Elder Five promptly retrieved the Kitetsu from the ground, and the shadowy entity in the air circled around him several times before plunging into the blade, materializing upon its edge. The featureless black face seemed to curl into a smile at the corners of its mouth. Sengoku exhaled in relief, remarking, I never anticipated that the enhancement stone would induce such an unknown transformation in the Kitetsu. We were entirely unaware before. It's nothing to worry about. This is fortuitous, Elder Five exclaimed with palpable excitement. I can feel that this sword has grown stronger, and I can now distinctly perceive its emotions. This was a profoundly wondrous sensation, akin to having a child within the Kitetsu who, despite being mute, could express its feelings. Communication had become much easier as the Kitetsu grew increasingly enigmatic. It also became more formidable. Chapter 23. Completing the task, unlocking new items. Elder 5 was beside himself with joy, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. Having been accompanied by the Kitetsu for decades, he felt an overwhelming sense of its maturation. An inexplicable paternal instinct surged within him. Moreover, the Kitetsu now possessed the ability to amplify the armed color of Haki, akin to the effects of the yellow apes Amatsukes, filling him with uncontainable excitement. That I wish to test the current power of the Kitetsu. I'm sure it will bring me tremendous surprise. Elder 5 declared with a hearty laugh, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. The shadow within the blade transmitted a sense of joy to Elder 5. The Grand Elder, wearing an expectant expression, stepped forward and said, "Let us showcase the power of the enhanced Kitetsu to everyone." Elder 5 had previously claimed that had he possessed such a sword in his youth, he could have defeated rocks. The Grand Elder too wished to truly experience the extent of the sword's might after enhancement. The group exited the conference room. The entire holy land of Mariewa was paved with stone, and as they stepped outside onto the crimson earth, they beheld a world of red devoid of vegetation. The soil beneath their feet a deep crimson hue, grasping the hilt of the Kitetsu tightly. Elder 5 appeared somewhat exhilarated, his arm enveloped in Haki as black energy surged along the blade. The armed Haki rapidly ascended at a visible speed, enveloping the entire edge of the Kitetsu. And the shadow within the blade grew increasingly ferocious, revealing its malevolence. Point 1 sword style. Ghostly Night slash. With a swift stroke of the blade, a beam of sword light erupted forth. The strike, towering dozens of meters, cleaved the ground, creating a deep chasm that seemed bottomless. The slash did not dissipate. Instead, it continued onward, vanishing into the horizon. What remained was a fissure several meters wide, extending to the limits of visibility. The might of a single strike was terrifying indeed to the perception of those present. The sword had cut through several kilometers. The Grand Elder of the 5 Elders was so elated that he repeatedly struck the ground with his cane. Excellent! Excellent! The enhancement stone can elevate power to such an extent. The remarkable results left him overjoyed. With a substantial supply of enhancement stones, they could forge a batch of divine weapons, propelling the combat strength of the world government and the Navy to an extraordinary level. At that time, more nations would undoubtedly choose to ally with the world government, ushering in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Elder 5 gazed at the chasm he had created, chuckling with delight. If I were a few decades younger, I might even contend for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. With the Kitetsu's assistance, his slashing power had reached a level he had only ever dreamed of, even if the world's foremost swordsman. Mihawk appeared before him. He felt confident in his ability to defeat him. The enhancement of the Kitetsu had augmented his strength tremendously. Sengoku, observing the jubilant demeanor of the 5 elders, seized the moment to inquire. The cost of producing one enhancement stone is 10 million berries. Grand Elder, how many should we manufacture? 10 million each is perfectly acceptable. I will instruct the finance department to allocate 100 billion berries for the production of enhancement stones. The Grand Elder replied decisively. Once the enhancement stones were produced, half would be sent to Mariewa, allowing for the creation of a cadre of elite individuals. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel were astounded by the Grand Elder's figures, as he casually mentioned a budget of 100 billion berries, far surpassing their earlier estimates. They had initially thought that 200 to 300 billion berries would be quite satisfactory, only to be surprised by the Grand Elder's sweeping decision to allocate 100 billion. Sengoku was thrilled, realizing that once the first batch was produced, a portion would be immediately dispatched to Mariewa. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, adding, "As for the inventor of the enhancement stone, he shall be handsomely rewarded. Elevate his benefits and protections by 3 tiers, and ensure his safety at all costs. No accidents must occur. Of course, we will take great care to protect such a talent," Sengoku replied cheerfully, having exceeded expectations in his task. With a sufficient supply of enhancement stones, they would face the Whitebeard pirates with greater composure, effectively minimizing losses. He then seized the opportunity to address the second matter. "Grand Elder, regarding the second issue for which we convened, The Navy has captured Portgas Ace, who is in fact the son of the pirate king, Joel Dika Roger. This revelation. The previously light-hearted atmosphere evaporated instantaneously. The air felt as if it had been solidified by the overwhelming presence of the five elders. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The son of the pirate king, Roger, is Portgas Ace. The second elder murmured, incredulous. The third elder, with golden hair, spoke gravely. We had presumed Roger had no bloodline. Who could have imagined it was right under our noses? We once sought to recruit him as a warlord of the sea. The grand elder's eyes narrowed. Fixing his gaze on Sengoku as he stated sternly, it appears you intend to use Portgas Ace against Whitebeard while also aiming to eradicate Roger's bloodline entirely. On this matter, we five elders are in unanimous agreement. Sengoku, you may proceed as you see fit regarding Portgas Ace. They believed that by eliminating the Rock's pirates, the world was within their grasp, only to witness the rise of the Golden Lion and Roger's crew, with the former having attracted countless pirates, becoming a formidable pirate admiral. Roger had ushered in the era of great pirates. With much of the New World now under the control of the four emperors, the other elders nodded in agreement. With the five elders' endorsement, Sengoku felt a weight lifted from his shoulders as he proclaimed with renewed vigor. With the existence of enhancement stones, if the Whitebeard pirates dare to come, we shall annihilate them all at Navy headquarters. With the enhancement stones in play, Sengoku brimmed with confidence. Coupled with the 100 billion berries allocated by the five elders, they would possess ample resources to forge a batch of formidable weapons. Meanwhile, in the Navy's Scientific Division laboratory, he'll pause his actions as the system's notification rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the enhancement stone production task. The next item has been unlocked. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the production method from Mobile Armor. A new task was issued. Successfully produce 50 units of mobile armor to unlock the next item. Each unit of mobile armor produced would grant 1 million points. Chapter 24. The Killing Machine. Gundam Mobile Armor. Knowledge of mobile armor suddenly filled his mind, encompassing not only images of the finished product but also all related production knowledge. It turned out that mobile armor resembled a Gundam but required human control. He'll finally grasp the essence of mobile armor. IT included an energy system, transmission system, skeletal system, armor system, weapon system, plug-in system, perception system, master control system, and life support system, a mechanical war machine operated by humans. The potential weaponry that could be equipped to the armor was astounding. Shields, cannons, physical weapons, energy beams, kinetic weapons. If the Navy possessed such technology, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Hill did not exaggerate in proclaiming, "This thing is simply a killing machine." The presence of Decepticon, Bumblebee, and Megatron is palpable, exuding an overwhelming force. The power of this creation on the battlefield is undeniably formidable. Thus, it is imperative to establish a production facility. The majority of the enhancement stones must be produced mechanically, for my time and energy are woefully insufficient otherwise. With the advent of new technology, Hill finds himself at a loss. The construction of the factory cannot be delayed. Hill promptly reported to Admiral Zhanghua via phone bug, and without hesitation, Zhanghua acquiesced. Naturally, Zhanghua is eager for the mass production of enhancement stones, as Hill's solitary pace and output are inadequate. Without a moment's thought, he consented. In the laboratory, Zhan Taoan has now become Hill's dedicated protector. Observing Hill's voracious appetite, he is somewhat speechless. "Hill, why has your food intake changed so drastically in recent days?" Not long ago, Hill's consumption was quite normal, but now he devours 7 or 8 times the amount of an ordinary person, insisting that it must be meat with the higher the nutritional value, the better. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Hill reflects on his recent training regimen, which has indeed increased his appetite. He would never disclose to Zhan Taoan that it is due to the effects of the gourmet cells. After all, his physical condition has improved significantly. Hill can see the changes in his physique on the system panel, as his experience bar steadily rises. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The dream of countless individuals to grow stronger through feasting without gaining weight is simply perfect, albeit somewhat costly. However, Hill's meals come at no expense. The experience gained from these foods is minimal, and it seems he must seek out sea kings and more formidable beasts to truly enhance his abilities. Hill muses as he continues to eat. As a key figure under naval protection, venturing outside is not a trivial matter. After Jean Tawan departs, Hill begins his daily training, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the laboratory. Hands resting on his knees. In the next moment, his entire body is enveloped in a faint golden light. The golden light spell. This technique, a legendary method practiced by the revered master Zhang Zhuwei, is widely practiced, yet only he has elevated it to an extraordinary level. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, cultivate for eons and realize my divine power. The golden light spell serves merely as a means of health and combat. In the world of pirates, strength, haki, and devil fruits are paramount, with destructive power rivaling that of deities. It is said that the giant race possesses thrice the lifespan of a human. Thus, mastering the golden light spell to its profound depths should also extend one's life. This arduous training is not solely for the sake of strength, but rather for longevity. After 2 hours of cultivation, Hill compiles a list of supplies for delivery and begins crafting enhancement stones. At the naval training camp, hundreds of recruits are lined up in formation for rigorous training. The chief instructor, Zephyr, paces sternly, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaims, "A competent Navy must possess a robust physique, unwavering will, and a heart that upholds justice at all times. Training's purpose transcends mere strength. The agony of torn muscles pales in comparison to the anguish of losing comrades and loved ones. To protect more lives, one must strengthen oneself. Under Zephyr's watchful eye, none dare slacken their efforts, persisting through fatigue with grit." This moment, the Admiral Kizu enters the training ground, hands casually tucked into his pockets, and strides directly to Zephyr. Zephyr raises an eyebrow in surprise, jesting, "Borsellino, it's quite rare to see you here." He had often cautioned Kizuru against over-reliance on his abilities, yet Kizuru seemed to dismiss this advice as mere chatter. "Zephyr-sensei, do you think everyone is a monster like Captain Carp? Without the powers of a devil fruit, my combat prowess would diminish significantly," Kizuru retorts with a hint of exasperation. Naturally, Zephyr cannot fully grasp the capabilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Kizuru swiftly states, "Zephyr-sensei, I am here to seek your counsel on swordsmanship." Since enhancing his Amatsuyumi sword to level 12, Kizuru has devoted more effort to swordsmanship. Having nearly exhausted the potential of his Pika Pika Anomi abilities, progressing further will require more than luck. He believes there is still room for improvement in swordsmanship, which, when combined with the enhanced Amatsuyumi, could significantly bolster his strength. Swordsmanship? Zephyr expresses surprise, soon noticing the sword at Kizuru's waist. "Where did you acquire such a blade? Is it superior to your Amatsuyumi?" "Zephyr-sensei, you may have misjudged. This sword is indeed the Amatsuyumi." Kizuru replies with a mysterious and self-satisfied smile. However, the expression on Kizuru's face, under scrutiny, appears somewhat dubious. Zephyr is momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" "This is the Amatsuyumi." Even the most focused students cannot resist stealing glances at the interaction between Zephyr and Kizuru. Many having seen Kizuru wield his Amatsuyumi before, they are equally astonished by Kizuru's assertion. With a swift motion, Kizuru draws the Amatsuyumi in the sunlight. The blade gleams brilliantly, dazzlingly radiant, enough to blind onlookers in broad daylight. Zephyr squints, his expression shifting as he realizes this sword surpasses many renowned blades he has encountered. Could it be one of the legendary 12 Supreme Grade Swords? Chapter 25. Kizuru. This is the power of technology. Zephyr-sensei, even the Supreme Grade Swords cannot compare to my Amatsuyumi. This is truly a one-of-a-kind treasure, Kizuru declares, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This is not mere flattery, but a genuine sentiment from Kizu. The Amatsuyumi is the weapon most suited to him, a tailor-made instrument that complements his Pika Pika Nomi abilities, enhancing his haki as well that he is utterly satisfied. Allow me to examine it closely. Zephyr expresses curiosity, pondering how this sword seems to have enchanted Kizu, who even takes the rare initiative to seek his guidance on swordsmanship. That it is likely due to this very sword, a weapon that could alter Kizuru's demeanor. Zephyr experiences a surreal sense of absurdity as he accepts the long sword, meticulously inspecting the Amatsuki from hilt to blade, leaving no detail overlooked. Clang, clang. He even flicks the blade with his left hand, producing a clear, melodious ring. Indeed, a fine sword. Zephyr praises before shifting the conversation. However, to claim it surpasses the supreme grade swords, I cannot agree. In terms of quality, it is undoubtedly a rare gem, a top-tier sword. Yet in Zephyr's judgment, it does not significantly exceed the supreme grade swords, merely reaching a comparable level. Kizuru smirks slyly. Zephyr-sensei, you misunderstand. Try using your haki. Huh. Zephyr is momentarily taken aback, beginning to realize that he may have misjudged the situation. He quickly transfers the Amatsuki from his right mechanical arm to his left hand, as his right arm was severed in a battle years ago and replaced with a mechanical arm containing sea stone components. With his left hand gripping the Amatsuki, Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, channels his haki. Instantly, the elbow joint to the palm completes the haki hardening in one fluid motion. The pitch-black haki rapidly envelopes the Amatsuki, transforming its golden hue into a deep black. A layer of black flames engulfs the blade, surging with intensity and exuding a fierce aura. In an instant, the students present can't help but exclaim in astonishment. What impressive haki! This level of haki is unprecedented. Could it be that Zephyr-sensei has been concealing his true ability while instructing us? Indeed, Zephyr-sensei truly lives up to his title as the Black Arm. I envy such formidable haki. At this very moment, the trainees coincidentally halted their training. Ein, do you perceive anything? Benz inquired of a beautiful girl beside him, who had long, wavy blue hair. She was clad in a naval uniform that accentuated her exaggerated figure, causing the standard attire to billow outwards, and her eyes sparkled like radiant rubies. This sword seems to be extraordinary. General Borsellino previously mentioned that this sword is his Amatsuki sword. The transformation it has undergone. It could either be a master blacksmith's bespoke creation or the result of some unique devil fruit ability. Ein's gaze was fixed intently on the Amatsuki sword held by Kizu. Zephy's heart jolted violently, his pupils dilating as he looked in astonishment at Borsellino. This sword, it has the potential to amplify Busashoko haki. The fluctuation in his voice was entirely due to the tumultuous upheaval within him. Kizuru smirked and said, "Now you understand why I stated that even if I had to exchange my ultimate great blade for this Amatsuki sword, I would refuse. The fact that such a formidable sword is in your possession is a blessing. It will prompt you to devote more effort to swordsmanship." Zephyr, never one to miss an opportunity to teach, reiterated his guidance. Such a sword indeed qualifies as unparalleled in the world, which explains Kizuru's reverence for it. This is not mere fortune. It is the power of technology, Kizuru remarked with a grin. Zephyr seldom praised his students. He was more inclined to urge them in their training and candidly point out their flaws and errors. Even now, as an admiral, Kizuru was no longer a student. It was rare for Zephyr to commend him, and thus Kizuru's spirits were instantly lifted. The power of technology? Zephyr was once again taken aback. Are you suggesting that this weapon, which surpasses the ultimate great blade, is a product of technological advancement? How could that be possible? The craft of blacksmithing has been passed down for millennia. Smelting, quenching, forging. Can these techniques truly enable machinery to create a weapon even mightier than the ultimate great blade? This is inconceivable. He had seen mass-produced weapons before, and compared to the Amatsuki sword, they were mere scrap metal. This Amatsuki sword could effortlessly sever those weapons. There was no exaggeration in its sharpness. The surrounding trainees were equally astounded, exchanging glances laden with shock and disbelief. Benz quickly turned to Ein and asked, "Aren't you also a scientist? Is what General Borsellino said true or false?" Ein furrowed her brow, her pupils trembling slightly, her expression imbued with profound confusion. As for matters of technology, I cannot say for certain. However, to forge such a weapon using technological means, I can only express that it is akin to reaching for the heavens. Technology is always filled with the extraordinary, but I have yet to receive any information regarding the specifics, but a strong curiosity stirred within her regarding the origins of the weapon before her. Before Zephyr, Kizaru smiled and said, "This is a naval secret. Teacher Zifa, let us discuss this within the confines of the room." This decision had been unanimously agreed upon by the Naval High Command, and it was not yet time for others to be informed that as for Zifa's identity and status, Kizaru felt no burden in revealing this information to him. The two entered the room together. Kizaru explained, "The creation of this weapon is solely due to a new invention, the reinforcement stone. The reinforcement stone is truly remarkable. It can induce qualitative changes in weapons and endow them with incredible abilities. Enhancing Busashoka Haki is one of its functions. After multiple enhancements, my Amatsukami sword has attained its current form." Upon hearing Kizaru's explanation, Zifa's face lit up with excitement and enthusiasm, his slightly aged complexion appearing significantly more vibrant. "If what you say is true, the Navy is on the brink of entering a new era." He laughed heartily. "Haha. With this, those pirates are in for a rough time." Chapter 26. The true naval hero from his disciple Kizaru. Zifa had come to understand the wondrous capabilities of the reinforcement stone. It could not only enhance swords, but also gauntlets and cannons, significantly amplifying their power and range. Zifa felt an uncontrollable surge of joy within him. His choice to remain in the Navy, training exceptional naval officers, was driven by the desire to strengthen the Navy, to eradicate more pirates, and to protect more civilians. That it is no exaggeration to say that his youth belonged to the Navy. His middle age belonged to the Navy. His old age belonged to the Navy. His entire life can be summed up in two words: justice. The true legendary hero of the Navy is not the so-called Iron Fist Carp, but Zifa himself. Only he is deserving of the title of legendary hero. Zifa sighed, a smile gracing his face. "It has been my lifelong wish to see the Navy thrive, that I hope that Hill can invent more beneficial technologies for the Navy, strengthening it to benefit the common people." Kizaru smirked and replied, "Teacher Zifa, let us focus on the matter at hand. How can I transcend into the realm of the great swordsman?" He had lingered in the realm of swordsman for many years, much of which was due to his focus and energy being devoted to developing his devil fruit abilities and haki. Additionally, the transition from swordsman to great swordsman is no simple feat. A person's energy and time are finite. One cannot excel in all areas simultaneously. For the sake of his strength, Kizaru understood how to make choices, and Zifa's teaching philosophy did not suit him. The realm of the great swordsman, Zifa began. In these vast seas, swordsmen are the most numerous. Anyone wielding a sword could be called a swordsman. To attain the ability to cut through iron qualifies one to be a swordsman. Those who reach this level have grasped the breadth of all things. Above the swordsman lies the great swordsman, which signifies the need to forge one's own sword path. This is a transformation of spirit and will. It can also be described as a rebirth and purification of both body and mind. That it is not easy to articulate. What I can tell you is limited. After all, I am not a true great swordsman. You might inquire with Jiuan. She has been a great swordsman for quite some time." Kizaru nodded, intending to ponder this further before seeking Jiuan's guidance, if necessary. He turned and exited the room. Watching Kizaru depart, Zifa reflected on his earlier mention of Peach Rabbit. His eyes filled with a hint of admiration that he mused to himself. "I wonder how far Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship has progressed. How far is she from the legendary realm of the ultimate swordsman? A mere woman has managed to achieve such a level, surpassing countless of my disciples. Truly impressive. Legendary feats cannot be replicated if one were to solely assess swordsmanship. The Naval Reserve Admiral undoubtedly stands as the strongest swordsman." "Zil, have you thought of any new techniques recently?" Peach Rabbit couldn't help but inquire. Recalling how the Technique 100 Steps flying sword had opened her eyes, she had indeed made considerable progress in her swordsmanship lately. Zil chuckled helplessly. "That technique was a stroke of inspiration. I haven't thought of any other sword techniques recently." With a ninja maru in hand, he swung forward, effortlessly cleaving a boulder several meters in size in half. The cut surface smooth and polished, resembling wax jade. Peach Rabbit commented, "That was a fine strike. I didn't expect your swordsmanship to have developed to such a level in such a short time. It took me nearly a year to achieve similar results. That was a different time. You were still young then, so it's not a fair comparison," Zil replied. He was aware that Peach Rabbit had begun her sword training at a very young age. and after several enhancements, his physique had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Thus, mastering these foundational skills came much more swiftly to him. Swish, swish, with each strike of the sword, a gust of wind is unleashed, accompanied by a resounding whistle. Hill does not hastily draw his blade. Instead, he diligently strives for perfection in each movement, pursuing flawlessness from the initial strike to the subsequent transitions that he aims to solidify the foundations of basic swordsmanship. And at present, aside from fundamental techniques and the 100 Steps flying sword, he possesses little knowledge of other sword styles. Tadu, the factory is expected to be completed in a few days that I may need to stay there for a while. Leaving me little time for sword practice, Hill remarked. Tadu nodded, acknowledging, I have heard about the reinforcement stones. The Navy indeed requires a substantial quantity to prepare for the impending war. Production will commence immediately upon the factory's completion. I understand. The General of the Warring States has already made arrangements, and both T-Pig and I will be responsible for guarding the Navy's base in the New World that we may not participate in this war. She replied, although much of the New World has been divided among the four emperors, the Navy has established numerous bases there, as well in this upcoming conflict against the Whitebeard pirates. A significant number of Navy soldiers and commanders will be dispatched. A contingent will also head to the Navy base in the New World to ensure its defense. Each Navy base in the New World holds immense strategic importance, serving as a buffer zone against the territories of the four emperors, a frontline combat zone, and a surveillance area, among other roles. As the prospect of war loomed, Tadu's heart was heavy with emotion. The mobilization of troops and commanders represented the largest scale since her induction into the Navy. All were elite forces, and while the Navy brimmed with confidence, the exact toll of casualties remained uncertain. They were about to face the man known as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, whose power could annihilate the very world itself. Tadu had witnessed the legends surrounding the Whitebeard pirates. During that era, their name was known far and wide. Rest assured, the Navy will emerge victorious, Hill reassured her. Filled with confidence, the reinforcement stones will soon be produced in large quantities that I will also immediately begin the construction of the mobile armor, which will significantly enhance the Navy's combat capabilities, playing a crucial role in the war. A smile finally graced Tadu's face. Thanks to the reinforcement stones, they will serve as our secret weapon in this conflict. Unbeknownst to Whitebeard, he will undoubtedly suffer a great loss. However, her expression soon turned pensive. This operation will inevitably cause some turmoil in the world. I only hope the Navy can protect more civilians. I must take my leave now. I need to swiftly assume responsibility for the New World base. Tadu said, turning to depart. Chapter 27. The Diamond Treasure Chest and the 10 consecutive draws several days later. In a production workshop within the factory, over a dozen factory workers were busily engaged. A conveyor belt carried stone-like products, which are meticulously packed into plastic boxes, stacked neatly into several crates. One of the supervisors instructed, send these semi-finished products to Dr. Hill for the final processing. Immediately, workers began transporting the boxes to a delivery vehicle. The factory was vast, featuring Hill's independent laboratory and several workshops, with the production area for the reinforcement stones occupying only a portion of it. Inside the laboratory, Hill opened the door, receiving the semi-finished reinforcement stones. He was determined to keep the core technology a secret from anyone but himself. While the reinforcement stones could be produced, they must not fall into the hands of others. Hill was acutely aware that if others were to gain control and produce them in secrecy, chaos would ensue. Thus, he preferred to shoulder the burden himself for this final critical step. There were exactly 10 boxes, each containing 100 reinforcement stones, totaling 1,000 stones in monetary terms. This represented a staggering cost of 10 billion berries. Towering within the laboratory stood a colossal iron giant, its dark exterior reflecting the cold glow of the laboratory lights, exuding the aura of a fierce beast. In just 2 days, the first mobile armor should be fully completed, at which point he would need to test its combat capabilities. As Hill gazed at the iron giant, excitement surged within him that he couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood on Earth, where such machines evoked a thrilling sense of nostalgia. His fondest memories were of playing with toy models, from the iconic Kabuto giant in Iron Armored Little Treasure To Jean Guay Zilong, Scorpion Layla, Spider Detective, and Cockroach Bully.as, he shifted his gaze away reluctantly. Hill resolved that once the mobile armor was successfully completed, he would be the first to pilot it and experience its power. Next, Hill focused on completing the final processing of the reinforcement stones. With each successful creation, his system points steadily increased, climbing from millions to tens of millions, ultimately reaching a new pinnacle. The points had successfully surpassed 100 million. This entire process consumed over a day of Hill's time to complete the batch of semi-finished products. Ah! Finally done, Hill exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor. Though his body felt fatigued, his spirit soared with exhilaration. This time, I must draw a grand prize. Hill now faced a choice. The system offered a golden treasure chest for 1 million points, a diamond treasure chest for 10 million, and a rainbow treasure chest for 100 million points. Gazing at the staggering cost of the rainbow treasure chest, he felt a pang of regret. For now, he would forego that option. His points were only sufficient for one draw from the rainbow chest. While it undoubtedly contained excellent items, he couldn't accept the possibility of drawing something that wouldn't enhance his strength in the short term. Ultimately, after much contemplation between the golden and diamond treasure chests, Hill gritted his teeth and issued his command to the system. System, open 10 diamond treasure chests. One must be ruthless to stand firm. After all, there would be plenty of points to come. Hill boldly initiated the 10 consecutive draws from the diamond chests. The diamond treasure chests were opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Kamehameha. What in the world? It's actually Kamehameha? Hiss, incredible. I love diamond treasure chests. The legendary Kamehameha from Dragon Ball was well known to all. Hill recalled how, while watching the anime, he couldn't help but mimic Goku's iconic movements, reciting the words Kamehameha, and thrusting both hands forward. It was simply exhilarating. This left an indelible impression on him, a childhood classic that could only be described as a masterpiece. It was a call to youth. Hill's blood surged with excitement, and his heart raced uncontrollably. If a heart rate monitor were present, the nurses would likely shout to rush him into the operating room. This surprise filled Hill with overwhelming joy and excitement. Ha ha ha! From now on, can I not obliterate an entire island with a single Kamehameha? His smile expressed sheer satisfaction. What ancient weapon could possibly compare to the Kamehameha? In its presence, they were mere trifles. I, Hill, am the walking ancient weapon. His mind began to fantasize. Make way. I'm about to show off. Hill couldn't help but let a triumphant smile spread across his face. The system continued to open the diamond treasure chests. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 35,000 attribute points. Hill's heart nearly stopped for a moment. Awesome. This is incredible. The diamond treasure chest was indeed impressive, yielding attribute points that far surpassed those from the golden treasure chest. It was well worth the 10 million points required to open it. This feeling is even more exhilarating than winning a lottery worth billions. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Swordsmanship Insight Scroll, Great Swordsman. Note, achieving the Great Swordsman level in swordsmanship does not equate to truly matching a Great Swordsman. Is this a shortcut scroll? As Hill experienced a momentary lapse in breath, he realized that with this scroll, he could instantaneously elevate both his swordsmanship and comprehension to the level of a Grand Master Swordsman. Currently, within the vast expanse of the sea, few individuals have attained such a pinnacle. To equate it to the naval hierarchy, it would be akin to the prowess of an elite vice admiral in the Navy. This merely represents a novice grandmaster. Should one ascend to an intermediate level, it would approximate the strength of a weaker warlord of the sea, while an advanced grandmaster would reach the caliber of a prospective admiral. As for the unparalleled grandmaster that exists on an entirely different echelon. 3 diamond treasure chests. The rewards they yielded were truly beyond Hill's expectations. With this, his strength should ascend to a formidable height. Perhaps during the War of the Best, he too could become a significant force within the Navy. Such an epic conflict is an experience one must personally witness to truly appreciate the pirate world. Hill's eyes sparkled at the thought of clashing with members of the Whitebeard Pirates. It would undoubtedly be an exhilarating encounter. Chapter 28. The Soul-Cutting Blade. Senbonzakura. Just those 3 diamond treasure chests were sufficient to catapult his strength to unprecedented heights, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Naturally, Hill was elated, and the prospect of his enhanced capabilities ignited fantasies of joining that world-shaking battle. After this surge in strength, he contemplated seeking out Zifa, whose unparalleled experience in instructing students could provide him with invaluable guidance. While the elevation of his power was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, he remained grounded, acutely aware of his lack of practical combat experience, essentially a green recruit. For the sake of his own safety, he understood the necessity of considering every possible angle. He could first engage in battle utilizing mechanized armor. To taste blood, Hill deemed this essential, especially considering the scale of the impending conflict. With over 100,000 combatants clashing in the anime, both Kobe and Belmare, as novice soldiers, were utterly paralyzed by fear in this grand engagement. Not a single pirate fell, and yet the Navy was thwarted in their efforts to prevent the pirates from retreating. With Whitebeard deceased, Marco was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, and Diamond Jozu had his arms severed by Akiji. Countless naval lives had been sacrificed to achieve this success, and just as victory seemed within reach. I am not being cowardly. I am being prudent. Hill reassured himself. He must allow for a psychological buffer. Otherwise, it could severely impair his performance and even jeopardize his life. Life is precious and singular. The lives of those in the Navy also matter, and thus Hill hoped his arrival could alter the course of this war. That I, Hill, am devoted to eradicating pirates from the depths of my soul. Congratulations, host. You have received 36,000 attribute points. Hill felt a happiness he had never known before, a sensation that coursed through him, causing him to feel almost euphoric. It was reminiscent of his first experience with smoking. Smoking is hazardous to health. Please refrain from smoking, and those who smoke should never encourage non-smokers to try it. He recalled this feeling, a haze that enveloped him, rendering it indescribable. This was the so-called ecstasy that clouded his mind. At that moment, Hill's state was aptly characterized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gravity training chamber. Kamehameha gravity training chamber. Oh my. I'm taking off. Hill had not anticipated drawing such an item from the system. Having watched Dragon Ball, he was well aware of the gravity training chamber, which allows one to adjust the gravitational multiplier, enabling individuals to transcend their physical limits through rigorous training. The benefits for physical conditioning were extraordinarily pronounced. This treasure was a boon. The diamond treasure chest had proven immensely rewarding. This was 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold more exhilarating than drawing items in online games. In online games, the rewards are mere virtual products. However, the lottery before him offered tangible rewards. Causing Hill's heart to race uncontrollably, he breathed heavily, knowing that if his physical constitution hadn't been fortified numerous times, he might have fainted from the exhilaration. He could feel his adrenaline surging, blood pressure skyrocketing, and heart rate multiplying. A normal person would struggle to endure such overwhelming joy. This was a test of both mind and body. Breathe in, breathe out. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a natural observation Haki awakening scroll. Oh my, could it be that all my good fortune has been spent on this single lottery draw? Hill exclaimed, overwhelmed. Although he had yet to master the observation Haki, he was certainly aware of its capabilities. Observation Haki sharpens the five senses, allowing one to perceive surrounding auras, emotional fluctuations, and even anticipate an opponent's actions in a typical state. One cannot maintain the power of observation Haki without expending mental energy. It can only be activated in a calm state. Conversely, natural observation Haki is an extraordinary ability, an innate power that accompanies a person from birth, allowing it to be wielded at will with minimal energy expenditure. Its cultivation is exponentially faster than that of ordinary individuals. This is the essence of natural observation Haki, being born at the head of the pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 35,500 attribute points. This reward stabilized Hill's physiological responses significantly, with his bodily metrics rapidly normalizing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the soul-cutting blade. Senbonzakura? What? The soul-cutting blade has arrived as well. Hill was both astonished and elated. This was not merely a sword technique, but a weapon bestowed upon him in one fell swoop. This was the soul-cutting blade of Byakuya Kachiki, captain of the 6th Division of the Godiai 13, its opulent techniques wielded tremendous power. With such a weapon in his possession, how could Hill not be overjoyed? Who wouldn't he desire techniques that are both striking and potent? Moreover, the techniques of this soul-cutting blade were simply elegant and resplendent. This system. I am enamored. System. Can you speak? There was no response, only the chime of a notification. Congratulations. Host, you have received 38,000 attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have received 38,000 attribute points. This lottery has concluded that, system. Something feels off. Hill found himself a loss for words. He had not expected the subsequent 2 treasure chests to be lackluster. The system remained unresponsive to this moment. Hill did not dwell on this matter. The rewards he had received were nothing short of a bountiful harvest. The Kamehameha Sword Technique Comprehension Scroll, Gravity Training Chamber, Senbon Zakura, and Natural Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. Each was a treasure of immeasurable value. The attribute points were also immensely beneficial. This time, his gains far exceeded all previous accumulations combined out of course. The cost in points was also substantial. Amounting to a staggering 100 million points, a radiant smile adorned Hill's face. Let us set a modest goal for the next draw. Aim for 1 billion points and see what marvelous items the 7-colored treasure chest might yield. A mischievous grin crept across Hill's features. The rewards from the diamond treasure chest had already proven so bountiful. What could be in store from the even more extraordinary 7-colored treasure chests? Claiming the Kamehameha? In an instant, methods for cultivating and utilizing the Kamehameha flooded his mind. Upon encountering the technique, an image of an elderly figure surfaced in Hill's thoughts. Not the turtle hermit, but rather a bona fide character from the pirate world. None other than Lao Ji. While his memory of him was not particularly vivid, Hill still recalled that Lao Ji, a subordinate of Doflamingo, also practiced a form of key manipulation. Chapter 29, 1,000 Cherry Blossoms. Willing to fight for my master, what was it called? The Elder's Fist? Some details eluded Hill, primarily because his attention was entirely fixated on Old Kai's awakening at the time, particularly that kick of the Spire Dragon, Spike Nail. However, Hill was certain that this world possessed the means to cultivate Qi Gong techniques. Though few chose to pursue this path, unlike in the world of Dragon Ball, where Qigong was widely popular and masters were abundant, the history was profound and the cultural heritage was rich. In the pirate world, cultural disintegration was severe, compounded by its island-like existence that rendered communication exceedingly difficult. The Red Line further isolated the New World, dividing the first half of the Grand Line. The East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Many individuals spent their entire lives on the islands of their hometowns. Moreover, Rao Ji's Qigong techniques had inherent flaws. Hill pondered whether this world could develop a comprehensive Qigong system. Yet he ultimately concluded that it might be best not to pursue such matters. The destructive potential of Qigong was formidable. The Kamehameha, a technique capable of concentrating all 1S energy into a single point, condensing it into a blue orb of light, which could then be unleashed as a shockwave. The ability to gather all energy into one point was a testament to the power of the Kamehameha. Undoubtedly, it was a formidable move. Fortunately, I am astute. When the Navy constructed the factory, I specifically requested a training room. Thus, Hill promptly made his way from the laboratory to the training room. The entire training facility was constructed from exceptionally hard steel, interspersed with a portion of sea stone, making it even more resilient. As for constructing it entirely from sea stone, Hill did not yet possess the status or energy to do so. Let me attempt the Kamehameha. Hill slightly spread his legs into a horse stance, his fingers curving into a flower bud shape. The Kamehameha felt a bit awkward. As Hill uttered the word came, a tiny energy sphere, no larger than a marble, appeared at the center of his hands. This was undoubtedly the smallest Kamehameha he had ever witnessed. Once more to Ha! With his hands thrusting forward, positioned before his chest, the light projectile instantly shot forth, crashing into the glossy black wall of the training room. Hill fixed his gaze upon it, noticing several fine cracks appearing on the wall. Not bad, given the level I'm at. After collecting the rewards, it would soon be the moment to delve into the deep blue and enhance my abilities. Hill felt no discouragement. He had already consumed enough to be satisfied, and it was wise not to overindulge. Claim the Swordsmanship Insight Scroll, Great Sword Master. In the next instant, a parchment of ancient appearance, mud yellow in color, materialized in Hill's palm, adorned with an illustration of a man wielding a longsword. Hill gazed at it, unsure of how many times it had changed before his eyes. All he could utter was, "Impressive." Interpretation was beyond his grasp. A novice swordsman could hardly comprehend such profound and enigmatic knowledge. Yet Hill understood how to utilize the scroll. With a subtle exertion of his arm, he clenched his fist, and waves of blue and white light erupted from the scroll, enveloping him entirely. The scroll levitated from Hill's palm, slowly merging into his being as it vanished. The ethereal blue and white radiance also dissipated. Instantly, Hill's mind was flooded with a plethora of insights regarding swordsmanship, as if he had undergone a forceful infusion of internal force akin to the scene in Demigods and Semi-Devils, where Wu Yazi imparted knowledge to Suju. In terms of swordsmanship philosophy, I had reached the level of great swordmaster, while in terms of strength, I now estimated myself to be at the level of a Navy colonel. Wasn't this the epitome of a barrage deity? It turned out to be myself. The theories were extensive, yet my practical ability was lacking. There was a possibility of experiencing a rapid brain response while my body remained immobilized. Hill's expression was somewhat peculiar. Having received his rewards, he immediately expended all his attribute points. Out with the old, in with the new. This time, the 10 consecutive draws from the diamond treasure chest had yielded a staggering 180. 0 attribute points. The gravity training room could not yet be claimed, as it occupied too much space. Its sudden appearance would undoubtedly attract attention, especially since there were still workers in the factory producing enhancement stones. Such a large object would not be easily concealed to avoid unnecessary complications. Hill chose not to summon the gravity training room at this moment and skipped ahead. Claim a Zanpakuto, 1,000 cherry blossoms. In the next moment, the Zanpakuto appeared in Hill's hand, complete with its scabbard. It was an exceptionally long sword. Hill reached out, grasping the hilt, and drew the blade from its sheath. It was similar to a tang sword, only significantly longer. The sword was exquisite, with a unique craftsmanship, though for now, he could only utilize its initial release techniques. Hill swung the sword casually. Its quality was impressive, and the feel was pleasant. He then positioned the sword upright before him, his eyes mere centimeters from the blade. The Zanpakuto was to be communicated with through the power of the mind. Let me give it a try. With that, Hill closed his eyes. The world before him faded into darkness, time passing second by second. After several minutes, Hill opened his eyes, having gained nothing, and chuckled ruefully. I have no idea how to utilize the power of the mind. It seems that achieving Bankai for the time being is out of the question. Claim the Awakening Scroll for natural observation haki. Without hesitation, Hill crushed it, and a mysterious force instantaneously cleared his mind, while simultaneously sharpening his 5 senses. That it felt as if he had been augmented, enhancing his perception of the world around him. It was a sensation akin to seeing mountains not as mountains, and water not as water. Quite mystical. Hill's eyes brightened. At that moment, he felt a connection with 1,000 cherry blossoms. He looked at the sword in his hand, and at that instant, it transformed in his perception. The sword was no longer merely a sword. It had become a warrior adorned with a fierce mask and a headdress of cherry blossom petals. 1,000 cherry blossoms, is that you? It is I. Hill smiled faintly, declaring, henceforth you shall be my companion. Let us fight together, willing to fight for my master. Responding to Hill was the resounding, steadfast voice of 1,000 cherry blossoms. Placing 1,000 cherry blossoms back into its sheath at his waist, Hill now bore 2 swords. One, the Zanpakuto 1,000 cherry blossoms, and the other, one of the 50 excellent blades, Ninja Maru. Naturally, the former was far more formidable. Yet Hill did not discard Ninja Maru. Opting to keep it at his side, in his mind, Hill issued a command. System, open the panel, Chapter 30. The Disappearing Attribute Points Host. Hill, Soul Binder, Strength Evaluation, Navy Colonel. Physique, LV11, 35,300, Trait 1. Pain Reduction 10, Trait 2. Copper Skin, Trait 3. Gourmet Cell, Note. Maximum level for physique is 100. Maximum level for skills is 10. Golden Light Spell, LV2, 128. 500 100 Steps Flying Sword. LV2, 22,500, Iron Block. LV2, 3,500 Shave. LV2, 35,500 Armament Hockey. LV1, 210,000. Observation Hockey. Natural LV1, 8,000 Kamehameha. LV1, 20,000 Attribute Points. 180,261 points. 0 Task Progress. Powered Armor, 50. After reviewing the system panel, Hill wasted no time in choosing to increase his physique. After all, the body is the source of all power. Everything that enhances one's strength is ultimately for the purpose of safeguarding the body. At points, consuming 265 attribute points, the addition was successful. Congratulations to the host for leveling up physique. Current physique level, LV12. Current physique level, LV20, unlocking special attributes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the trait Iron Bones, rendering his bones as resilient as steel, enabling him to exert greater strength while reducing damage. Currently, the physical level stands at LV30, unlocking unique attributes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the characteristic of Reinforced Steel. With a single breath, the physical level has surged to 30, consuming a total of 81,165 attribute points. Initially, he'll believe that his 180,000 attribute points were substantial, but upon realization, he found that leveling up to 30 consumed over 80,000 points. The advancement from level 30 to 31 necessitates an additional 20,000 attribute points. Yet Hill resisted the temptation to allocate points, opting instead to invest them elsewhere. To 8T this moment, Hill felt a sudden and rapid increase in his body weight. His muscles and bones becoming more tightly knit and resilient, his body brimming with immense strength. How formidable! Is this the effect of reaching level 30? Hill sensed that his physique had ascended to a terrifying level, potentially comparable to the mightiest among CP9, Rob Lucci. That individual was hailed as a genius by the world government over the past 800 years, having undergone hellish training since childhood to attain his current prowess. Had it not been for his mission delays, he might have become even stronger. Entrusting Rob Lucci with responsibilities is a source of great reassurance for his superiors. He operates like a machine. However, Hill was convinced that his own physicality surpassed that of Rob Lucci, though he had yet to fully harness the power within him. He could only manifest about 70 to 80% of his potential, if not merely half. Hill was certain that his physical capabilities were decidedly superior to that individual, as the reason he felt comparable was due to his inability to control the strength within his body. The 6 styles are techniques that enable one to unleash their physical prowess, epitomizing mastery over the body. Moonwalk, Shave, Iron Body, Suru, Finger Pistol, and Gale all represent forms of controlling one's strength, particularly the latter two. Glancing at his status panel, Hill noted that he possessed only Shave and Iron Body among the 6 styles, and he resolved to spend some points to acquire the remaining techniques next time. Attribute points consumed, 497. Iron Body current level, LV3, consumption, Shave current level, LV3, consumption, Golden Light spell current level, LV3, consumption, 100 Steps Flying Sword current level, LV3, remaining attribute points, 97, 023. After another round, he elevated all 4 skills to LV4. Remaining attribute points, 77, 023. He then realized how quickly attribute points could dwindle. Hill felt somewhat speechless. Enhancing his observation hockey rendered his perception more acute, that if he had ample attribute points, he would have allocated them entirely to physicality and armament hockey. A sound rationale, yet alas, reality does not permit it. Consuming 8,000 attribute points, he successfully raised the level of his observation hockey by 1 tier, yet the consumption soared to 40,000, provoking a visceral urge to vomit blood. Nevertheless, after successfully enhancing his abilities, Hill distinctly perceived his range of awareness expanding, allowing him to discern the trajectories and velocities of moving objects with greater clarity. Gritting his teeth, he spent another 40,000 attribute points to elevate his observation hockey to LV3. Remaining attribute points, 29,023. He proceeded to enhance Shave, expending 20,000 attribute points. Remaining attribute points, 9,023, with no further skills available for enhancement. Hill then examined his updated status panel. Host, Hill, the soul-bound entity, strength evaluation, Navy Rear Admiral, Physicality. LV-31, 20,000, Trait 1. Pain Reduction 10, Trait 2. Copper Skin, Trait 3. Gourmet Cell, Trait 4. Iron Bones, Trait 5. Reinforced Steel. Note: Physicality max level is 100, Skill max level is 10. Golden Light Spell. LV-4, 20,000, 100 Steps Flying Sword. LV-4, 20,000, Iron Body. LV-4, 20,000, Shave. LV-5, 100,000, Armament Hockey. LV-1, 210. 000, Observation Hockey. Innate. LV-3, 160,000, Kamehameha. LV-1, 20,000 Attribute Points. 9,023 points. 0 Mission Progress. Mobile Armor, 50. The Strength System Evaluation reflects Navy Rear Admiral. However, he still could not fully control the power within his body, making the training room an ideal venue to practice various skills. Hill was quite content with this outcome, having elevated his strength to the level of a Rear Admiral, even if he could not yet rival the elite Rear Admirals of the Navy headquarters. His strength had increased significantly within such a brief period, and anyone would deem him a monster. His next objective was to defeat the 8-year-old Lingling. Hill began to familiarize himself with his skills in the training room, grasping the destructive potential of his power, his endurance, and limits of physicality. For more profound knowledge, Hill planned to consult the Navy's chief instructor Zephyr and learn through practical sparring. His lack of accumulated knowledge and combat experience dictated a cautious approach. Chapter 31. Can I Draw the Second Senbenzakura? Hill was in the training room. Getting accustomed to his skills, he had at least gained a rudimentary understanding of destructive power and had begun to contemplate how much force to utilize appropriately. Feeling a slight warmth in his body, Hill decided to pause. The factory would continue producing enhancement stones, and with ample funding remaining, he anticipated receiving a substantial batch of points in the near future, ensuring he could attain near Vice Admiral strength before the Marineford War. Hill delightedly calculated his prospects. After deducting expenses for constructing factories, laboratories, and production machinery, the $100 billion allocated by the world government still left over $80 billion for crafting enhancement stones. Hill leisurely exited the training room, envisioning a future where he would find a beautiful wife and live a blissful life. Happiness beckoned him. Presently, he had no grand aspirations. His goal for strength was modest. Defeating 4 emperors alone would suffice. Hill did not wish to be perpetually busy, trapped in factories and laboratories. He yearned to venture beyond this island, exploring other locales such as Sabaody, Water 7, and Skypiea. Returning to the laboratory, Hill accepted reality, gazing at the colossal iron beast before him. The Whitebeard pirates would likely be caught off guard by the mobile armor. Though still incomplete, Hill, as its creator, recognized its formidable capabilities. He stepped forward, passing by the testing table where rows of neatly arranged enhancement stones caught his eye. Enhancement stones for weapon reinforcement. He wondered if they could enhance the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura. Once the thought crossed his mind, he acted upon it. Stopping at the testing table, he drew Senbenzakura from its sheath with his right hand, while his left grasped a piece of enhancement stone. His deep-set eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was the renowned Zanpakuto Senbenzakura, undoubtedly superior to the 12 supreme grade swords. Enhancing it would yield remarkable results. With his left hand, he brought the enhancement stone towards the blade of Senbenzakura, both the stone and the sword radiating their respective colors, a vibrant green and a delicate pink, evoking a striking visual of green leaves and red flowers. As the edge of the enhancement stone made contact, it sent ripples of light through Senbenzakura. The stone fused into the sword as if it had plunged into water. Success! Hill was overwhelmed with joy, erupting into laughter. This was fantastic. Senbenzakura could truly be enhanced, potentially becoming the most powerful sword. Immediately, he reached out with his spiritual energy to sense Senbenzakura, which floated before him. Master, I can feel my strength increasing. If this continues, I might become the strongest Zanpakuto in the world. Senbenzakura's voice brimmed with excitement. Little did it know that it was the only Zanpakuto in existence within this world. Excellent. Your power will continue to grow shortly. Do not be surprised, Hill replied with a smile, that he picked up a second enhancement stone and began the process anew at a third stone, a fourth, all the way to the 12th, before he decided to cease further enhancements. Why you are transforming into a physical entity. Hill was taken aback. To be precise, Senbenzakura resembled something akin to a spirit of the blade. The sword itself was its physical form, while it embodied the soul of the blade. Now, after being enhanced by the enhancement stone, Senbenzakura exhibited a remarkable transformation towards materialization. Although this change was not yet fully realized, it was already astonishing that if the transformation were to be completed, it could linger in the world like a human, indulging in food and drink, and honing combat skills, among other pursuits. Alas, it was regrettable that Senbenzakura, despite its name, was male. Unbeknownst to Senbenzakura, Hill's thoughts were entirely different. All he was aware of was his newfound strength and the changes that had occurred. Master, this artifact can empower me further. With so much potential, why not utilize it? Coughing slightly, Hill quickly quashed Senbenzakura's unsettling thoughts. A fortunate turn of events? That is merely a temptation, the first step towards a dark abyss. Impulsiveness leads to ruin. There's only one Senbenzakura. Were there 1,000, I would be tempted to pursue even greater enhancements. But just one will suffice. That I wonder if the system can conjure another identical Zanpakuto. Senbenzakura, he carefully returned Senbenzakura to its resting place, fearing that its nascent material form might autonomously employ the enhancement stone. Next on the agenda was the creation of mechanized armor. Simultaneously, he instructed TT Maru to deliver the first batch of enhancement stones to Sengoku. A meeting convened under Sengoku's leadership with merely a dozen attendees. Yet, each was an elite among elites from the Navy headquarters, all holding the rank of at least Rear Admiral. Present were the 3 admirals, Haku, Kazuru, and Akiji, as well as vice admirals such as Garp, Tsuru, Weasel, and Spider Demon, along with Fire Mountain and even Zephyr. The meeting's agenda was to discuss the allocation of enhancement stones, formulating a plan through collective deliberation. They even permitted Spider Demon, countless others, and Fire Mountain to enhance their weapons using the stones. However, when it came to Spider Demon, due to his mastery of the skill of life restoration, he manipulated 6 blades with his extended hair. In addition to the 2 blades he held, totaling 8, a technique he referred to as the 8-sword style. Ultimately, he managed to enhance only 2 blades, given the current scarcity of enhancement stones, which also needed to be distributed among the Navy's admirals and other commanders, as well as for the enhancement of heavy artillery. Upon the meeting's conclusion, a number of Rear Admirals emerged, smiles on their faces as the distribution of enhancement stones commenced according to the established list. In the New World, a Navy warship was sailing across the ocean. Admiral Momotori stood at the bow, draped in a justice cloak, the sea breeze gently billowing the fabric, with her red lips slightly parted. She inquired, "How long until we reach Navy GL Branch 3? Her mission was to oversee the operations at Navy GL Branch 3, managing affairs at the base and reallocating forces to the Navy headquarters, which was also part of her responsibilities. Admiral Momotori, we still have about 7 or 8 hours, replied a female Navy officer. Momotori nodded, her spirits low as she gazed at the shimmering sea before her. Commanding in the New World was indeed a perilous task. Yet compared to battling Whitebeard, the danger was significantly mitigated. Surrounded by female soldiers, she was well aware of Sengoku, Tsuru, and others' intentions. Sighing wistfully, she thought, if only I possessed the combat prowess of an admiral, I could make a monumental contribution to this war. That moment, alarms blared aboard the ship, as a female soldier from the lookout tower shouted, "To the northwest, 35 degrees, a pirate ship is spotted. 100 nautical miles away." Chapter 32, Beast Pirates. Drought Jack after the report, the female soldier, gripping a telescope, peered intently. Her expression tensed, but Momotori's face remained impassive, her beautiful eyes widening as she commanded, "All soldiers, prepare for battle. Load ammunition. Non-combat personnel, retreat to the cabins." She efficiently coordinated the Navy soldiers aboard, who, despite being female, acted swiftly without hesitation in the face of pirates. The deck echoed with the sound of boots striking the wooden planks. As soldiers equipped themselves and formed an orderly line, ammunition boxes were opened and cannonballs were loaded into the cannons. I could see that moment. The lookout soldier set down the telescope, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she steadied her breath and heartbeat. Reporting, Admiral Momotori, the The flag flying from the enemy ship belongs to the Beast Pirates. The mere mention of the Beast Pirates sent a wave of tension through the crowd. Their name resonated throughout the seas. Being one of the 4 Emperor crews, the rulers of a new world, a determined look graced Mama Tori's exquisite face as she swiftly reassured her crew. Remain calm. If Kaido of the Beast Pirates intends to make a move, the Navy will be informed in advance that it is highly unlikely that it is Kaido himself. She then called to the soldier atop the mast. Pass me the telescope. The soldier deftly leaped, gripping the ropes with both hands and feet, descending the mast with remarkable agility. Within mere seconds, she reached Mama Tori's side, handing over the telescope. Mama Tori took the telescope and examined the opposing ship, discerning the identity of the pirate. It was Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates. As she shifted the telescope's view to the deck, she suddenly locked eyes with Jack, whose iron mask could not conceal his bloodthirsty, murderous demeanor. His gaze was filled with cruelty and coldness, seeming to convey to Mama Tori, "Let the battle commence." Lowering the telescope, Mama Tori's expression turned steely, her beauty augmented by an air of determination. The enemy was Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, Kinger, pointing it forward, proclaiming, "I shall wield this sword to protect justice, to safeguard every soldier aboard this vessel, to uphold justice." Behind her, thousands of female Navy soldiers erupted in a powerful fervor, raising their voices in unison. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, a pirate anxiously urged, "Lord Jack, that is a Navy warship. If our mission encounters a mishap, Lord Kaido will be furious." The ship was transporting artificial devil fruits they had recently acquired from Don Quixote da Flamingo in Dressrosa. These artificial fruits were of great importance to Lord Kaido, who valued anything advantageous for war, especially powerful items. Just as the pirate finished speaking, Drought Jack, with a swift motion of his curved blade, severed the man's throat, blood splattering across his form. His gaze remained fixed on the distant Navy warship as he bellowed, "I am Drought Jack. Move closer," witnessing the demise of the one who had cautioned him. The pirates aboard fell silent, none daring to oppose Drought Jack. Under his command, the pirate ship accelerated further. Aboard the Navy vessel, a female soldier appeared visibly anxious, her eyes fixed intently, beads of sweat forming on her brow. As the enemy ship entered range of the cannons, she immediately commanded, "Fire the cannons. Shoot. Adjust angles freely." The fuses were ignited, burning rapidly, filling the deck with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Boom! Boom! The naval warship, boasting a staggering cost of 1 billion berries, possesses an unparalleled ferocity, capable of annihilating nations with just 5 vessels forming a formidable force. Dozens of cannonballs swiftly materialize in the sky. In an instant, a second barrage is unleashed, creating a dense network of firepower directed at the pirate ship commanded by the dreadfully powerful Jack the Drought. The shells arc high above, reaching their zenith before plummeting down. Numerous cannonballs fired by the Navy collide mid-air with those from the pirates, resulting in violent explosions and a cloud of black smoke enveloping the scene. On the pirate ship, the members of the Beast Pirates spring into action in response to the Navy's relentless bombardment. Failure to do so would mean their demise at sea should their ship be destroyed. Many members of the crew, known as the Laughter Brigade, resort to primitive means, drawing bows and unleashing a rain of arrows that detonates the cannonballs in mid-air. Their chilling laughter fills the air. For not all who consume the artificial devil fruit gain powers. Only a select few, referred to as the Givers, attain abilities, while those who fail to do so are dubbed the Laughter Brigade. Highlighting the fruit's inherent flaw, the cannon fire yields little success, prompting Mama Tatsu to furrow her brow and instruct her soldiers to prepare for close-quarters combat. Do not cease the cannon fire. Even if we must expend more ammunition to maintain pressure, it will effectively reduce casualties. In this battle, there is no avoiding the inevitable. With a slight exertion, she grips her sword, Kenpyra, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an enchanting charm. Regardless of the circumstances, she is resolute in her mission to protect every soul aboard the ship. A wave of intense confidence radiates from her, shaking the very air around her and drawing the attention of the Navy soldiers, bolstering their morale. The ships draw near, and the cannon barrels pivot from a 45-degree angle to a direct 180 degrees. Leading the charge, Mamatatsu propels herself into the air, her Justice Cape billowing, leaving behind a striking silhouette for the soldiers on deck. As she ascends, her speed diminishes, momentarily suspended in the sky, with her sword gripped firmly. An aura of razor-sharp intensity envelopes her. She cleaves downward toward Jack the Drought aboard the pirate ship, a flash of silver slicing through the air point one sword style. Cherry blossom fall on the blade of Kinpyra. A dazzling peach-pink radiance bursts forth, resembling an extraordinarily vibrant ribbon. Even in daylight, its brilliance remains blinding, casting a soft pink hue across the world, a vision of exquisite beauty that renders Mamatatsu ethereal. Akin to a celestial maiden, that a colossal beam of radiant sword light surges through the air toward Jack the Drought. His pupils constrict in shock, taken aback by the woman's formidable strike. Yet his body reacts without hesitation. In an instant, his dual curved blades are enveloped in a fierce aura, a purple haze emanating from his robust form. His arms, as thick as an elephant's legs, swell with bulging muscles and prominent veins. With a thunderous stomp, he shatters the deck beneath him, launching his immense frame into the air, crossing his blades defensively before him. The clash of their strikes reverberates through the air, sending tremors through Jack's body. The force of her attack exceeds his expectations, and a savage expression distorts his masked face, his primal instincts surging forth that moment. Mamatatsu's eyes gleam with delight as she employs the six-form shave, swiftly maneuvering through the air, creating ripples in her wake. Seizing the opportunity while Jack is preoccupied with their clash of blades, she closes the distance. Jack's keen gaze catches her movement, his fierce eyes widening as he bellows. Shatter! The peach-pink strike before him shatters like glass, sending shards scattering in rapid succession. Mamatatsu's assault follows. Undeterred, Jack swings his curved blade toward her. The clang of metal rings out as their weapons collide, strike after strike. Their blades clash in a dizzying dance of combat. With a resounding thud, Jack lands on the pirate ship, splintering the deck beneath him and causing debris to fly. A fierce determination ignites within him. And he roars, "Enough! Bring it on!" The ships collide, and the cacophony of battle ensues. The fighting at the railings is fierce, the clash of steel ringing out amidst cries of agony. Familiar faces fall, some plummeting into the depths of the sea, staining the once clear waters crimson, reflecting a haunting red in the sunlight. Mamatatsu's expression darkens, her demeanor remaining icy, yet her eyes betray a hint of sorrow for the comrades she has shared countless days with. Though each soldier understands the peril of the sea, witnessing the deaths of those close to her is a heart-wrenching ordeal. The battle must conclude swiftly, to safeguard everyone, with a steely gaze fixed upon the ferocious Jack. She propels herself forward, her blade trailing a faint silver glow point one sword style. Cherry blossom dance. A seemingly simple strike bears extraordinary power, crashing against Jack's dual blades with a deafening clang that a tempest of black and purple lightning crackles around them. A terrifying spectacle born from the collision of their formidable Hakai. The sounds of sizzling electricity fill the air. Mamatatsu retreats, knowing that directly confronting Jack, who wields the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit, would not be a prudent decision. Today, your blood will serve as a tribute to the Navy that fell at your hands, she declares, channeling her haki into Kinpyra, the aura igniting like flames upon the blade, growing ever more intense, embodying her unwavering resolve. Beneath his mask, Jack reveals a cruel smile. You Navy scum will eventually be wiped out by the beast pirates. Kaido has long awaited that day. Haha. Your misfortune is meeting us today. Mamatatsu dismisses his taunts. Every moment sees lives lost, and time is of the essence. She launches another offensive, her blade slicing through the air with ferocious intent, unleashing a flurry of strikes that force Jack to retreat. The massive pirate ship trembling beneath their feet, demonstrating her formidable prowess. She is one of the Navy's reserve admirals, destined to ascend to the rank of admiral. Her onslaught is relentless, bolstered by the haki-enhanced strength of her Kinpyra, leaving Jack with little choice but to defend himself desperately. With a sudden burst of blood, Jack glares at the wound on his chest, a savage glint igniting in his eyes that you're finished. His form expands rapidly, limbs crashing to the ground as he transforms into a colossal mammoth, his long red trunk crowned with sharp ivory tusks. The sight of Jack's transformation sends a jolt of apprehension through Mamatatsu. The ancient Zoan mammoth fruit grants him formidable defenses and extraordinary resilience. Though she believes in her capacity to defeat him, achieving victory in a short span seems implausible. Jack raises his trunk high, unleashing a ferocious swipe toward Mamatatsu, stirring up a tempest that howls through the in the face of his overwhelming might. She leaps gracefully above the descending trunk. The trunk misses her, crashing violently against the ship's towering mast, splintering it and sending the sails crashing down, creating chaos on board. Seizing the opportunity, she strikes, leaving a deep gash upon Jack's face, blood gushing forth. Damn Navy! How can this woman's hockey be so powerful? The excruciating pain contorted the visage of Drought Jack, transformed into the form of a mammoth. He possessed a robust confidence in his defenses, yet he still bore a deep gash inflicted by Peach Rabbit's blade. With a ferocious charge, Mammoth Jack propelled himself forward, his ivory tusks capable of piercing steel, aimed directly at Peach Rabbit. Although she endeavored to parry the sharp tip of the tusk with her sword, the overwhelming force of the collision sent her flying, causing tumultuous upheaval within her body. A wave of discomfort washed over her. Upon focusing her gaze, she noticed that the wound on Jack's face had begun to scab over, and despite the short span of time, the blood had ceased to flow, leaving her astonished at his formidable healing capabilities. The Zoan-type devil fruit was indeed remarkable, especially one of such ancient lineage. As a mammoth, he was undeniably tough and resilient. She felt as though her blade struggled to penetrate Jack's flesh. Despite her apparent advantage, the impact was not as significant as she had hoped. In midair, she swiftly halted her motion and executed a swift retreat. Drawing her sword once more, she prepared to strike. Chapter 34. Drought Jack vs. Peach Rabbit 2. Her graceful form traced an elegant arc through the air. One sword style, Peach Sakura Lantern. The Kinjuru in Peach Rabbit's hand swiftly sliced through the air, resembling a colossal pink cherry blossom blooming before her. Poetic and picturesque, this magnificent flower concealed within it the intense, murderous intent harbored by Peach Rabbit. The mighty slash, combined with her formidable hockey, compelled even Drought Jack, one of the three calamities of the beast pirates with a bounty of 1 billion berries, to remain vigilant. His massive, tawny trunk whirled rapidly like a windmill, infused with his potent hockey, forming an impregnable defense. The whirling trunk unleashed a terrifying gale upon the pirate ship, sending splinters flying, while the ferocious winds stung the skin of many aboard, as if they were being sliced by tiny daggers. Boom! Peach Rabbit's attack struck the trunk, and petals scattered as if shredded by a meat grinder, vanishing into thin air, the entire blossom reduced by half in an instant. Ultimately, the remaining half disappeared as well. However, Peach Rabbit's strike had no discernible effect on Drought Jack. Undeterred, she vanished from sight, altering her trajectory in midair, seamlessly combining moonwalk and shave. When she reappeared, Peach Rabbit had positioned herself to the left of Drought Jack, swinging her Kinjuru towards his abdomen. Yet, Jack evaded her strike with a nimble sidestep. His massive frame endowed him with enhanced agility and reflexes, thwarting Peach Rabbit's repeated attempts to land a blow. At the juncture of the two ships, chaos erupted as the Navy and the pirates clashed on both the pirate ship and the naval vessel. Members of both factions engaged in fierce combat, with unfortunate souls falling victim to Drought Jack's relentless onslaught. Indifferent to friend or foe, that a naval female officer, her face smeared with blood, raised her blood-soaked sword and shouted, "Hold on, everyone! We must endure until Major Peach Rabbit secures victory." A determined expression adorned the pale face of another female naval officer as she proclaimed, "Each pirate we slay protects countless innocents from their vile deeds. Sisters, let us vanquish these evil pirates who have shattered our families." Cheers erupted in response. Despite facing one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates, whose members were overwhelmingly formidable compared to the pirates of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, these female soldiers of the Navy were far from feeble. Orphaned, they had undergone rigorous training within the Navy since childhood. The battle was intensely fierce. From the moment we became naval officers, we vowed to fight pirates to the bitter end, demonstrating to all that the female Navy, shall never be outdone by their male counterparts, declared a woman clad in blood-soaked military garb, gritting her teeth and resolutely standing her ground. Indeed, our dream is to become exceptional, powerful naval leaders like Major Crane and Major Peach Rabbit. Many female soldiers banded together in small formations, resisting the onslaught of pirates. Yet, war is merciless, especially against a group devoid of morality, akin to beasts. The members of the Beast Pirates. The deck was strewn with corpses, a dark crimson hue enveloping the area, while the previously pungent scent of gunpowder was overshadowed by the overwhelming stench of blood. The once pure white uniforms of the Navy, symbols of justice, now bore the stains of blood, each officer's attire quickly becoming soaked. The brutal conflict raged on. Peach Rabbit's observation hockey allowed her to perceive the unfolding horrors, familiar figures collapsing in pools of blood. Representing the female officers of the Navy, she and Major Crane were the objects of admiration and reverence for every female officer within the ranks. I must bring them back. Peach Rabbit's resolute gaze was tinged with a frosty, murderous intent, her white justice cloak billowing as the characters for justice fluttered alongside it. With a firm grip on her kinjaroo, she channeled every ounce of strength within her body, infusing it with hockey. The sea breeze tousled the strands of hair cascading from her forehead. Her piercing gaze fixed upon the distant Drought Jack. She prepared to unleash a technique known as 100 Steps Flying Sword. The long blade slipped from her grasp in an instant, infused with all of Peach Rabbit's power. In her unwavering conviction, the kinjaroo soared through the air like a brilliant aurora. Drought Jack's eyes widened in shock as he immediately hardened his entire body with hockey, transforming into a black mammoth. The razor-sharp blade pierced through him. Impossible? Drought Jack's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, and before he could finish his thought, a torrent of blood erupted from a line extending from his nose to the top of his head. Pain followed swiftly. With a resounding crash, he collapsed onto the deck. The wound was horrific, an alarming volume of blood pooling beneath him, flowing across the deck with the ship's sway. The kinjaroo reversed direction and returned to Peach Rabbit's hand. Despite her victory over Drought Jack, her expression remained cold, shadowed by an inescapable sorrow as she turned to join the fray against the members of the Beast Pirates. The victory weighed heavily on her heart. She bit her lip as she beheld the fallen naval officers, their youthful, vibrant faces now devoid of life. Aide approached her, his head bowed, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "Major Peach Rabbit. After assessment, we have lost 354 comrades in this battle. We have recovered 322 bodies that I understand. Please take care of it," Peach Rabbit replied, her voice firm as she walked to the bow of the ship. Gazing at the blood-red sea, her heart heavy with grief. Such scenes had unfolded numerous times throughout her years in the Navy. She was not numb to the pain. She simply knew that sorrow and anguish were futile. Incapable of reclaiming lost lives, in her youth, she had channeled that sorrow into training, perpetually until she became a Navy Vice Admiral. Yet, she understood that even upon attaining the rank of Admiral, she would still be unable to protect everyone. The sea breeze whisked away the stench of blood, and the waves washed away the blood from the ocean. Staring out at the distant sea, Peach Rabbit murmured, "All I can do is wield my sword to protect more lives." A single tear carried by the sea breeze was whisked away into the ocean. Chapter 35. Intelligence from the Navy to in the cabin. Drought Jack opened his eyes, his mind involuntarily recalling Peach Rabbit's stunning sword strike. The scene lingered in his thoughts, refusing to fade. A chilling sensation coursed through his limbs. He knew without a doubt what it was. The sea stone handcuffs. They rendered his body feeble and powerless. Drought Jack gazed at the cuffs binding his hands and feet, realizing he'd been bested by that female officer. He had failed in his mission for Kaido, and surely Kaido would be furious. He resigned himself to lying flat on the floor, in the dim, damp room, as thoughts of that legendary strike resurfaced in his mind. Rarely did a swordsman allow their weapon to slip from their grasp. Typically, they would merely throw, toss, or smash it in ordinary, non-lethal fashion. Yet that strike had been entirely different. Its power was overwhelming, Otherwise, how could his dual defenses as a mammoth and the formidable Haki have faltered? It was an exceptionally peculiar sword technique, and that weapon was equally strange. Drought Jack's mind was plagued with unease, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons that on the deck, numerous naval soldiers were diligently engaged in cleaning. But the persistent bloodstains had seeped into the wooden planks, proving impossible to eradicate entirely with mere brushes. A somber atmosphere enveloped everyone aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, at the ship's railing, Peach Rabbit stood resolutely behind. Observing the female sailors laboring on the deck, she sighed inwardly, wishing they could wield weapons enhanced by reinforcement stones. Perhaps such armaments would significantly reduce casualties. These stones not only fortified weapons, but could also augment artillery. Had the ship been equipped with such weaponry, the Navy's losses during yesterday's battle might have been considerably lessened. However, the thought of a single reinforcement stone costing 10 million berries left her feeling helpless. The exorbitant nature of these weapons made widespread adoption within the Navy utterly unattainable, and initial enhancements yielded minimal effects. Only after multiple augmentations would the weapon's efficacy undergo a transformative change. The image of Hill surfaced in her mind, accompanied by a glimmer of hope. Being so young, he might one day invent something that could be disseminated throughout the Navy. If only the Navy could strengthen itself to curb the burgeoning tide of pirates and eradicate those formidable marauders. Perhaps they might succeed in diminishing the pirate threat. She fervently prayed for the Navy's success against the white-beard pirates this time. In Dressrosa, within the dim confines of the palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo was indulging in a restful slumber, reclining languidly on a sofa. Yet, a grimace of anguish gradually emerged upon his visage, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, as if he were ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for breath. Veins bulging on his forehead, his countenance contorted in a savage snarl as he spat a venomous curse. Damnable rabble! Perish from my dreams! He recalled the harrowing memories of being bound atop a city tower. Flames roaring ever higher, the searing heat and acrid smoke overwhelming him, rendering him powerless. Rising from the sofa, his expression darkened, he declared, "I shall obliterate this world. Everyone must die." A cruel, malevolent smile twisted upon his lips as he grasped a goblet, pouring red wine from a bottle and downing it in a single gulp. The crimson liquid stained his lips, lending a ghastly appearance in the dim room. Doflamingo, Doflamingo, a hurried voice called out, belonging to Treble. A grotesquely disfigured figure with 2 streams of blue mucus dangling from his nose, presenting a decidedly repugnant sight. Treble, what is it? Doflamingo reclined against the sofa, hands resting on the cushions. Treble hastily approached. Doflamingo, I have urgent news. He produced a din mushi. Upon seeing the creature, Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply beneath his sunglasses. The Don Quixote family was known for its 4 chief officers: Treble, representing the clover; Pica, the spade; Diamante, the diamond; and Virgo, the heart. Over a decade ago, as tumultuous winds swept across the seas, countless individuals set sail in search of the treasure left behind by the pirate king, Roger, before his death, marking the dawn of the Don Quixote family's ascent. However, they soon found themselves targeted by Vice Admiral Tu, whose exceptional intellect and formidable strength forced the Don Quixote family into a desperate flight. Doflamingo had ultimately devised a plan for his subordinate Virgo to infiltrate the Navy, yielding significant results. Leveraging the information from the undercover agent, they had managed to evade capture by Tsuru. Since becoming a legal warlord of the sea, it had been quite some time since Virgo had made contact. He would not take such risks unless the situation was dire. Doflamingo addressed the din mushi. This is Doflamingo. What has transpired? The Navy is facing a grave situation. Virgo's tone trembled slightly before he continued. There is a substance known as reinforcement stone surfacing within the Navy, capable of being integrated into weapons, significantly enhancing their hardness and resilience. Hearing this intelligence, Doflamingo's brow furrowed, yet he remained silent, listening intently. The most critical aspect is weapons infused with reinforcement stones possess the ability to amplify the strength of armament Haki. The Navy has allocated 12 reinforcement stones to me, enhancing my weapons armament hockey by approximately 40%. What? Doflamingo could no longer remain seated, bolting upright in disbelief as he fixated on the Den Mushi. The prospect of reinforcement stones augmenting armament hockey by such a substantial margin was astonishing. Doflamingo's expression turned tense as he urgently commanded, "Reinforcement stones? Relate every detail you know." As one of the warlords of the sea, well-versed in armament hockey, he recognized the terrifying implications of such an enhancement within the ranks of the naval forces. It would be akin to equipping them with wings, rendering the Navy all the more formidable. Virgo added, currently, it is said that only vice admirals and admirals proficient in armament hockey are eligible to receive reinforcement stones. I have learned that the Navy has established a factory at their headquarters, overseen by Admiral Kizu. While the quantity of reinforcement stones within the Navy remains limited, it is still significant. I have received 12 stones, and I am still gathering information regarding the factory at O. And Doflamingo, there's one more extremely important matter to report. Point one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, Drought Jack, has been captured by the Navy and is being transported to Impel Down. However, I do not yet know who is responsible for the escort or the timeline. Upon hearing this news, Doflamingo was once again taken aback. What? I knew that foolish individual would eventually encounter trouble. The chapter of the Four Emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Doflamingo had always believed that Jack's reckless nature would lead to his downfall. The time for retribution had finally arrived, and he instructed Virgo to investigate all information regarding the reinforcement stones and Drought Jack, ensuring that their identity remained concealed. After ending the call, Doflamingo furrowed his brow, cursing, "That bastard! Why provoke the Navy, of all people?" Fueled by rage, he struggled to suppress his emotions. Venting his anger would serve no purpose and would only disrupt his train of thought. Treble, equally anxious, implored, Doflamingo, what should we do now?" One side represented the Navy, while the other was the Beast Pirates, one of the Four Emperors. Neither was a foe they could afford to provoke. That, of course, we should inform Kaido and let him confront the Navy. We need to remain uninvolved, seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence on the reinforcement stones while Kaido and the Navy clash. Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile. With the Navy now possessing reinforcement stones capable of amplifying armament hockey, their strength would undoubtedly surge. Realizing this, Doflamingo immediately instructed Treble, disseminate the news regarding the Navy's possession of reinforcement stones. I want all other factions to be aware of this information. We shall observe their reactions. He chuckled darkly. This plan of mine is quite splendid. We must see how the other pirates respond. We cannot allow the Navy to forge ahead unimpeded in their production of reinforcement stones. Torbol wore a sinister and lewd smile upon his face. Having received the task, he immediately set about disseminating the news. Simultaneously, Don Quixote, Doflamingo informed Kaido of the Beasts about the capture of Jack the Drought by the Navy, who intended to transport him to Impel Down. Beneath the ominous clouds, Onigashima, shaped like a colossal skull, exuded an aura of dread and terror, rendering it a place that ordinary folk would not dare approach. This was the stronghold of the Beast's Pirates, one of the Four Emperors. Within the skull, however, lay a traditional Japanese-style courtyard adorned with ancient charm. Kaido of the Beast reclined on the ground, while a striking woman with emerald-green eyes and horns, exuding an irresistible allure, was currently massaging his shoulders. Her form was as imposing as Kaido's colossal physique. That moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, and with a sudden motion, the door was pushed open. Several members of the Beast Pirates entered, hoisting a massive transponder snail before Kaido. One pirate, standing at attention, proclaimed, "Master Kaido, a call from Don Quixote, Doflamingo." Black Maria's hands halted mid-motion. Kaido opened his copper bell-like eyes, which perpetually radiated a wild and ferocious aura, and sat up, a cold smirk spreading across his lips. "Doflamingo, what could he possibly want to contact me about? Let us hear what he has to say." The pirate promptly answered the transponder snail, and Doflamingo's voice resonated from within. "Kaido, Jack is in trouble. He has been captured by the Navy. I've received word that they are preparing to send him to Impel Down." As Doflamingo's words sunk in, Kaido's pronounced brow furrowed, casting his eyes into shadow. An eerie silence enveloped the room, and the pirates from the Beast Pirates turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Kaido. Hello. Doflamingo's voice echoed from the transponder snailed at that moment. Kaido's lips curled into a grin, and he began to laugh, though the sound was chilling and bone-deep. What a stroke of luck! I was just lamenting my lack of a reason to confront the Navy. If they dare to lay hands on my subordinate, they should brace themselves for a grand battle. He extended his massive hand, seizing a red sake gourd from the table, and began to gulp it down voraciously. The clear liquor trickled down the sides of Kaido's mouth, while the pirates stood frozen, knowing all too well that Kaido's temper was legendary within the Beast Pirates. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. The fiery drink seared Kaido's throat and stomach, and as the gourd ran dry, he crushed it with a fierce grip. With a sharp crack, he rose to his feet, his towering form casting a shadow that engulfed much of the room. Black Maria, familiar with Kaido's temperament, recognized that he was genuinely enraged. Master Kaido, perhaps we should negotiate with the Navy for Jack's release, Black Maria suggested. Kaido, however, appeared to disregard her entirely, his voice laced with fury as he retorted. Though Jack may be weak, he is fiercely loyal to me. If they dare to lay hands on my subordinate, I will make the Navy pay dearly. With that, his body began to transform, rapidly increasing in size as he burst from the room, metamorphosing into a gigantic blue dragon that soared into the skies. Amidst the dark clouds, purple lightning flickered ominously, creating a terrifying visual spectacle. He vanished into the heavens, leaving Black Maria to watch his departure. Contemplating Jack's incompetence in handling the transaction of artificial devil fruits, her emerald eyes held no trace of concern. She knew that with Kaido's might, the Navy would be powerless against him, and that Jack would soon be released. In fact, she felt a sense of relief at the prospect of a quieter period. Having navigated the seas for decades, Kaido was intimately familiar with a map of the New World. The massive blue dragon wove through the clouds. Still unaware of Jack's whereabouts, in that case, he thought, I shall pay a visit to that old man Sengoku and give him a taste of my might, demanding Jack's release. I truly yearn for a thrilling battle. With fervor and anticipation coursing through him, he sped toward Marine Headquarters, Team Marine Headquarters. When the peculiar clouds rushed towards them, alarm bells blared. The sound echoed throughout every corner of the base, prompting countless Marines to surge forth from all directions. In an instant, thousands of soldiers gathered in the plaza. Simultaneously, towering figures of high-ranking officers hurriedly emerged from their offices, standing on the central observation deck of the fortress. Sengoku's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Muttering beasts, Kaido. Chapter 37. Mobile Armor. Ink Dragon No. 1 Sengoku's face turned ashen. Kaido's formidable physique was notorious. The Navy had tried various methods, even resorting to expensive devil fruits, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to Kaido's peculiar constitution, he did not perish as expected. Strangely, Kaido was also unable to acquire the powers of a second devil fruit. Despite the Navy's countless attempts to imprison him, Kaido's astonishing regenerative abilities rendered them futile. Even the Sea Prism Stone, known for its ability to restrain devil fruit users, could not fully inhibit his movements. That Kaido's formidable body retained its destructive power, leaving the Navy in a state of despair. Ultimately, they had no choice but to tolerate his presence. Could it be that he has come for Jack? Sengoku pondered, recalling that the information about the capture of Jack had reached Marine Headquarters immediately following the battle. Nevertheless, he barked orders to his aide, Commodore Brandnew. Evacuate all Marines in the plaza, and inform everyone to avoid Kaido at all costs. That lower-ranked officers are to refrain from engaging in battle. Protect all key personnel. His words were rapid. The reason for dispersing the Marines was clear. They posed no threat to Kaido, and their attempts with cannons, firearms, and blades would only result in unnecessary casualties. Only high-ranking officers could provide any semblance of protection for Marine Headquarters against Kaido. Brandnew swiftly complied with Sengoku's orders in a factory several kilometers behind the massive fortress. Jinbei anxiously pressed the doorbell to the laboratory, clutching a massive battle the mechanical gears whirred. The laboratory door swung open, and Hill, hearing the alarm blaring throughout Marine Headquarters, turned to Jinbei with a puzzled expression. What has happened? A sudden chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates had arrived so soon? Who in their right mind would dare to cause chaos at Marine headquarters? Jinbei stood frozen, for his height already towered over Hill. Upon the door's opening, he caught sight of a nearly 10-meter-tall steel giant. Majestic and imposing, its entire form black with an unknown coating that gleamed under the lights. The various armors adorned its body like the muscular lines of a human, exuding a mechanical beauty. With 2 pairs of wings on its back evoking thoughts of flight. Instantly, it captivated his attention. "Hill, what is that?" Jinbei asked, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. The giant's formidable appearance far surpassed that of the peacekeepers. "Oh, that," Hill mused for a moment before naming it. "It's a flying mech, and I've dubbed it Ink Dragon No. 1. A mech." Ink Dragon No. 1? Jinbei was utterly bewildered, his eyes sparkling with intense curiosity as he bluntly inquired. "Is this your new invention? What is its purpose?" Hill was reluctant to dwell on the matter, responding, "It's a robot controlled by humans. Now, tell me, why is the alarm ringing at Marine headquarters?" "It's Kaido. Kaido of the Beast has come to Marine headquarters." Jinbei replied immediately, "What the hell?" Hilton was taken aback. "You mean Kaido has come to the Navy headquarters?" At that moment, his head was spinning, yet he felt no fear. After all, this was the Navy headquarters. Even if it was one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Kaido, the Navy had personnel capable of handling him. The notion of confronting an emperor was no trifling matter, and besides, the Navy had an abundance of manpower. What astonished him was that Kaido had appeared at this very moment. He had never heard of such an occurrence in the anime. How could the plotline have gone awry like this? Unbeknownst to Hilton, the emergence of the enhancement stones had caused Sengoku to resolve to engage in battle with the Whitebeard pirates several days earlier than planned. The butterfly effect had long since begun to magnify unnoticed. "Do not worry, I shall protect you," said Bartolomeo, patting his sturdy chest. Hilton shot Bartolomeo a perplexed glance, internally scoffing. "Brother, wake up. You would just be delivering yourself to the slaughtered, of course." He did not voice this, but instead, his eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. "Bartolomeo, do you not wish to engage Kaido in battle?" The earnest Bartolomeo immediately replied, "Dr. Hilton, my task from the old man is to protect you. From this moment on, I shall guard you closely until Kaido departs." His large, bell-like eyes were fixed on Hilton, unwavering, revealing his determination to protect him at all costs. "You are indeed a good brother." Hilton chuckled, "But that is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Do you not wish to witness his might? I have heard that he is renowned as the strongest man in the world in terms of defense. I wonder how he compares to the strongest beings of sea, land, and air." "Of course it's me," Bartolomeo declared, exuding confidence in his own defensive prowess. "Not necessarily. You have never faced him. How can you be certain whose defense is superior?" Hilton feigned a serious, analytical expression. "We could go and see. That way we would know just how formidable Kaido's defense truly is." Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled, only to dim again as he solemnly stated, "My mission is to protect you. Dr. Vegapunk has pacifists. There is no need for concern." Observing a flicker of uncertainty in Bartolomeo, Hilton immediately added, "Listen to me, a vice admiral will surely intercept Kaido. So we can watch from a distance without any risk. With so many powerful vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, not to mention Admiral Sengoku, could they not stop even a single Kaido? We shall keep our distance. I assure you, there will be no problem. Do you not trust your own defense?" Bartolomeo instantly responded, "My defensive abilities are unparalleled. Protecting you is certainly no issue, but you must not stray too far from me." "Very well," Hilton grinned, "but wait for me a moment." That he turned and walked toward the laboratory, arriving behind the Mecha Dragon No. 1, and opened the hatch. The mechanical armor's back split in 2, lowering a ladder. And Hilton ascended into the interior of the combat armor at a 3-dimensional virtual control chamber, 1 meter wide and 3 meters high, appeared before him, reminiscent of a virtual gaming pod, after entering and adjusting his position. Mechanical restraints secured Hilton's hands and feet, thighs and arms, waist, simultaneously. A helmet enveloped his head. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, "Connection successful. Chapter 38. Akainu vs. Kaido." The lights of Mecha Dragon No. 1 illuminated instantly. emitting a blue glow. In the virtual chamber, Hilton's mind was flooded with visual data transmitted from Mecha Dragon Number 1, controlling it with his consciousness to take a step forward. Boom! The ground trembled under the weight of over 10 tons. Hilton, this thing is incredible. Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he could take Hilton's place to control this steel behemoth. Who cared about pacifists in the presence of Mecha Dragon Number 1? Bartolomeo eagerly approached, running his hands over the armor's cold, smooth surface, feeling the substantial heft of the metallic material. The polished black armor reflected piercing rays of light. That moment, Mecha Dragon Number 1 emitted a mechanical voice. Bartolomeo, let us hasten to the square. The tone carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. After all, it was one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Kaido, and the Navy's admirals would surely intervene. Hilton, too, was eager to witness the impending spectacular battle. All right, but when can I try controlling Mecha Dragon Number 1? Bartolomeo relented, still yearning for a chance to operate the enormous machine. Not unless you lose some weight. Hilton replied that Bartolomeo's physique was not akin to that of the 3 admirals. He was more akin to a 3-meter-tall giant, practically broadside. The virtual chamber of the combat armor could hardly accommodate his size. As they conversed, they exited the factory. Stepping outside, they beheld the ominous dark clouds engulfing much of the Navy headquarters in shadow. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the two made their way toward the square. They could see that moment. Above the square, Akainu's arm transformed into a torrent of molten lava, the searing magma casting an astonishing red glow upon everything around, painting the scene in a hellish hue. Hellhound, the scalding magma, surged forward with incredible speed. Bang! Kaido was struck in the abdomen, his muscular form collapsing under the impact, and he was sent hurtling backward over 100 meters. Damn you, Red Dog! How is your haki so powerful? Coming to a halt, Kaido's lips twitched in confusion as he gazed at the Navy Admiral Akai. He had faced Akung many times before, but the attacks had usually resulted in mere discomfort. This time, however, he felt an agonizing pain. He could sense that the opponent's armed haki had escalated to an entirely new level. Despite lacking the skill of flowing cherry blossoms, the blows inflicted upon him were excruciating. Akainu's expression was cold, yet his eyes gleamed with indomitable fighting spirit. Humph, Kaido, the Navy headquarters is not a playground for you. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. With that, Akainu's entire form turned a deep crimson, resembling a bloodstone. As his lower body vanished in a plume of thick smoke, he soared into the a Navy admiral. They possessed not only formidable haki and extensive destructive capability, but also strategies to counter various foes and battlefields. Lava bubbled from his arm, and a colossal magma fist hurtled toward Kaido's face. In response to Akainu's assault, Kaido opened his dragon jaws, his massive teeth crashing together, creating a thunderous explosion as volcanic debris rained down from the sky. Kaido laughed maniacally. Roar, roar, roar. With your strength, you cannot kill me. Sengoku, as long as you release the Drought Disaster Jack, I will leave immediately. His golden slit-like eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Ice time. A chilling voice resonated as Akiji's feet were instantly encased in ice, spreading outward in all directions, freezing the descending volcanic ash in an instant, preventing the flames from spreading. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with determination as he resolutely declared to Kaido in the sky. It is impossible for the Navy to release the Drought Disaster Jack. The Navy has no reason to let go of a pirate who harms us. Not now. Not ever. The enhanced 12 gauntlets indeed made Akainu's attacks significantly more potent. But after all, gauntlets were blunt weapons, and their lethality could not compare to that of a sharp sword. He suppressed the urge to have others assist in besieging Kaido. Just a little longer. First, exhaust Kaido's stamina while allowing the others to protect the Navy headquarters, ensuring it would not be utterly devastated during the battle. The Navy had already planned to execute Fire Fist Ace at the headquarters as a response to the Whitebeard pirates. And should war break out, a ravaged Navy headquarters would deal a severe blow to the Navy's reputation and dignity. Without Sengoku's orders, others refrained from intervening, adhering strictly to the Fleet Admiral's directives to safeguard the Navy headquarters from destruction. In the sky, upon hearing Sengoku's response, Kaido was consumed by rage, his golden dragon eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, not letting him go. Today, I am determined to obliterate your naval headquarters. Let us see if you feel any sorrow. I never anticipated that the old-timer from the Warring States would show me no mercy. If I cannot rescue Jack, how could I possibly return to Ghost Island? To face my own subordinates? Enraged, a massive dragon's maw gaped open, and a tempest surged into Kaido's mouth, coalescing into a searing fireball that shone brilliantly, resembling a dragon ball. In the next instant, a terrifying column of flame erupted from Kaido's mouth. A torrent of fire akin to the breath of a mythological fire dragon, descending from the heavens like apocalyptic flames. The primary target of this infernal assault was none other than Admiral Akainu. Despite the overwhelming force of the strike, Akainu remained unfazed, maintaining his cold, ironclad demeanor. From his arm, magma formed into a snarling canine head, adorned with yellow flames. Dogbite Red Lotus! He unleashed a punch that transformed the magma into a ferocious, beast-like head. Hurtling towards Kaido's fiery breath, point one red, one yellow, one a terrifying volcanic magma, the other the scorching flames emitted by Kaido in his dragon form. The two attacks collided violently in an instant. Boom! An orange-red radiance illuminated the entire sky, akin to the aurora gracing the night, casting light upon the once darkened Marineford. Flames and volcanic ash cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour. How formidable! Is this the combat prowess of an admiral and the Yonko Kaido? In the Meilong No. 1, Hill was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. This was nothing short of divine, beings clashing as fierce, so incredibly fierce. Beside him, Bartolomeo was equally taken aback by the ferocity of the battle. Feeling a sense of impact, as sparks rained down from the sky, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared overhead. With a sly grin on his face, he thought, how terrifying. The naval headquarters must not be allowed to be destroyed. With hands forming a graceful pose, crossed over his chest, he exclaimed, H-Shaku K-G-Y. Chapter 39. Garp. I like this thing. A dazzling golden light blossomed from Kizaru's fingers, unleashing a barrage of golden energy projectiles that filled the sky like a rain of bullets. Shooting towards the fiery deluge, the inferno raining down from the sky was reduced to mere dust by Admiral Kizaru's onslaught. The energy projectiles, undeterred, shot towards the sea, transforming the surface into a sieve. Having accomplished this, Kizaru became a streak of golden light, akin to a falling star, vanishing from the sky. In the next moment, countless particles of light gradually coalesced in front of Hill and Bartolomeo. Forming Kizaru's likeness, his eyes beneath the sunglasses curiously surveying the steel monstrosity beside Bartolomeo. Pouting, he inquired, Bartolomeo, I instructed you to protect Hill. Why have you brought this bizarre contraption with you? Old man, Bartolomeo called out. Promptly responding, this machine is Hill. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's expression shifted to one of surprise as he concentrated, sensing Hill indeed within. But what on earth was this colossal creation? It appeared to be a robot. Admiral Kizaru, this is my newly invented powered armor, named Meilong No. 1. Hill's mechanical voice resonated. At this moment, Meilong No. 1's eyes gleamed like headlights, fixated on the ongoing battle in the sky, exclaiming, such destructive power! I estimate that Meilong No. 1 could only withstand a few attacks before being obliterated. As the creator of Meilong No. 1, Hill was acutely aware of its toughness and defensive capabilities. Observing the clash between the Yonko Kaido and Admiral Akainu, he had formed a rough assessment. Meilong No. 1 should be able to endure several full-force attacks from either an Admiral or a Yonko before succumbing. Hearing Hill's assertion, Kizaru looked up in astonishment at the Meilong No. 1. Hill, are you suggesting that this contraption can withstand Kaido's onslaught? His heart raced with disbelief. Even as a naval admiral, he could not easily endure Kaido's full-strength assault. Could this hunk of metal truly bear it? A few hits should be manageable, Hill pondered for a moment, offering a conservative estimate. As he had not yet conducted a true experiment, he was still unable to make a definitive judgment. Kizaru couldn't help but draw in sharp breath, marveling, is this robot truly that formidable? He had some understanding of robots, having been deeply involved in the Navy's Pacifista project, where Vegapunk utilized his fruit powers to create laser weapons, boasting speeds and destructive capabilities far exceeding those of conventional artillery. Yet, even the Pacifista could be dispatched with a single blow by Kazoo. Such machines held little utility against powerful foes. They were, however, quite effective against weaker pirates, as their alloy construction proved too resilient for most. "Your invention is remarkable," Kizuru remarked, casting a curious glance at the robot beside him. The Hill's creation was indeed unique, but how effective would Meilong No. 1 be in combat? Bartolomeo chimed in. Hill's invention must be extraordinary. If the Navy could control this robot, it would save a significant number of personnel. That he believed that such a robot could certainly match the combat efficacy of a whole squad of sailors. Meanwhile, the battle continued to rage in the sky, with Akainu and Kaido engaged in an unrelenting clash. With enhanced gauntlets, Akainu was exceptionally ferocious. Any strike that landed on Kaido sent him reeling. However, Kaido was no slouch either, boasting tremendous defensive strength and a terrifying recovery rate that rendered him unyielding against Akainu. The two exchanged blows, creating a spectacle of fierce combat. Sengoku's gaze turned towards Kizuru, a spark of curiosity igniting in his eyes. What was that extraordinary figure beside Kizaru? A towering iron giant, nearly 10 meters tall, caught the attention of all nearby naval personnel. Vice Admiral Garp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be some sort of fascinating toy? I must inquire about it. With that, he scratched his nose and promptly made his way towards Kizuru and Bartolomeo. Surely, this must be a new creation from the Navy's scientific division. It appeared somewhat reminiscent of the Pacifista, but likely was a combat-oriented machine, speculated Tsuru. She then scrutinized the robotic giant closely, pondering, given Vegapunk style, it's unlikely he would construct something like this. I wonder which doctor from the Navy Science Division is responsible for it. The design was entirely different from Vegapunk's, with the sleek black robot adorned with 2 pairs of black wings emanating a soft white glow. Visually, it exuded a stunning and powerful aesthetic, full of mechanical beauty. Moreover, the craftsmanship was exceptionally refined, suggesting it was unlikely to be a Vegapunk creation. Other naval officers were equally filled with curiosity and intrigue. Sengoku's expression grew serious as he announced, "Let us approach together, but we must not neglect the battle between Akainu and Kaido. Remain ready to intervene at any moment." Present were elite naval commanders, such as the Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider, all eager to test their weapons, enhanced through 12 rounds of reinforcement. Their hands itched with anticipation, each yearning to experience the effects of their formidable enhancements in battle. Yet, Sengoku restrained them, asserting that the Navy could not afford any missteps, particularly before the conflict with the Whitebeard pirates reached its conclusion. Sengoku, Tsuru, Akiji, and others soon arrived at Kizaru's location, where they found Vice Admiral Garp curiously exploring the armor of Meilong No. 1, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This robot was astonishingly impressive. Its toughness surpassed many weapons, suggesting it was incredibly resilient. "I absolutely adore this," Garp exclaimed, his face alight with admiration as he patted the armor of Meilong No. 1, calling out, "Hill, come out here. Let me give it a try." "Hill." Sengoku's expression shifted in surprise, questioning this machine was created by Hill. Regarding Hill, he harbors immense optimism. The last invention, the reinforced stone, was nothing short of miraculous, and now it seems he has conjured yet another innovation, filling him with both astonishment and delight. Externally, this robot is anything but ordinary. If Hill is indeed inside, akin to Karp, it signifies that humanity can control such advanced machinery. Eagerly, he yearns to discern the parameters of this robot and whether it can be mass-produced, as well as its potential deployment on the battlefield. Chapter 40. This contraption is astonishingly inexpensive, a creation of Hill S, yet I remain uncertain about its combat capabilities, Jean Taoan murmured, casting a glance at his own physique, which resembled that of a woman expecting septuplets, his belly prominently protruding. Due to his considerable weight, Hill has prohibited him from operating the Mecha Dragon No. 1, and he is resolute in shedding the excess fat around his midsection. The naval commanders, well acquainted with Hill, scrutinized the robot once more, eager to discern any differences. Wushu remarked, This robot likely cannot be harmed by ordinary artillery. However, I am curious about its endurance and combat effectiveness. Judging by its exterior and tactile assessment, the defensive quality of this robot is undoubtedly commendable, verging on formidable. It surpasses standard steel in hardness. Nevertheless, the paramount concerns lie in its combat capability and operational endurance. These are the critical aspects. Admiral Crane nodded in agreement, stating, "I observe that this machine possesses 2 pairs of wings on its back, suggesting it is capable of flight. As for its combat methodology, that remains to be determined. Though it likely shares similarities with the pacifistas, featuring long-range strike capabilities, the assembly concurred with this assessment. Karp, growing impatient, began to pick his nose and declared, "Let Hill emerge and enlighten us directly to AT that moment." Mecha Dragon No. 1 emitted a voice to introduce itself. This is a mobile armor, capable of maintaining combat status for approximately 5 to 8 hours. Its primary offensive tools are the Energy Beam Sword and Energy Cannon. As Hill operated Mecha Dragon No. 1, it revealed the Energy Beam Sword. Under his control, the left arm of Mecha Dragon No. 1 opened to reveal a compartment for which a massive hilt emerged, serving both as the storage for the hilt and the charging station. Grasping the hilt with its right hand, Hill pressed a button, and a blue luminescence spread from the hilt, forming a sword several meters in length. Hill proclaimed, "This is the Energy Beam Sword, capable of effortlessly slicing through steel." He had indeed tested it. Cutting through steel was as easy as slicing tofu, demonstrating tremendous power. Such a weapon is truly unprecedented. Akiji gazed in awe at the Energy Beam Sword held by Mecha Dragon No. 1. He had never encountered such a weapon before, though it bore some resemblance to the weaponry produced by Kizuru and his own abilities. Both existing in the form of energy constructs that, of course, that was in the past. Yet, energy-based weaponry is not to be underestimated, often proving superior to conventional armaments. Sengoku, visibly pleased, wore a broad smile as he remarked, "A combat duration of 5 to 8 hours is quite impressive, sufficient for most conflicts. I have no concerns regarding its endurance, and the weaponry is equally satisfactory. Once deployed on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly become a lethal machine. Against lesser-known pirates, it would certainly dominate with overwhelming force. The key advantage lies in its human control, which far exceeds autonomous machines in tactical execution and coordination." Admiral Crane, equally satisfied, raised pertinent inquiries. "How long does it take to recharge this robot? If its energy is depleted, can it be moved manually? Additionally, what is the potency of its long-range strike capabilities?" She posed these crucial questions in one breath, understanding their significance in combat scenarios. Hill patiently elaborated. "The recharge time for Mecha Dragon No. 1 is 12 hours. In the event of energy depletion, manual activation of the backup energy is required. If it merely needs to move or fly without engaging in combat, the backup energy can sustain Mecha Dragon No. 1 for about 1 hour, at a speed 3 times that of standard vehicles. The long-range strike capabilities are manifested through energy cannons. However, utilizing these cannons will impact its endurance and sustain combat capacity. Based on my earlier statement of 5 to 8 hours, Mecha Dragon No. 1 can likely discharge approximately 20 energy cannon shots. Given the potential for accumulating points, Hill spoke with meticulous detail, envisioning the scenario where, should any pirate other than Kaido appear, he could maneuver Mecha Dragon No. 1 to demonstrate its formidable power. 1 unit of Mecha Dragon No. 1 could yield 1,000,000 points, equivalent to an opportunity to draw from the golden treasure chest. He was careful not to exaggerate the data, knowing such discrepancies would be revealed in subsequent tests. The crowd was elated by Hill's revelations. Mecha Dragon No. 1 boasts remarkable combat capabilities, Sengoku inquired, his face beaming with delight. "Hill, what is the cost of producing this marvel?" Others gazed intently at Mecha Dragon No. 1, their heads craned upward due to its immense size. 100 million berries. Hill responded, instantly igniting a wave of joy among the assembly. Sengoku could hardly believe his ears. Questioning whether he had misheard, he found it staggering that such a creation could be so affordable. He had anticipated a starting cost of at least 2 to 3 billion berries. Yet, reality had bestowed upon him an extraordinary surprise. "Excellent! Excellent! Marvelous!" Sengoku exclaimed, Unable to contain his excitement, his usual composure abandoned as he burst in a laughter. 100 million is exceptionally reasonable. Admiral Crane chuckled, reflecting on the unexpected nature of this price. Akin to a miraculous windfall descending upon the Navy. Kizaru expressed his astonishment. I cannot believe it only requires 100 million. This technology can be mass-produced, which is tenfold cheaper than the pacifistas. Each pacifista costs 1 billion berries. An exorbitant expense. With Mecha Dragon #1 available, there is no need to continue producing such costly pacifistas. Jean Taoan, straightforward and earnest, added, having spent considerable time with the pacifistas, I find myself far more enamored with this impressive behemoth, especially since it can be human-controlled. Just imagining myself operating such an impressive, majestic machine ignites a fervent passion within me. Another individual, equally fervent, with eyes ablaze, was Vice Admiral Karp. Without reservation, he addressed Sengoku. Sengoku, you must procure one for me. Chapter 41. Has Akainu taken medication? His heart raced with anticipation. This imposing steel giant promises to be immensely entertaining. In high spirits, Sengoku concurred, no problem. Once this marvel is produced, I will ensure you receive one. At a mere 100 million berries per unit, it felt as though fortune were smiling upon them. Naval ships, weaponry, scientific endeavors, bounties, salaries, pensions, each expenditure typically involved astronomical figures. The cost of Mecha Dragon #1, however, was astonishingly low. Not only should it be produced, but it must be mass-produced. Sengoku's voice resonated with determination. Such a weapon is a fool's folly not to create. He turned his gaze toward Hill, commending Hill. You have once again achieved remarkable success. I will certainly advocate for your merits. Do you have any request that I can address? Upon hearing Sengoku's intention to mass-produce the mobile armor, Hill was elated, already envisioning the influx of points. Indeed, Hill operated Mecha Dragon #1 and inquired, could I have a daily supply of Sea King meat delivered to me? To speak candidly, the dining conditions in the Navy are indeed commendable. However, possessing a palate for gourmet fare requires sustenance rich in higher nutritional value and superior ingredients. Only then can he maximize his physical growth, as the attribute points necessary for enhancing his physique are exceedingly numerous. Moreover, after every 10th level, the attribute points required for physical enhancement increase significantly. Currently, the effort to elevate just one level demands several tens of thousands of attribute points. Relying solely on points earned through lotteries for enhancement proves to be quite burdensome, especially considering the other skills that also necessitate attribute points for improvement. He has resigned himself to a state of complacency, as he simply does not possess the time for relentless training. Instead, he plans to adopt a strategy of focusing on one strength while allowing others to reach their peak. Did I end such a scenario? Who could possibly intimidate me? Upon hearing Hill's request, Karp erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, Hill, if you were to supply me with a few more Meilong #1, I shall ensure to bring back bountiful supplies of Sea King meat every time that I guarantee you will feast to your heart's content. The mention of food struck a chord with him. He relished the idea of a navy like yours. As these words escaped his lips, memories of training Luffy and Ace surged back, as he earnestly endeavored to cultivate them into exemplary sailors. Yet ultimately, they became pirates, leaving a bittersweet pang in his heart. The thought of Ace, now imprisoned and impelled down, stirred a deep, aching sorrow within him. Hill, I shall acquiesce to your request, Sengoku said with a genial smile, deeming such a request trivial for the Navy. Vice Admiral Tsuru also appeared in good spirits, recognizing the formidable might of the Elbaf giants, a power that even Big MOM sought to align with. With the introduction of Meilong #1, the Navy could now rival the giants. She held the giants in high regard, noting their exceptional combat prowess. Their sheer size afforded them remarkable advantages in strength. Consequently, the Navy had enlisted numerous giants as commanders. Now, Meilong #1 could completely supplant the giant's role, even surpassing it in capabilities, with the ability to fly and engage in long-range attacks. Viewed from any angle, the Navy's future appeared bright and prosperous. Nearby, Vice Admiral Squirrel and Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, harboring optimistic outlooks for the future. It seems our burdens will become much lighter henceforth. Akiji remarked with a cheerful grin, noting the cost-effectiveness and the assurance of combat efficacy stemming from Hill's craftsmanship. With such a weapon at their disposal, the Navy could charge fearlessly into battle, impervious to artillery fire, truly a venture that promised nothing but benefits. Sengoku gazed skyward, urging everyone to remain vigilant regarding Kaido. Should the opportunity arise, they would strive to subdue him once and for all. He harbored no absolute certainty about the enhanced weapon's capacity to pose a threat to the formidable Kaido. But such a rare opportunity warranted a trial. Kizura nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. I too wish to see if the strengthened Amatsuki can eliminate that rascal Kaido. Historically, Kaido had relied on his tremendous physique to wreak havoc upon Navy bases, resulting in significant losses for the Navy, with many officers assigned to detain him having perished in the process. A thrill coursed through him at the prospect. If they could indeed vanquish Kaido using their enhanced weaponry, it would irrevocably alter the dynamics of the seas, rendering the Beast Pirates no longer a formidable threat to the Navy. Coupled with the upcoming plans against the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku's heart raced with excitement. Had his long-held dream of justice and dominion finally begun to materialize after years of effort? In the skies, Kaido's frustration mounted as he felt a surge of intense confusion. Today, Akainu seemed unusually off-kilter. Was he on something? His arm haki was considerably stronger than usual, while it couldn't severely wound him. The pain was undeniably real. He had never felt such agony, even after plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters. Ha! Kaido roared in fury, opening his dragon mouth to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the skies. Bad wind. In an instant, a barrage of slicing winds shot forth from Kaido's mouth, reminiscent of a swordsman's aerial slashes, possessing terrifying cutting power. The azure wind blades sliced through the air with alarming speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The air screeched as they sped toward Akainu. With a cold gaze directed at Kaido, Akainu retorted, Kaido, such paltry attacks are insufficient. Today, we shall settle all scores, both old and new, in the face of Kaido's onslaught. Akainu chose not to evade. Molten magma erupted from his arm, the explosive force of a volcano coursing into the lava. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed through the sky as wave after wave of wind blades was shattered by Akainu's fists. Like a flame-wreathed war god, he stood resolute, bracing himself against the mythical dragon. The fierce and tumultuous battle ignited a fervor within Hill, who yearned to one day confront the four emperors like a cut. He even fantasized about besting the legendary Kaido, the strongest creature. Hill watched the aerial clash with rapt attention, fully aware that the likes of Kaido and Akainu would not yield a decisive victor in the short term. Their stamina, explosive power, and destructive capabilities had transcended human limitations. Nevertheless, for Sengoku, Kizuru, Akiji, and others, the encounter had grown somewhat tedious, having witnessed countless battles before. Time passed, and the fierce duel between Akainu and Kaido had persisted for 4 to 5 hours, with the sky remaining dark and ambiguous, rendering it difficult to discern whether it was indeed evening. Sengoku turned to Kizuru and instructed, Borsellino, utilize the Amatsuki and see if you can injure Kaido. At that moment, Hill interjected, suggesting, isn't Vice Admiral Karp eager to test the Meilong No. 1? Why not let him pilot it and assess its combat capabilities? What a splendid idea! Karp exclaimed, immediately brimming with excitement. Hill, you're quite perceptive. In his elation, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Let me give this Meilong No. 1 a whirl. S. Hill operated the Meilong No. 1. He opened the hatch and descended the ladder, surveying the array of naval commanders present. Just then, Karp dashed to Hill's side, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Kid, quickly tell me how to operate this thing. Just follow the ladder inside. Hill patiently explained the operational procedures to Karp, emphasizing the key points and precautions. Unfortunately, Karp's impatience led him to disregard much of the information, and halfway through, he eagerly bounded up the ladder and entered the hatch. Sengoku's expression turned slightly uneasy as he approached Hill, asking, do you think Karp will cause any trouble? Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Hill's expression stiffened, and he replied, I hope not. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash resounded. Dust erupted from the ground as Meilong No. 1 toppled over, its rear half even embedding into the earth. At that moment, Mei Long number 1 emitted a voice. I merely lack familiarity. Such mishaps shall not recur. It turned out this contraption could indeed fly, and to his surprise, it ascended swiftly despite its considerable weight. Carp, taking control of Mei Long number 1, righted it from its fall. Subsequently, the two pairs of iron wings unfurled, and blue flames erupted from the thrusters, propelling Mei Long number 1 into the sky. Nevertheless, due to Carp's inexperience, the craft wobbled erratically in midair, soaring up and down, left and right, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with its speed and controls. Ha! This thing is simply delightful. Carp's exuberant laughter echoed from Mei Long number 1, as a being of his caliber was far more concerned with enjoyment than the machine's combat capabilities. Having become somewhat familiar with the operation of the Mei Long number 1, he grew bolder, the flames on its wings surging once more, intensifying in strength, while the speed of Mei Long number 1 increased significantly. Zhang Guo nodded in satisfaction. He had been closely observing the performance of Mei Long number 1 and could not help but commend Sierra. Truly is a genius inventor. Once this device enters mass production, the Navy will undoubtedly grow even stronger. Judging by the current flight speed and coordination of Mei Long number 1, it could only be described as extremely perfect. Moreover, Carp quickly became adept at operating Mei Long number 1, demonstrating that it was not difficult to control. Other naval forces should also be able to master it within a short period. He harbored no disdain for Carp's intellect. Vice Admiral, he also wore a smile of gratification. Although our Navy is currently in a period of great strength, it is rare to find young talents with the potential to become admirals. With Sierra's invention, however, the combat capabilities of the Navy are poised to become even more formidable, with the hope of bringing the pirate era to a definitive end. Her praise was exceedingly high. The emergence of Mei Long number 1 signified that the Navy would possess a legion of giants, unafraid of death, capable of withstanding artillery fire, and boasting the ability to fly. Among other advantages, if produced in sufficient numbers, it would completely surpass the value of the giant Navy. The benefits were manifold. 1 Mei Long number 1 alone could rival the combat power of thousands of naval personnel. Kizaru quietly reveled in this development, remarking, "Indeed, our burdens will be significantly lighter from now on. This contraption is invincible in the first half of the Grand Line, and even the pirates of the New World would think twice before attempting to destroy Mei Long No." A relieved, somewhat sly grin adorned his bearded face, as Mei Long number 1 was capable of undertaking numerous tasks. The more, the better. He could indulge in the blissful life of clocking in at work. Everyone harbored immense expectations for Mei Long No. 1, a hope for the Navy's prosperity and for Mei Long number 1 to possess extraordinary combat capabilities. Inside the virtual cabin, Vice Admiral Carp was beaming with delight. This thing is utterly fascinating. Earlier, Sierra did not demonstrate the energy cannon. Let me take it for a spin. His gaze shifted to a virtual screen, using his mind to command Mei Long number 1 to activate the energy beam cannon. Before Carp's eyes, a sight akin to an FPS shooting game scope materialized. Carp grinned widely, finding it intriguing that there was even a scope that could zoom in. It offered options for 2x to 10x magnification, along with an automatic targeting feature. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Locking onto Kaido, who was battling a Kainu in the sky, Carp issued the command, and Mei Long number 1 raised its hand, unleashing a blue laser from the center of its palm. Energy cannon. In a flash, it struck Kaido, now transformed into a colossal dragon, producing a tremendous explosion that made his massive form shudder violently. Kaido swiftly turned his dragon head, his sharp golden slitted eyes fixing on the Mei Long No. 1 hovering above the square, a look of astonishment dawning upon him. What is that thing? A potent question surged within him. Before he could ponder further, Akainu's assault came crashing down once more, prompting Kaido to bellow in rage. Bastard! After fending off Akainu's attack, he shouted defiantly, "Hand over Jack, or I shall turn the Navy headquarters into my own home." His voice echoed through the skies, laden with threats, aiming to compel Zhang Guo and Vice Admiral He to consent to releasing Jack for the greater good. However, he was mistaken. Instead, he was met with Carp's exuberant voice, filled with fierce combat spirit, akin to a blazing flame. "Sakazuki, I'm coming to assist you." With a jubilant shout, Carp maneuvered Meilong number 1 swiftly to Akainu's vicinity. Hovering in midair, Akainu frowned slightly. To be frank, he did not mind Carp intervening in his battle, but the fact that Vice Admiral Carp was operating a robot felt somewhat unreliable. After a brief contemplation, Akainu remarked, "Vice Admiral Carp, let us keep our distance. I fear my magma might melt your contraption." The 800-degree magma, while unable to melt steel, could easily damage non-metallic items due to rapid heat transfer. He did not believe that the machine was constructed entirely of heavy metal, and oh problem. "I just want to test out Sierra's invention." Meilong number 1. Carp replied nonchalantly, as the blue, blazing eyes of Meilong No. 1 locked onto Kaido. Energy Cannon. Chapter 43. The Infuriated Beast Kaido Boom. "Old man, take this." Carp's excitement was palpable as he maneuvered Meilong number 1. Darting about, targeting with abandon, streams of blue energy beams struck at highly strategic locations, causing Carp to laugh heartily. With Akainu restraining Kaido, even when Kaido lashed out with his dragon tail, Meilong number 1's incredible speed allowed it to evade effortlessly. Despite controlling Meilong number 1, Carp's observation haki remained sharp. His instinct for battle was as keen as ever, moving like an elusive eel. Hearing Carp's aggravating shouts, Kaido's expression darkened ominously, his eyes ablaze with fury that Carp's prowess instilled a measure of trepidation within him. But the tolerance for such affronts had limits. "Bastard! I will shatter your rusty shell today." Kaido could no longer contain himself. Although the energy cannon's damage was minimal, the positions Carp chose to strike were deeply insulting. Kaido unleashed a terrifying roar, causing the air to tremble violently, resonating even in the ears of those watching the battle from afar, such as Sierra, Zhonghua, and others. The ground beneath them shook, and the debris danced. In the eyes of the onlookers, Kaido's massive dragon form began to rapidly constrict, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal creature adorned with blue scales. A gigantic Kanabo rested upon his shoulder. As he stood upon a cloud of flames, suspended in midair, the dragon-human transformation was fully activated. His heavy breaths and crimson eyes radiated the intensity of his fury. Zizizi, zizizi. Purple arcs of electricity danced across Kaido's robust, muscular body, the sound of crackling currents echoing ominously. His muscles swelled once more, serpentine veins bulging prominently across his chest and neck. Downgrade the third generation. Indra S. descent. With a powerful leap from the fiery cloud, he recklessly swung the Kanabo, imbued with the color of Conqueror's haki and covered in spikes, forming a terrifying black-red lightning aura. The swirling Kanabo generated fierce gusts of wind. "Carp, you old bastard." D. He swung the weapon down toward Meilong No. 1 at that moment. Akainu was not idle either, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Kaido. However, Kaido was beyond reason, engulfed in a state of furious rage. Unfazed by Akainu's attack, he swung his Kanabo toward Carp with unyielding resolve. A fight to the finish. Carp was well aware that he could not evade this strike, and he quickly reacted, unleashing a formidable burst of armament haki from his body. The black armament haki enveloped Meilong No. 1, hardening its exterior completely. Carp, controlling Meilong number 1, threw a punch. The air erupted with a thunderous sound. Countless streams of air surged chaotically, a cacophony of turbulence. Boom! Kaido's Kanabo collided with Meilong number 1's fist, the terrifying armament haki and Conqueror's haki unleashing a storm of lightning across the sky. From the point of impact, it spread outward like a shattered, irregular spiderweb. It was as if the very sky had been torn asunder, leaving countless witnesses in utter shock. Bang! Another deafening roar reverberated through the heavens. It was Akainu. Like a colossal house, a massive magma fist struck Kaido's waist with tremendous force, compressing his muscles, yet failing to break through in an instant. He was sent flying like a meteor. Akainu, seizing the opportunity, charged towards Kaido, his body emanating thick plumes of black smoke. The mechanical arm of Moku Long number 1 shattered, resembling a cascade of broken metal fragments descending from the sky. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku's expression shifted to one of delight, a broad smile illuminating his face. It seemed that the durability of Moku Long No. 1 exceeded his expectations. Although the energy cannon could not harm Kaido, its potency was sufficient to obliterate ordinary pirate ships with just 10 hits. Marvelous! In a moment of exhilaration, he clapped his hand on Hill's shoulder, exclaiming, "Hill, your invention has truly opened my eyes once more. The Navy is fortunate to have such a brilliant scientist like you." At that moment, he appeared as a mentor, expressing admiration for his junior. "As long as you're satisfied, Admiral Sengoku, I am merely fulfilling my duties," Hill thought, elated, recognizing the benefits of being under the protection of such a powerful organization. Moreover, as long as the Navy invested significantly in the production of mechanized armor, he could accumulate a wealth of points, which brought him immense joy. Most importantly, he held the highest level of control over these mechanized armors, with no fear of them being used against him in the future. Now, he was consumed by a singular thought: to create with fervor. The more, the better, as he was still fretting over insufficient attribute points. "You are far too modest. You hardly resemble a young person," Sengoku remarked with a smile, growing even more pleased with Hill. Admiral Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth, stating, "I believe humility is a virtue. There is no need to seek excessive fame that might invite trouble, that a quiet life is far more enjoyable." "Indeed," Hill replied, desiring fame, yet recognizing his lack of strength. In these perilous seas, who could fathom the dangers lurking beyond? Even the former Admiral Zephyr had lost an arm. He could not guarantee he wouldn't stumble upon a formidable foe springing forth from the shadows. Life is paramount. Hill turned his attention back to the battle above, gleaning valuable insights from the confrontation between Akainu and Kaido. Admiral Akainu was a master of the six powers, and the application of haki by both him and Kaido represented the pinnacle of strength in these waters, providing Hill with immense benefits that he wished they could battle for 10 days or even half a month. However, such hopes were destined to be dashed. Sengoku quietly instructed Akiji and Kizaru, "Kazan, you will use your Ice Fruit to restrain Kaido. Then you and Borsalino will unleash your enhanced weaponry against him. Remember to give it your all." He then turned to several elite vice admirals, commanding, "When Kazan makes his move, you all prepare to attack. Make sure to target the locations where Kuzan and Borsalino strike. Whether we can defeat one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates, hinges on whether the enhanced Amaterasu Cloud Sword and the invisible Ice Blade can inflict effective damage on Kaido, or even deliver a fatal blow." Upon hearing Sengoku's orders, everyone began to feel the tension rise. Chapter 44. The Navy's three greatest powers. Admiral Sengoku patiently observed the fierce battle in the sky between Akainu, Garp, and Kaido in his dragon-human form. Kaido was ferocious, wielding a kanabo with a whirlwind of energy and crackling lightning, exuding an aura of invincibility. He resembled a mad and brutal beast of unmatched power. Yet his adversaries were no less formidable. They included one of the Navy's three greatest powers, Admiral Akainu, who wielded the Magma Fruit, and the legendary hero Vice Admiral Garp, who had previously put Roger in peril multiple times. The battle was intense and earth-shattering. Garp, restricted by Moku Long No. 1, was unable to unleash his full strength. Nevertheless, he and Akainu worked in tandem to keep Kaido firmly suppressed. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have retreated in the face of Kaido's grotesque body and formidable regenerative capabilities. "Strike!" Sengoku commanded. In an instant, the figure of the admiral vanished from sight, moving as swiftly as teleportation, breaking through the resistance of air and gravity to appear in the sky. Following closely behind Akiji, Kizaru drew his Amaterasu Cloud Sword and similarly disappeared. Once they vanished, other vice admirals, such as Squirrel, Spider, Fire Mountain, and Stolo Berry, armed with their enhanced weapons, swiftly followed, albeit with less speed than the admirals. In the sky, a chilling voice echoed, "Ice time." Akiji unleashed a crystalline ice spike from his palm, rapidly extending to touch the fiery clouds beneath Kaido's feet. Even the flame-like clouds froze instantly before his Ice Fruit, encasing Kaido in a dazzling ice sculpture. But Kaido's expression and movements were abruptly halted. That moment, a radiant golden glow illuminated the dim sky, casting a golden veil over all creation. It was Admiral Kizaru making his move. gripping the Amaterasu Cloud Sword. The golden light shone brilliantly and blindingly. Almost simultaneously, Admiral Akiji drew his invisible ice blade. Their singular target was Kaido. Yet, it was not only Akiji and Kizaru. The moment had been keenly sensed by the other admirals, who launched their fierce attacks as well. Dog-biting Red Lotus. The magma transformed into a monstrous creature with a dog's head and a serpent's body, exposing rows of scalding teeth as it lunged toward Kaido. In that instant, the three admirals exhibited remarkable synergy. Crack, crack. At the center of their assault, the immensely hard ice enveloping Kaido began to fracture. The attacks from the three admirals converged almost instantaneously. The ice shattered under Kizaru's Amaterasu Cloud Sword, the brilliant golden blade continuing its momentum to strike Kaido's bulging chest. Scarlet blood splattered forth. The so-called strongest creature, known for his immortality, Kaido was breached. Akiji's invisible ice blade followed suit, slicing into the opposite side of Kaido's chest, blood cascading down the crystalline blade like a flowing stream. Boom! Akainu's fist struck Kaido's abdomen with explosive force. Yet, Kaido's body remained steadfast, unmoving against the immense and fierce power. Kizaru's expression darkened as he swiftly withdrew his Amaterasu Cloud Sword, his face betraying a mix of fear and repulsion, exclaiming, "What a terrifying physique, a monster among monsters. Even my sword cannot penetrate further, restrained by his flesh and haki. Such a formidable body. No wonder he is hailed as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. The king of beasts, Kaido." Admiral Akiji experienced a similar outcome. His sword penetrated Kaido's flesh to a depth of over 10 centimeters before being halted by Kaido's reflexes, which employed his physical strength to block the blade. Akiji's countenance grew serious. Alas, if only my swordsmanship were adequate, I might have had the chance to severely injure Kaido. He mused that had his skills reached the level of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk, perhaps this strike could have left Kaido gravely wounded, if not dead. However, such hypotheticals were futile as the vice admirals from the Navy headquarters suspended their movements using the moonwalk technique. They recognized their failure. The current moment was not their best opportunity to strike. Blood stained Kaido's chest, and the wound quickly formed a scab. The terrifying dragon head seemed to be suppressing something. Kaido squeezed out a question through clenched teeth. "Your weapons are not right. They are definitely not the same as before. Tell me, what is the meaning of this?" His temperament is as fickle as the wind, often swayed by the effects of alcohol. His barbaric ferocity does not imply a lack of intelligence. Ever since he was bested by Kazuki Oden many years ago, he has dedicated himself to rigorous training, fortifying his physique to an unimaginable degree. He has endured countless battles, during which the weapons of Kizaru and Akiji could barely inflict harm upon him. Yet now, they have managed to breach his defenses. His swordsmanship remains unchanged. The only distinction lies in the weapons they wield. Alongside that abhorrent iron ball manipulated by Carp, object he has never encountered before, his eyes, shrouded in shadows, scrutinize the peculiar ice blade and golden sword held by Kizaru and Akiji. Kizaru smirks. "I found this on a deserted island. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? I rather like this sword. It will serve as a fine practice tool against you." Recalling the inquiries he made of Zifa, he naturally sought to hone his swordsmanship against the resilient Kaido. He transformed into a being of golden light and launched an assault upon Kaido. There was no need for further words. He would see if Kaido could withstand until his energy was depleted. Akainu, devoid of courtesy, resolutely unleashed another fierce attack. The three admirals joined forces. Even the formidable Yonko, Kaido, found himself on the defensive, evading their relentless onslaught. "I will reclaim this honor." Kaido roared in furious rage that he swung his kanabo, unleashing slashing energy akin to that of a swordsman. No, it resembled a powerful flying slash. Kong! D! Streams of radiant energy surged forth, tearing through the air towards the three admirals. While they braced to fend off this onslaught, Kaido transformed into a colossal blue dragon. Emerging amid the ominous clouds, that "I shall not forget this grudge. I refuse to believe you Navy bases can withstand my assault." He intended to flee. Akainu's eyes widened, and he pursued Kaido with unwavering determination. The terrifying magma erupted in the sky, exploding like resplendent fireworks. Countless volcanic ashes and lava plummeted into the sea, producing a hissing, corrosive sound, enveloping the surface in thick white smoke. However, Kaido stood his ground, resolutely enduring Akanu's punch with his formidable physique. His singular focus was on escape. Chapter 45. Justice Prevails. Kaido was deeply vexed. He had anticipated that during this operation, the Navy would merely feign resistance to protect their headquarters at Marineford. Before conceding to his demands and releasing Jack, to his astonishment, they stood resolute. Yet that was not the crux of his discontent. Rather, it was the revelation of their remarkably sharp weapons that could penetrate his defenses. Shaking him to his core, it had been an eternity since he had felt the sensation of bloodshed. Strangely, the haki of the three admirals felt distinctly off. Peculiar. He must investigate what had transpired within the Navy upon his return. His massive dragon form soared through the clouds. Reminiscent of a fish swimming in the sea, a blinding golden light streaked across the sky, appearing beside Kaido's formidable frame, as hands gripped the Amatsukuyomi sword. Delivering a powerful strike against him, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Yet Kaido's speed did not wane. Rather, it accelerated, propelling him thousands of meters away in mere moments. Kizaru shrugged. It seems that fellow has escaped again. His vitality is simply too robust, allowing him to recover from injuries almost instantaneously. This minor wound poses no threat to him. He shook his head in resignation. Kaido was intent on fleeing, and blocking his path proved futile. Without the consumption of a solid 10 days to half a month, his stamina would remain inexhaustible. Humph. Next time, I will not allow him to escape so easily. Akainu huffed, somewhat dissatisfied if they could capture Kaido. It might just shatter the status quo established over the past 2 decades. Without Kaido, the Beast Pirates would struggle to make any significant waves. Ultimately, the 3 admirals returned to the Navy headquarters with a sense of defeat. Impressive. Hill mused inwardly as he witnessed the entire battle unfold. I possess the Golden Light Curse. I have enhanced capabilities, and I even have a system. Perhaps one day I shall surpass Kaido. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Sengoku regarded the 3 admirals with a smile. Though he did not capture Kaido this time, it has been proven that enhanced weaponry can indeed harm him, which is a valuable takeaway. Previously, our inability to inflict life-threatening damage on Kaido had rendered him audacious and reckless. Now, with our fortified weapons, he must reconsider his approach, lest he fall into our grasp and meet his demise by our enhanced stones. Despite being a retired admiral, Sengoku's combat prowess remained formidable. He could discern that Kizaru and Aokiji were lacking in their swordsmanship mastery. Otherwise, utilizing the reinforced Amatsukuyomi sword and the intangible ice blade would have inflicted even greater damage on Kaido. Akainu's expression was icy. Had it not been stated previously that the enhancement stones could be used indefinitely? If only his weapon could be reinforced a few more times, it might just claim Kaido's life. Indeed, I believe that if the Amatsukuyomi sword undergoes further enhancement, its potency will undoubtedly escalate, posing a significant threat to Kaido. Kizaru chimed in, his inner anticipation palpable. If the Amatsukuyomi sword were to shatter, he could always forge another using the Pika Pika Nomi. His only concern lay in the probability of its breakage, and the consumption of enhancement stones at a weapon worth over 100 million berries was a precious treasure. A single failure would be utterly disheartening. Sengoku understood that this matter could not be rushed and sought to reassure. This is worth considering, but the demand for enhancement stones is currently high. Once we have surplus, we can endeavor to elevate our weapons to even higher levels. He concurred with this sentiment. However, there was no need to rush. He continued, moreover, with Hill's invention of the Ink Dragon No. 1. Its value must be acknowledged. We must commence production and mass manufacturing of Ink Dragon No. 1, that we aim to establish a formidable combat force when we confront the Whitebeard pirates at that point. We can surprise Whitebeard with the combat prowess of Ink Dragon No. 1. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates would find it challenging to prevail in battle. It would undoubtedly shine brightly, inflicting significant losses upon the Whitebeard pirates. Coupled with the peacekeepers that have already been produced, Sengoku felt increasingly assured about this plan. Reflecting on the peacekeepers, he turned to Kizaru and stated, Borsellino, Cease the development of the Peacekeepers effective immediately. All resources allocated for the Peacekeeper project will be redirected towards Ink Dragon number 1. Subsequently, Sengoku addressed Hill. Hill, it fills me with joy to witness a young individual like you making remarkable contributions to the Navy. I may soon retire, and I hope to add one more glorious achievement to my record before I do so. The Navy must secure victory in the upcoming war against Whitebeard, and I am grateful for your invention, which has significantly bolstered our combat capabilities. The future belongs to you, young people. His words caused Hill's heart to race. What did he mean by the future belongs to you, young people? Must he really tempt fate? Deep down, he felt an overwhelming anxiety. Sengoku, robust and vigorous, could easily serve for several more years. The Hill smile stiffened. You've got to be kidding me. You support Akiji, and the world government endorses Akainu. That if those two were to clash, such an occurrence must be avoided at all costs. The Navy must remain strong, and recruiting Fujitora and Green Bull would be even better. The combined strength of the 5 admirals, alongside Sengoku and Carp, painted a breathtaking picture that made Hill's blood surge with excitement. Once Whitebeard fell, who would be able to withstand the Navy? At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, her expression serious. Sengoku, we must not underestimate this. We have faced unpredictable events before. Even if we possess a strong chance of victory, we must approach this war with utmost diligence. In those days, it was believed that the public execution of the Pirate King, Roger, would elevate the Navy's prestige to unprecedented heights. Little did anyone anticipate that it would instead herald the onset of the dark era of piracy, a time when the Navy found itself in its bleakest phase. Besieged by pirates in overwhelming numbers, tragic events unfolded incessantly across the globe. Such upheavals were something Admiral Tsuru wished to never witness again. Sengoku's smile had also faded as he acknowledged Tsuru's warning. This war must not allow even a single error. Justice must prevail. Justice must prevail. The crowd, including Shiryu, echoed this sentiment in unison. Chapter 46. The genius scientist Vegapunk in the Navy Headquarters Science Division. Vegapunk, renowned as a genius scientist whose innovations were said to be 500 years ahead of the world, occupied the largest laboratory, vast as a castle. His contributions to the Navy were substantial. He invented a method utilizing sea prism stone to enable Navy ships to traverse the calm belts, thereby granting them absolute dominance in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas. Through the swift navigation of the calm belts, the Navy could reach their destinations with remarkable efficiency. He also unraveled the conditions under which devil fruit powers could be transmitted to objects, discovered bloodline factors, developed living human weapons, and created protective suits against toxins, among other advancements. His mastery extended from devil fruits to mechanical fabrication, establishing him as the foremost genius scientist of the age. However, on this day, he received a command that left him incredulous. He confronted the scientist before him, exclaiming, "What did you say? You mean my Pacifista project has been terminated?" A fierce fury ignited within him. He had never before encountered such a precedent. The Navy had always rushed to fulfill his requests for materials and resources. Every demand had been METI in the realm of technology. He held the final say. Now, he could not accept this. Beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes blazed with anger. Who issued this command? I must speak to them personally and inquire if the Navy has abandoned its technological pursuits. The scientist beside him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, timidly replied, Dr. Vegapunk, this order came directly from Admiral Sengoku, and what? Speak quickly, Vegapunk impatiently urged. The scientist continued, it was Dr. Shiryu. Dr. Shiryu has invented something called the mobile armor. They all claim that it far surpasses your Pacifista. He cast a worried glance at Vegapunk, fearing that the scientist's wrath might be unleashed upon him, for Vegapunk's temper was notoriously unpredictable when engrossed in his experiments. He was intensely focused, but when not, his mood could be quite foul. Shiryu? Let me think. That name sounds somewhat familiar, Vegapunk mused, recalling after a moment. I remember him as a young man who once wished to participate in my experiments but was turned away. You say he has developed something called mobile armor that is superior to my Pacifista. The Pacifista project has been the culmination of my tireless efforts over the years, though it has not yet reached perfection. Its technological and combat capabilities far exceed the standards of this world. The claim that I am 500 years ahead of the world is no mere boast. It is the result of countless accolades bestowed upon me. To think that years of hard work could be eclipsed by a mere youth. Doctor, those who have seen the Mo Dragon number 1 all say that it is far superior to your Pacifista. The scientist quivered. Vegapunk fixed his gaze on him, articulating each word with precision. Take me to Shiryu's laboratory. I must personally ascertain what makes the Mo Dragon number 1 so exceptional that I refuse to believe that anyone can surpass me in this world. The scientist led Vegapunk to Shiryu's factory. Vegapunk furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this factory? Was it constructed solely for Shiryu by the Navy?" Indeed, it was established specifically for the production of enhancement stones. The Navy commissioned this factory, with Admiral Kizuru as the highest authority, though Dr. Shiryu oversees all operations, the scientist explained. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk's expression shifted to one of confusion. Enhancement stones? What are those? Are they also his invention? Upon leaving my laboratory, why does the world seem to have transformed so drastically? How could there be so many changes? Why would the Navy build such an extensive new factory for enhancement stones? What merit does he possess? Vegapunk's mind was awash with curiosity and questions. Enhancement stones are said to possess the remarkable ability to enhance materials in extraordinary ways. It is rumored that when applied to weapons, they can significantly increase hardness and sharpness. They are also said to possess other wondrous properties, though I cannot speak to the specifics. The scientist recounted in detail. Request some enhancement stones from my laboratory. Vegapunk commanded, his primary focus still on the so-called mobile armor. Yet he was unwilling to let the opportunity for enhancement stones slip. As they entered the factory, Vegapunk's esteemed status was met with deference. The guards readily approached to escort and protect him. Dr. Shiryu is currently in the laboratory. Would you like to see the completed mobile armor? A soldier inquired. Vegapunk hesitated briefly before responding. Take me to see the mobile armor. He had always been the one consulted for scientific inquiries. He had no desire to seek out the young Shiryu. He was confident in his ability to create more formidable and perfect technology, believing that the mobile armor merely showcased its strengths while its flaws remained undiscovered. With his extensive experience in technology, he was certain he could identify any shortcomings. After years of dedication to the Pacifista project, how could it possibly be surpassed by a young man? The systems for distinguishing the Pacifista, its laser weaponry, and its robust defensive metals were the results of countless hours of research and unwavering effort. He absolutely refused to believe that anyone could surpass him in his area of expertise. Impossible, unless that individual could live for centuries. The soldier guided Vegapunk and the accompanying scientist to the warehouse. Upon opening the door, several towering, gleaming steel giants came into view. In an instant, Vegapunk was awestruck, his eyes widening in astonishment. The mobile armor before him resembled a work of art, its elegant contours and the reflective sheen of its metallic surface forming a perfect black armor. This is the mobile armor. Chapter 47. The Awakening of the Chinibyu Spirit. The mecha represents a man's romance. That on Earth, there are enthusiasts for creations like Gundam, Transformers, Iron Man, and the like in the world of One Piece. There are undoubtedly admirers as well. Vegapunk was certainly one of them, his excitement propelling him forward to touch the surface of the mecha, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This material is so unique. I've never encountered anything like it. It is remarkably sturdy, but I wonder about its heat and corrosion resistance. Having devoted years to the study of living human weapons, he was on the verge of completing an evolution that would allow for intelligent combat. He had yet to conduct research on the brain of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma. He harbored a genuine affection for mechanical combat weapons. Circling the mobile armor, Vegapunk's eyes burned with eager excitement. I must try this for myself. The exterior of the mobile armor completely captivated him, leaving him unable to find any fault. Now, he was determined to personally experiment with controlling this mecha. The mobile armor required a key to unlock the cockpit. And aside from Shiryu, the only other individual with a key was Bartholomew. The soldier helplessly remarked, "This has been added at the Navy's request, serving as an additional safety measure, I suppose. The keys correspond to different mechs. There is a number on the chest of the mech, ML3. indicating that the machine before him was the MO Long number 3. Beijiao Panka impatiently urged, "Then hurry and fetch Jean Tomru." He continued to examine the mech. And if it weren't for the absence of tools, he would have eagerly dismantled its exterior to discover its material composition. His curiosity intensified, akin to a feather teasing the soles of his feet. Creating an unbearable itch, Beijiao Panka, like an ant on a hot pan, circled around the MO Long number 3 repeatedly. Before long, Jean Tomru entered, shouldering a massive axe, drenched in sweat, clearly having engaged in vigorous exercise. Presumably for the purpose of weight loss, he found that the cockpit of the mech could not accommodate his physique unless he shed some weight. Dr. Beijiao Panka, Jean Tomru greeted as he approached. They were old acquaintances. His previous mission had been to protect Beijiao Panka, but now it had shifted to Sure. Quickly, Beijiao Panka urged anxiously, "Hand me the key. I wish to test this mech." Jean Tomru produced a set of keys. Only 3 or 4 in number, rummaged through them, and handed Beijiao Panka the key for MO Long number 3, cautioning, "Doctor, the weaponry of this mech is quite formidable. If you intend to test it, it would be wise to find a more spacious area." However, Beijiao Panka, disregarding any caution, inserted the key into the mech's calf, promptly activating a hatch on the rear of MO Long number 3, which lowered a ladder. Without hesitation, he ascended the ladder and entered. Contrary to his expectations of a chaotic tangle of wires, he was greeted by an exceptionally clean and simple platform, approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in width, sufficient for a single person. Before him stood a control panel, slightly over 3 meters tall and about 1 meter wide. Upon closer inspection, Beijiao Panka discerned a clear representation of a humanoid combat capability on the panel that he stepped onto the circular column. And as he oriented himself, the cylinder closed automatically, securing his limbs and torso with treads. Almost immediately, a virtual reality helmet descended, enveloping his head while allowing ample space. Sensors extended from the helmet, positioned on both the crown and temples. He was taken aback, unable to contain his astonishment. This utilizes a brain perception system. Initially, he had anticipated merely a joystick or button-based control system, but he was confronted with an advanced perception control system. As the initial shock subsided, his mind received images transmitted from MO Long No. 3, immersing him in the experience. No, it was even broader than the human visual field. If human sight could be described as ordinary, then the perspective of MO Long number 3 felt akin to that of a wide-angle lens. His field of vision expanded, accommodating more and broader angles. At that moment, Beijiao Panka felt as though he was the robot itself. When he turned his gaze to the left, MO Long number 3's head followed suit, the visuals aligning seamlessly with his own vision. How was that possible? He bit his lip, unwilling to admit it. Yet everything before him indicated that with such technological advancements and control systems, he could not replicate it. A virtual panel appeared in his line of sight, minimally affecting his vision, displaying energy and weapon indicators, among others. Beijiao Panka maneuvered MO Long number 3, taking strides back and forth within the factory, the transmission system functioning flawlessly. 10 minutes later, the energy system was impeccable. He was utterly astounded. What level of technology was this? Sheer, that individual had surpassed me in mechanical control. Beijiao Panka felt a twinge of disappointment. He had dedicated years to this project, yet the pacifists remained sluggish in their actions, appearing trivial compared to the mech before him. That individual truly was a genius, Beijiao Panka muttered to himself. Somewhat disheartened, yet he possessed the courage to acknowledge others' brilliance. Simultaneously, he found the resolve to compete. He encouraged himself silently. Beijiao Panka, will surely create something even more remarkable than this. His spirits soared. Turning to Jean Tomru, he declared, "I shall requisition this mech. Please inform General Huang Yuan." He intended to thoroughly dismantle the mech, examining its systems in detail, and from that foundation, create even greater achievements, reaching a pinnacle of advanced technology. At that moment, rather than being disheartened by Shear's mech, his excitement grew. After all these years, Beijiao Panka, finally had a worthy opponent in the realm of technology. His mind was abuzz with energy, his very body simmering with fervor. This was a battle of science, a manifestation of his otaku spirit awakening. Jean Tamaru scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before conceding. All right, Vegapunk status and authority were substantial. A mech worth over 100 million was hardly an issue. He confidently departed, piloting the mech, leaving behind the previously accompanying scientist, who wore an expression of helplessness. Chapter 48. The ailing Whitebeard Vegapunk did not return to his laboratory immediately. When the pacifists successfully created their project, they tested the power of lasers, and naturally, there were experimental sites within the scientific division. This was a highly enclosed testing ground, surrounded by walls made of extremely hard metal. Remarkably thick .1 wall of the laboratory bore numerous dents. Remnants of previous tests involving the pacifists and the Navy's General Huang Yuan's shining fruit, which had produced powerful laser cannons. This wall was several meters thick, far exceeding the thickness and sturdiness of other walls. Specifically designed for experimental purposes, he controlled MO Long No. 3. Vegapunk gazed at the wall, reminiscent of the glory he had once achieved. Sure, let me test the destructive capability of the weaponry equipped on your mech. I shall not be outdone. I have fashioned it based on General Huang Yuan's lasers. While it may not reach the speed of light, its power is undeniably formidable. Vegapunk was brimming with confidence. He commanded MO Long No. 3 to fire its energy cannon in an instant. His mental visualization shifted, revealing a targeting reticle, which could be magnified or minimized while under the control system's guidance. The sophistication of this control system was truly remarkable, even accommodating aiming. Vegapunk couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, the pacifists had a similar mechanism, albeit different in nature. This mech was manually controlled. Fire the energy cannon. MO Long No. 3 raised its arm, unleashing a blue energy laser from its palm, which shot forth with astonishing speed. Boom! The energy cannon struck the wall, producing a thunderous roar. The wall was instantly ravaged, sending black debris flying. Light streamed in through the newly created breach. What? The power of the energy cannon is astounding. Vegapunk stammered in disbelief. Even within the cockpit, his eyes widened uncontrollably. The wall, a metal barrier several meters thick, had been penetrated. A gaping hole the size of a basin appeared. MO Long No. 3 seemed momentarily frozen. While within the cockpit, Vegapunk was genuinely stunned. The pacifist lasers could only create a dent in this wall. Yet now, MO Long No. 3's energy cannon had completely breached it. Without comparison, there could be no understanding. Vegapunk's heart was struck by a heavy blow. His mind reeling, he murmured frantically, "If Shearer can invent it, so can I. As long as I grasp the principles behind the energy cannon and combine it with my lasers, its power will undoubtedly exceed that of the current energy cannon. I am a genius scientist who has advanced the world's technology by 5 centuries. I am certain I can achieve it. Yes, I will undoubtedly succeed. The laser fusion energy cannon will be even more powerful. How could I possibly be surpassed by Hill? Absolutely impossible. Indeed, I am truly a genius." It seems he has reached an epiphany as he maneuvers the Malong No. 3 back to his laboratory, commencing his research on in the New World, a massive whale-shaped vessel, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, glides slowly across the vast ocean. This moment, a jubilant banquet is underway aboard the ship, with an abundance of food heaped upon the deck. Resting on a vibrant tablecloth, numerous eccentric pirates gather around, joyfully drinking, feasting on meat, and singing sea shanties. Many pirates lean against the ship's railing, their faces flushed with merriment. The entire deck resonates with happiness and laughter, filling the air aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard, Newgate, lifts a colossal gourd of wine. Gulping it down as if swallowing a whale, he then sets the gourd down and beams with a smile. "Ah, Kalala, this is truly delightful. Such strong liquor is what gives it flavor." However, beside him, Marco wears a serious expression, clearly displeased. He urges Whitebeard, "Father, your body really cannot handle such excessive drinking anymore. Haven't I warned you countless times? If I don't intervene, your health will deteriorate further." The captain of the 1st Division and a powerful fighter. Marco is also the ship's doctor, fully aware of Whitebeard's health issues. That it is through his medical expertise that he has managed to keep Whitebeard's hidden injuries under control. Seated in his chair, Whitebeard has several nurses in pink uniforms behind him, checking the forge rips. His chest and abdomen bear gruesome scars, and multiple foretubes are inserted into his body, continuously supplying him with medication. Whitebeard lets out a hearty laugh. Cool. How can I not indulge in such joyous festivities with my sons? Fear not, my health is not as dire as it seems. I am Whitebeard. Marco, feeling somewhat helpless, responds, if you insist on drinking so much, then the next banquet will have to be cancelled. In no way. A pirate cannot be without a banquet. I'll abstain this time, but the next banquet will proceed as planned. Whitebeard reluctantly sets down the gourd. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds interrupts the revelry. Marco swiftly pulls out a transponder snail from his pocket and answers it. A male voice emerges. Hello, Captain Marco, this is Squard. Recently, a rumor has been spreading like wildfire among the major factions. This news has yet to be confirmed, but it is truly astonishing, so I thought it best to inform you. Marco's expression becomes serious as he inquires. Squard, what news? Whitebeard also leans in, listening intently to the transponder snail. That it concerns the Navy. They have supposedly invented something called Enhancement Stone, which can enhance weapons, increasing their sharpness, toughness, and hardness. Most importantly, it can also amplify the strength of Haki. The report suggests it can enhance Haki by several times. Squard quickly relays this information, and Marco's expression shifts in shock. He urgently questions the transponder snail. Is there really no way to verify this information? No, but the rumors are quite detailed, so the credibility should be high. Squard replies, I could see this moment. Even Whitebeard's demeanor becomes grave, his narrowed eyes glinting with intensity, his smile turning somber. Kulala, the Navy does concoct peculiar inventions. However, this enhancement stone that can bolster weapons and Haki is of immense value in the New World. The strength of Haki largely determines the outcome of battles and the fate of lives. He secretly calculates that if Sengoku and Garp's Haki were to increase several-fold, even he, who is known as the strongest man in the world, might struggle to withstand it. His mood grows heavy, especially as he finds himself at an awkward age, burdened by injuries. The Navy is becoming increasingly formidable. Marco furrows his brow. This is an alarming sign. The Navy's growing strength spells trouble for pirates. And for some reason, he has been feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. This feeling has lingered since Shanks visited Father last time. Has something truly happened to Ace? Seeing Marco, who is lost in thought and visibly downcast. Whitebeard booms with laughter. Kula, my son, do not worry. I am Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. His boisterous, confident laughter possesses a powerful, infectious quality, dispelling some of the gloom in Marco's heart. Marco shakes off his distractions, regaining his composure, and addresses the transponder snail. Squard, notify all the pirate crews under Whitebeard's banner to investigate this news thoroughly and confirm its authenticity. Furthermore, if the information proves true, we must find a way to acquire the enhancement stone. After receiving Squard's acknowledgement, Marco hangs up the transponder snail. His eyelids, which had always seemed half-closed, now lift, and he gazes at Whitebeard with concern. Father, do you think this news could be true? The idea of a stone that could amplify Haki in weapons sounds extraordinary. If the Navy harnesses it, it could be a terrifying prospect. The sheer number of powerful individuals within the Navy is daunting. Whitebeard's eyes brim with confidence as he meets Marco's worried gaze. Asserting firmly, Marco, you must have faith in your father and in yourself. When Marco locks eyes with Whitebeard, feeling the confidence, charisma, and might emanating from him, everything seems to transform into a fearsome resolve. Whitebeard chuckles. Kulala. As long as we acquire the enhancement stone, we too can enhance our weapons. My Songyun Slash is the supreme blade. Once strengthened, none shall stand in our way. Marco nods in agreement. Regardless, we must obtain the enhancement stone. Not just for Father, but also for Vista, Flamenco, Rikuyo, and the other captains to be empowered. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, Kaido returns with a thunderous expression, bellowing at the guards at the island's entrance, "Bring me some booze and summon Jin, Queen, and the Flying Six." Having suffered a significant defeat and escaping the Navy in a wretched state, he is in a foul mood. He sits cross-legged on the ground, awaiting his subordinates to bring him alcohol. Before long, several men struggle to lift a gigantic gourd of wine, which Kaido seizes, causing the pirates to topple to the ground. Kaido uncorks the gourd and begins to drink heavily. After a full minute of drinking, he slams the gourd down and shouts, "Is this all the wine? Bring me more." His subordinates rush off in haste. Kaido drinks again, furious, and smashes the gourd against the ground. I could see that moment. Enma, cloaked in black, strides over. His mask conceals his face, obscuring his expression, yet his eyes betray a hint of curiosity. He approaches Kaido and inquires, "Kaido-sama, you storm back to Onigashima in such a rage. What has transpired?" "I also have some news to report." Thinking of the events at Navy headquarters, Kaido grits his teeth in anger that of course something happened. "You tell me your news first." In the distance, an unusual group of 6, accompanied by a rotund man with golden hair, approached. It was none other than the infamous queen of the Beast Pirates, along with the Flying Six. Though notably absent was Drake. Upon seeing Kaido's dark countenance, the others understood that his mood was far from pleasant. The calamity known as Ember reported to Kaido. Recently, a rumor has emerged across the seas regarding a substance called Enhancement Stone, which purportedly increases the sharpness and resilience of weapons and even enhances one's haki. Before he could finish, Kaido interrupted him. "Indeed, it must be this Enhancement Stone. No wonder the Navy's weapons have not only undergone a remarkable transformation in appearance, but have also become significantly sharper. And their haki has noticeably strengthened. It is the Enhancement Stone that has cleared the fog of confusion in Kaido's mind." He could see that moment. A subordinate conveniently brought over drinks, and Kaido wasted no time in consuming them with fervor. He could not afford to wait idly while the Navy grew stronger. He needed to immediately gather intelligence on the Enhancement Stone. If only he possessed weapons enhanced by this stone, he could surely smash those detestable Navy scoundrels with a single blow. Observing Kaido's demeanor, it was evident that he had suffered at the hands of the Navy. The others, tacitly understanding, refrained from inquiring about Kaido's past encounters with the Navy, as their conflicts were far from infrequent. Ember spoke up. "Previously, we were uncertain about the authenticity of this matter, but it appears the Navy truly possesses the Enhancement Stone, a substance capable of augmenting haki. Moreover, with Jack currently captured by the Navy, we, the Beast Pirates, cannot remain indifferent to this development." Fuzz Fu, one of the Flying Six, crossed his arms and smiled, saying, "The position of the Great Board is currently vacant. Should we not arrange for a suitable candidate?" Kaido tilted his head towards the Flying Six, a grin spreading across his face. "This time, we must teach the Navy a lesson and acquire the Enhancement Stone. Whoever contributes the most to this mission shall claim the title of Great Board." Chapter 50. The rising tides of the ocean. "This position of the Great Board undoubtedly belongs to me," declared Fuzz Fu with unwavering conviction. As a former member of CP9, he was well-versed in intelligence and Navy matters, and he brimmed with confidence regarding this mission. At that moment, while drinking his spirits, Kaido seemed to recall something and abruptly halted. "Right, during my visit to the Navy headquarters, I encountered something." Reflecting on that moment, which was not a pleasant memory, he clenched his teeth, a surge of fury rising within him. There had been a robotic entity, controlled by Garp, standing roughly 10 meters tall, its shell as tough as a tortoise's. "You all must keep an eye on that thing." Ember's expression grew serious beneath his mask. Both the earlier mention of the Enhancement Stone and Kaido's account of the robot instilled a profound sense of urgency and crisis within him. The Navy's rapid expansion was beyond imagination. The news of the Enhancement Stone has already spread across the seas. Surely, it is not just us, the Beast Pirates, who desire it. Other factions will undoubtedly seek it as well. We cannot afford to lag behind. Let us contact Doflamingo. His reputation as the Underworld Emperor may yield fruitful results. Doflamingo, that little brat. Kaido took a sip of his drink and smirked. His strength may be lacking, but he has his own talents in other areas. Let us reach out to him. Kaido decisively proclaimed. Even if they could not obtain the Enhancement Stone, they must find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, allowing the Navy to continue its growth would be unthinkable. Perhaps my pursuit of the world's greatest war is closer than I imagined. A spark of excitement glimmered in Kaido's copper-hued eyes, prompting him to burst into laughter. The news of the enhancement stone was swiftly disseminated by Doflamingo throughout the vast seas that on White Soil Island, situated within the Grand Line. This astonishing news sent shockwaves across the world. Within a colossal white mountain, its interior meticulously carved and transformed into a city within the mountain, lay the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, sat behind a desk in his office, which was cluttered with various documents and maps marked with numerous indicators, allowing him to clearly observe the military deployments of both friend and foe. Standing beside the desk were a woman adorned with a red hat and a man wearing a black top hat. The orange-haired woman was none other than the Revolutionary Army officer, Carla, who spoke with a measured pace and clear articulation. That concludes the intelligence regarding the enhancement stone and the robot that I understand. Dragon replied gravely, his expression fierce, accentuated by the red tattoos on his face. This time, we, the Revolutionary Army, were late to the party. If not for other factions leaking the information, we would have remained oblivious for some time. His demeanor was serious, and his voice resonated with authority. The emergence of the enhancement stone and the robot could substantially bolster the Navy's strength, making it imperative for us to acquire these assets. Once obtained, we shall have Lindbergh investigate whether it can be replicated. The dragon's deep-set eyes seemed to perceive the turbulent undercurrents concealed beneath the sea, as if a suppressed volcano were on the verge of eruption. He turned his gaze towards Sabo and inquired, "Sabo, have you uncovered the reasons behind the recent troop movements of the Navy?" Sabo adjusted his hat and replied, "Not why it appears that the Navy has mostly completed their redeployment of bases in the New World and is gathering a significant number of troops. But their intentions remain unclear." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Sabo had been investigating alongside the Northern Army's commander, Crow, but even some Navy officers were entirely unaware of the reasons behind these movements, merely following orders from higher-ups, complicating their inquiries. Dragon nodded, instructing them to continue their investigation while also ensuring that regional commanders remained vigilant and prepared for a potential retreat. Rising from his chair, his tall figure concealed beneath a green coat, he gazed out the window toward the eastern horizon. The ocean lay calm, yet he sensed an impending storm, a harbinger of torrential rain. Dragon stated matter-of-factly, "If we cannot secure the enhancement stone and the robot, we must find a way to abduct the scientist responsible for their invention, Vegapunk." After considerable contemplation, he arrived at this conclusion, judging by the intelligence. The enhancement stone's capabilities were extraordinary, and the combat prowess of the robot was formidable. With the Navy already possessing a genius scientist, Vegapunk, who was 500 years ahead of the world in technology, the emergence of another scientist only intensified the pressure upon him. Sabo appeared hesitant. The Navy has halted the Peacekeeper Initiative and shifted focus toward manufacturing mobile armors. If we involve Kuma, he would comply. Dragon interjected, "All we can do is our utmost to rescue those suffering in dire circumstances. After all these years, you should understand that darkness pervades every corner of this world, that we are the pioneers, the flames of hope. Even if it means sacrificing our own lives, we shall not hesitate." The tempest triggered by the enhancement stone swiftly engulfed the entire world. The speed at which news circulated among the underground dark forces was beyond comprehension. From the four emperors to various factions, all were taken aback by this revelation. Naturally, this news also reached the Navy. In the office, Sengoku erupted in fury, slamming his palm onto the desk, causing the entire room to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. "Investigate. We must uncover who the traitor is that leaked the news of the enhancement stone." At this very moment, the Navy was fervently preparing for the impending conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Amidst such turbulence, the Navy's secrets were brazenly revealed to the public, inciting the covetous eyes of various factions. How could Fleet Admiral Sengoku, in his position, not be enraged? Infuriated, he seized a document from the table, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it beside the goat that stood nearby. The goat, seemingly startled by Sengoku's earlier outburst, blinked in confusion with its bean-sized eyes, taking a while to regain its composure. It then opened its mouth to bite the paper ball, beginning to chew on it as time pressed on. After Kaido's escape from Navy headquarters, Hill returned to his laboratory, becoming aware that Kaido's incursion was due to the drought-stricken Jack encountering the Navy's Vice Admiral. Peach Rabbit at sea. Defeated and captured by Peach Rabbit, Jack was destined for Impel Down. Upon returning to the laboratory, Hill picked up his transponder snail and dialed Peach Rabbit. Moshi Moshi, Chapter 51, A New Path to Reinforcement. This is Hill. Once connected, Hill introduced himself. Peach Rabbit's voice emerged from the transponder snail, inquiring if he had encountered any issues with swordsmanship. No, Hill replied, that I heard about your encounter with the drought-stricken Jack at sea, and I wanted to check if you were injured. The transponder snail fell silent. Peach Rabbit had initially assumed Hill was calling for swordsmanship advice, but was taken aback by his concern for her well-being. After a brief moment of surprise, she responded, I am not injured. I just failed to protect the others on the ship. A hint of sadness lingered in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Thank you for teaching me that sword technique. It proved invaluable at a critical moment. Hearing her praise, Hill felt a warm sensation in his heart. Inexplicably exhilarated, it was rather sweet. He shifted the topic, adopting a more cheerful tone as he said, I don't usually engage in combat, but as long as the technique is effective, that's what matters. Recently, I invented something called mechanized armor. The next time you return to headquarters, you must try it out yourself. Vice Admiral Garp has become quite enamored with it, often falling asleep inside the mech, leading to quite a few amusing incidents. The imagery of Vice Admiral Garp dozing off while controlling the mech immediately came to Peach Rabbit's mind, causing her to stifle a laugh. All right, when my mission concludes and I return to Navy headquarters, I shall certainly give it a try. Perfect. I'll prepare a gift for you when you come back. As a token of gratitude for your guidance in my swordsmanship training, Hill's face flushed slightly, realizing his cheeks had reddened. An unexpected wave of anxiety washed over him as he questioned whether he was being too hasty. He had no answers. Suddenly, he regretted his impulsive actions, but it was too late to retract his words. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation sparked within him as a complex array of emotions intertwined in his heart. Silently awaiting Peach Rabbit's response from the transponder snail, a gift? Peach Rabbit held the transponder snail, sensing Hill's intentions, an emotion she was not unfamiliar with. After a brief pause, she replied, There's no need for a gift. As those words resonated through the transponder snail, Hill's spirits plummeted, and he felt a wave of inner turmoil. Just as he pondered how to navigate this awkward moment, Peach Rabbit's voice chimed in again. Rather than a gift, I prefer swordsmanship. In an instant, Hill felt invigorated, filled with renewed hope, and earnestly declared into the transponder snail, All right, I will create new sword techniques. When we meet next, I will demonstrate them for you. Crafting exceptional sword techniques was no simple feat, but nevertheless, he continued, Wait, I must hang up now. I have urgent documents to attend to. Placing the transponder snail down, he let out a heavy sigh, the warmth on his face subsiding significantly. Women are notoriously difficult to understand, especially someone like Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Hill, you must not give up, he muttered to himself. Rallying his spirits, he adjusted his emotions, deciding it was best to focus on his work for the time being. At that moment, the doorbell of the laboratory rang. Hill approached the entrance and pressed the button, causing the door to open. Outside stood familiar factory staff. Dr. Hill, this is the second batch of semi-finished reinforcement stones. There are a total of 2,000. Hill lifted the cover to inspect the contents, nodding in approval. Please place these reinforcement stones over there. He gestured to a vacant space. After the factory staff deposited the batch, he promptly exited the laboratory, shutting the door behind him. His gaze fell upon the Mecha Dragon No. 1, which had suffered damage to its outer armor during Vice Admiral Garp's battle with Kaido. The entire mechanical arm on the right side resembled nothing more than a skeletal framework. Since the reinforcement stones could enhance the 1,000 cherry blossoms, they should also be able to fortify the mechanized armor. First, he would repair the armor and then proceed with the tests. Hill immediately set to work on the repairs. Just as he picked up his tools, a vital thought struck him, something he had nearly forgotten. Wait, I extracted more than just 1,000 cherry blossoms from the system. Hill hurried to the testing table, crouching down to open a cabinet, from which he retrieved a box. Upon opening it, he discovered a marble-sized pill and a second pill of a brownish-yellow hue adorned with patterns reminiscent of a tiger's fur. These were his first rewards extracted from the system: the youth elixir and the zoan-type cat fruit. Tiger form, I must give a try. Hill resolved. He promptly took a number of semi-finished reinforcement stones and began the final processing stage. After approximately an hour, he successfully completed over 100 finished reinforcement stones. He paused, marveling at the notification of earning over 1,000,000 points, the sound of which was so gratifying that Hill nearly found himself addicted to it. He decided to use it first on the devil fruit. After all, this Zoan-type devil fruit was of little interest to him, as a man who had traversed into the world of pirates with a system. Anyone would say, this fruit is subpar. Unless one urgently needed the power of a devil fruit to survive, there was little reason to consume it. The prospect of consuming a devil fruit was a lifelong commitment. So he did not act recklessly, instead storing it in the box, gradually forgetting about it. Without hesitation, Hill began using the reinforcement stones on the devil fruit. The surface of the stones radiated light, and a corner of the stone began merging into the devil fruit. It worked. Hill exclaimed joyfully, his heart racing with excitement as he watched the reinforcement stone vanish into the devil fruit. However, he soon felt a twinge of confusion. Had it truly succeeded or failed? Observing the devil fruit in his hand, he noted that its exterior showed no signs of change. Oh well, let us try a few more reinforcement stones. After all, the Navy was footing the bill. He felt no remorse. He swiftly picked up another reinforcement stone and applied it to the devil fruit. The stone seamlessly integrated into the fruit, yet its exterior remained unchanged. Surely it wouldn't reveal its nature until consumed? Doubts crept into Hill's mind, but he shrugged it off. Let us push it to 12 and see. The third reinforcement stone, followed by the fourth. And then the fifth. It changed. The devil fruit transformed. The reinforcement stones truly succeeded. Chapter 52. The Devil Fruit Upgrade. Another upgrade. Beholding the newly enhanced devil fruit before him, Hill felt a surge of joy and a fervent sense of anticipation and hope. He mused to himself, I wonder if it's possible to evolve this devil fruit into a mythical Zoan type. After all, mythical Zoan type devil fruits were exceedingly rare in the midst of temporal journey. The moment coincided with the transformation of Monkey D. Luffy's rubber fruit into the animal type, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form, famously hailed as the legendary sun god. This event sparked fervent discussions online, causing a meteoric rise in popularity that resonated both within and beyond the circle of enthusiasts. Concurrently, in the land of Wano, a series of mythical Zoan devil fruits emerged, including the mythical Zoan Daibutsu form, the Azure Dragon form, the Great Mouth True God form, the Phoenix form, and the Yamada no Orochi form. Together with Luffy's Nika form, these fruits, reputed to be rarer than even the natural-type devil fruits, instigated a chaotic melee in Wano. However, it is noteworthy that the current quantity of mythical Zoan devil fruits remains fewer than their natural counterparts. Yet this is close enough. The color of the devil fruit before him deepened slightly, its spiral patterns seemingly unfurling into what resembled spots. Thus, what precisely is this devil fruit? Just as he pondered, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Host enhancement successful. You have acquired the animal type cat fruit, ancient species, Terracat form. Terracat? What manner creature is this? Although Hill was perplexed, he felt content as long as he discovered what this devil fruit entailed. An ancient species devil fruit must surely surpass an ordinary animal type. With only a 5 enhancement achieved, he could pursue further augmentations. He resumed the process, taking the enhancement stones from the experiment table and applying them to the devil fruit. The 6th stone, the 7th stone, until he reached the 10th stone, and the devil fruit transformed. It had changed again. Hill awaited the system's notification. Indeed, moments later, the system responded. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. You have acquired the animal type. Cat fruit, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hill was taken aback. Saber-toothed tiger. Could it be that the existence of the saber-toothed tiger form led to this? He recalled that one of the members from the Beast Pirates was indeed an ancient species with the saber-toothed tiger form. So has my enhancement reward been diminished? Damn it. Hill felt a surge of anger. That individual is dead. Can't my devil fruit evolve into the saber-toothed tiger form? Is it not worthy of being a mythical Zoan? If it isn't a mythical Zoan, can it even be considered significant? No way. He resolved to enhance further. Picking up the enhancement stone, he forcefully slammed it down. Enhancement 1-1 in O change. Enhancement 1-2 in O changed. As he hesitated at the 13th stone. Fearing it might shatter, he finally reined himself in, muttering to himself, I wonder if the system can extract something to increase luck, or perhaps I should find a less valuable item to test the 13th enhancement success probability. This trial would cost quite a few enhancement stones. He contemplated mentioning this to Sengoku and Kizu the next time they met, perhaps using his Ama no Murakumo sword for a few trials. Placing the devil fruit down, he was curious about how far he could enhance this fruit, envisioning the thrill of it potentially upgrading to a mythical Zoan. That would be utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, he'll recall that the Golden Emperor Taizolo had someone who had consumed a luck fruit. He stroked his chin, smooth and devoid of stubble, still youthful. Should he devise a plan to pressure the Navy into compelling the Golden Emperor to surrender that individual? This seems feasible. It appears as devil fruit might have a promising lead. He chuckled to himself. If they refused to hand it over, he would seize it by force. Hill's expression brightened as he silently committed this plan to memory, his gaze shifting to the rejuvenating pills on the experiment table. A subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed he had secured a gift for Toharu. Enhancement stones, come forth. He reached for an enhancement stone and began the process on a rejuvenating pill. Could everything be subject to enhancement? Hill thought joyfully. The next moment, the system doused him with cold water. Enhancement stones cannot strengthen living entities. Oh no. Hill had been considering slapping this on a person to shatter it, but now it seemed that notion was futile. However, he remained unconcerned, as long as he could enhance his own abilities. The second stone. The third stone. Hill watched as the pearl-sized rejuvenating pill became rounder, adorned with a lustrous sheen that was effective. The fourth stone. The fifth stone. Upgrade? Could it be that only the efficacy of this pill was enhanced? Hill did not receive the system's notification that if it's not going to give, then it should at least offer the best. He continued enhancing until he reached 12. The rejuvenating pill exuded a refreshing aroma, invigorating the senses, its appearance becoming more crystalline, akin to polished jade. Hill carefully stowed away the 12 rejuvenating pill, intending to find an exquisite box for proper packaging in a couple of days. He also returned the saber-toothed tiger-formed devil fruit to the box. Seemed there was virtually nothing that enhancement stones could not augment. Hill felt elated, locking the cabinet before turning his attention to the Mecha Dragon No. He chuckled, planning to repair it first before enhancing. He assumed that post-enhancement, it would surpass so-called ancient weapons, or at the very least, not fall short in high spirits. Hill began the repairs on Mecha Dragon No. Meanwhile, in the Navy Scientific Department laboratory, Dr. Vegapunk was in a frenzy, clutching his head with both hands, pulling at his hair, his expression one of disbelief. What on earth is this metal? How do these metals fuse together? How is this control system constructed? What are these codes, these commands, what language, what script? He was on the brink of collapse, utterly exasperated, akin to a grade schooler confronted with high scores. What is this? With unwavering confidence, he had disassembled a portion of Mecha Dragon No. 3, but the research results struck him like a blow. Vegapunk, as haggard visage and defeated demeanor, made him appear like a disheveled beggar. No, I cannot concede defeat. I must first tackle what I can comprehend. If I truly cannot grasp it, I shall adopt a different approach, amalgamating Hill's creations with my own technological foundation. Yes, that's it. It seemed he had found a solution, his eyes brightening. Confidence rekindled that moment. A voice echoed from outside the laboratory. Dr. Vegapunk, the enhancement stones you requested have arrived. Chapter 53. Vegapunk studies enhancement stones. Enhancement stones? Vegapunk smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting Hill's invention. The enhancement stones, he did not bother to tidy his disheveled, greasy hair as he strode to the door, opening it to find the scientist who had accompanied him to Hill's factory earlier. At that moment, the scientist cradled a box the size of a keyboard in his arms. Doctor, there are 50 enhancement stones inside. This is the maximum that can be requested. Vegapunk snatched the box without hesitation, saying curtly, you may leave. With that, he closed the laboratory door behind him. Returning to the experiment table, he placed the box down, opened it, and took out one enhancement stone, curiously murmuring to himself, is this little stone truly brimming with incredible capabilities? He was well aware of the information regarding enhancement stones, from enhancing weapons and gloves to cannons. Let me see the secret of the enhancement stone. Vegapunk's eyes sparkled with confidence and an unwavering passion for technology. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his solitary days in the secret laboratory on Mechanism Island, immersed in research, living day and night in pursuit of knowledge. The blood within him surged. Revitalizing his weary body, he swiftly approached a machine, placing the enhancement stone inside. Pressing the button, and the machine's indicator lights flickered to life, beginning to scan the enhancement stone. Vegapunk's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the display panel of the machine, which showcased the composition analysis results. 1 minute passed. The display remained blank, causing Vegapunk to furrow his brow. Could it be that, like Mecha Dragon number 3, the composition is difficult to detect? Perhaps I should wait a little longer. 10 minutes elapsed, yet no results materialized. His brow furrowed. An overwhelming sense of doubt filled his mind. Still no detection? He refused to accept this. After pressing the stop button, he activated the switch and extracted the enhancement stone. Turning towards the experimental table, he placed the enhancement stone upon it and, donning gloves, opened a nearby toolbox, retrieving a file-like instrument. The existence of all things must surely be explicable through science. With one hand securing the enhancement stone, he began to grind it with the tool, aiming to extract some powder for analyzing its composition. The tool scraped against the enhancement stone, producing a jarring, unpleasant sound akin to nails on a chalkboard, easily provoking discomfort in the human body. Yet, Vegapunk appeared utterly unconcerned, as if wholly engrossed in the experiment, his instincts seemingly allowing him to disregard the excruciating noise. In an instant, the enhancement stone emitted a radiant glow, beginning to gradually dissipate, suggesting signs of fusion. Witnessing this, Vegapunk swiftly separated the enhancement stone from the tool, exclaiming in astonishment, "This object initiates the enhancement process the moment it is subjected to force and comes into contact with another object." Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, the enhancement stone would have merged with the tool in his hand. He decided to grind it a few more times, ready to separate them at the first sign of fusion. He did not relent, continuing his attempts. After several minutes of intermittent grinding, the white cloth beneath the enhancement stone bore not a speck of dust. He speculated, "Is it too hard? Why are all of Hill's creations so indomitable?" Such thoughts flickered through his mind, but he swiftly cast them aside. Vegapunk picked up the enhancement stone and employed a power drill, a cutting machine, and ultimately resorted to a laser. Yet, the enhancement stone proved even more resilient than Hylu stone. This material alone was worth a fortune. Regrettably, this small fragment was valued at 10 million berries. If used to forge mechanized armor, would it not be impervious? Vegapunk remained undeterred. He had long recognized that the enhancement stone was not something easily deciphered. He was prepared for a protracted battle, seemingly emboldened by adversity. First, he intended to observe the enhancement process of the enhancement stone, hoping to unearth insights that could aid in unraveling its mysteries. His gaze swept across the laboratory, contemplating what might be suitably enhanced using the enhancement stone. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. The Ink Dragon number 3. He resolved to attempt enhancing the Ink Dragon No. 3. With newfound determination, he promptly began reassembling parts from the upper section of the Ink Dragon number 3. After an hour of diligent work, the Ink Dragon number 3 stood before him, perfectly intact, wiping the sweat from his brow. His face alight with anticipation, he grasped the enhancement stone and pressed it forcefully against the exterior shell of the mechanized armor. The next moment, a radiant glow erupted. Vegapunk found himself momentarily dazed, his mind swirling with confusion. What was happening? His gaze, filled with incredulity, fixated on the enhancement stone in his hand, and he quickly removed the enhancement stone with his left hand. Why? The enhancement stone did not merge with the mechanized armor, but sought to integrate with his glove instead. Was there a hierarchy or precedence in its fusion? To clarify this, Vegapunk promptly removed his glove and held the enhancement stone directly in his hand, aiming it once more at the mechanized armor. How could this be? He was flabbergasted. The enhancement stone failed to emit its previous glow, nor were there any signs of fusion. Why could the enhancement stone enhance other objects, but not the mechanized armor before him? He stood there, lost in contemplation. The enhancement stone was undoubtedly intact. Thus, the issue lay with the mechanized armor. Could it be that some substance within the armor resisted or countered the enhancement stone? Subsequently, to conduct further experiments, he wielded the enhancement stone against the earlier tool. Initiating the enhancement process, a glow radiated forth as the enhancement stone began to merge with the tool. Vejjapunka remained transfixed, observing the entire enhancement process, a phenomenon he could not yet explain scientifically. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his belief that he would eventually unravel this enigma. Moments later, as the enhancement stone vanished, Vejjapunka seized the tool and placed it under a specialized microscope for examination. The particle structure appeared more compact. It had indeed been enhanced. This warranted further study. Yet he momentarily set it aside, his focus shifting back to the mechanized armor. Why could the mechanized armor not be enhanced? Vejjapunka resolved to try again, promptly contacting Zhandao Wan via snail phone. Moshi, this is Vejjapunka. Zhandao Wan, send a peacekeeper to my laboratory immediately. Upon concluding the call, Vejjapunka hurried back to the experimental table, continuing to scrutinize the enhanced tool under the microscope, muttering to himself, molecular structure, peculiar patterns, certain properties, permutations. What could it all signify? The more he observed closely, the more astonished he became by the enhancement stone's profound capabilities. An internal tempest of thoughts surging within him. He was ensnared in a scientific realm of his own, making it was not until the doorbell of the laboratory rang that he abruptly returned to reality. The enhancement stone, truly a creation only a deity could forge, that he was indeed a genius. No, he was undoubtedly the god of future technology. Vejjapunka wandered dazedly to the laboratory door and opened it. Dr. Zhandao Wan observed the visibly fatigued Vejjapunka, furrowing his brow with concern as he gently urged, "The peacekeeper has arrived. Doctor, perhaps you should rest before resuming your research." However, his loud voice roused Vejjapunka's spirits slightly. To which he replied nonchalantly, "I understand. The peacekeeper has been delivered. You may leave now, and not disturb my experiment." Commanding the peacekeeper to enter the laboratory, he once again enveloped himself in the confines of his workspace. In a flurry, Vejjapunka retrieved the enhancement stone from a box and approached the peacekeeper. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he halted, promptly fetching a video snail phone to capture the entire enhancement process from various angles. Having set everything in order, Vejjapunka grasped the enhancement stone and began the enhancement on the peacekeeper. The enhancement stone radiated light, commencing its integration into the peacekeeper. Success! The peacekeeper could indeed be enhanced. Vejjapunka was elated. He was well acquainted with the materials of both the tool and the peacekeeper. This could also serve as a research project. The enhancement stone was said to be capable of enhancing up to 12 times, with a risk of failure upon the 13th attempt. Perhaps this too could be investigated if he could eliminate the shortcomings of the enhancement stone. Despite the terror-laden veins in his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered within him at that moment. He jotted down this idea in his notebook. Vejjapunka continued enhancing the peacekeeper, a creation he had poured his heart and soul into, meticulously refining it over time, investing immense effort. The second, the third, up to the 12th enhancement. Eventually, he would need to study an item enhanced 12 times. Thus, he decided to enhance it directly to 12. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated. "Dr. Vejjapunka, greetings, and the Peacekeeper PX-14. Na, Enni." Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Vejjapunka's heart momentarily halted, and he collapsed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, a chilling sensation prickling his scalp. The Peacekeeper was speaking, and so fluently. How could this be possible? Vejjapunka sat on the ground, supporting his body with his hands to prevent himself from falling backward, gazing up at the towering pacifist before him, nearly 7 meters tall. Never had he felt such unfamiliarity towards a pacifist. It had gained consciousness that Vejjapunka's voice trembled violently, cold sweat drenching him as he sensed his body temperature plummeting. It was freezing. "Dr. Vejjapunka, I detect that your current physical condition is concerning. Please rest as soon as possible." The pacifist's cold mechanical voice continued. Yet within that chilling sound, Vejjapunka felt a flicker of warmth. The strength he had lost from fright began to return. He leaned against the experimental table and struggled to stand up, exclaiming in awe at the pacifist before him. Truly, an incredible enhancement stone, a marvel of creation. Cautiously, he inquired, Do you know about pirates? He wished to ascertain whether this pacifist could engage in a two-way exchange of ideas or was limited to one-sided communication. Pirates, of course, I know. Our mission as pacifists is to serve the Navy and eliminate pirates. The pacifist responded. Vegapunk felt his heart racing wildly, leaving him slightly dizzy, gasping for oxygen. Hill, what on earth have you invented? This could change the world. He could already envision the frenzied scenes of humanity clamoring for the enhancement stone. This thing was terrifying. Supporting his forehead with one hand, he asked, What changes have you undergone? Then he reconsidered, dismissing the question and opting to proceed with testing. After securing the image-transmitting snail, he led the pacifist to the location where they had previously tested the Moke Dragon No. 3. The large hole created by its energy beam already filled in. Facing the pacifist, Vegapunk commanded, Pacifist, I now order you to fire your hand laser at that wall. Understood, was the succinct reply, and the pacifist raised its arm. Mechanisms whirring into action. The laser shot forth in an instant. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The disheveled hair of Vegapunk was swept back by the powerful wind, forming a slick-back style. However, he paid it no mind. What incredible power! The firing speed has also increased. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on a deep dent in the wall. The center was noticeably deeper, sinking 2 to 3 meters, possessing nearly 3/4 of the power of the Moke Dragon. He nodded in satisfaction, elated within, and then issued another command. Pacifist, unleash your mouse-charged laser against the wall. The laser emitted from the hand and the mouth of the pacifist were two entirely distinct forms of attack. The arm's laser was weaker, but fired rapidly. Conversely, the mouth's charged laser required time to accumulate energy, but once unleashed, it would trigger a massive explosion, yielding far greater destructive power. Yes, the pacifist opened its mouth. Its jaw lowering a considerable distance, a dazzling golden light coalesced within, illuminating the entire room in a golden hue. Chapter 55, Enhanced Moke Dragon Number 1 Beep Beep Beep, accompanied by the sound emitted by the pacifist. A golden beam shot forth from its mouth, violently striking the wall. Boom! The immense explosion not only conjured a fierce gust of wind, but also compelled Vegapunk to shield his face with his arms. The thunderous noise causing his eardrums to ring. Even his head felt a buzzing sensation. Beep! Beep! A piercing alarm sounded, followed by a cacophony of screams from outside. As the fierce wind subsided, Vegapunk lowered his arms and gazed ahead, utterly astounded, exclaiming, Incredible! Too powerful! This force is truly terrifying. The wall had been blasted into a massive hole, several meters wide, and crucially, the laser had penetrated the wall, igniting a violent explosion outside. At that moment, a squadron of Navy soldiers burst in, with the leading officer, upon spotting Vegapunk, urgently inquiring, Doctor, what has happened? Is there an enemy? No, Vegapunk replied. It was merely an experimental device. Please deactivate the alarm. Subsequently, he returned to the laboratory with the pacifist and commenced further research. This explosive incident had stirred considerable activity within the Navy headquarters, but upon learning it was merely Vegapunk's experiment, they felt relieved. Simultaneously, speculations arose that Dr. Vegapunk might have genuinely developed something extraordinary. The scene shifted to Hill's laboratory, where Moke Dragon Number 1 had been repaired. Gazing at the 10-meter-tall steel giant, polished to a gleaming black, it presented a terrifying visual impact akin to a colossal steel beast. Any other giant, including the charming pacifist, seemed insignificant in comparison. That a product of the system is always a superior quality. Hill thought gleefully, now let's see how the enhancement stone can amplify Moke Dragon Number 1. Its combat capability will surely soar after enhancement. He pondered, curious about the legendary Pluto's true power and how it would compare to his Moke Dragon Number 1. He picked up an enhancement stone and struck it against Moke Dragon No. 1's armor. The stone instantly radiated light, gradually merging into the mechanized armor. Hill's deep-set eyes sparkled under the glow of the enhancement stone. Excellent. The enhancement stone can indeed reinforce the mechanized armor. How remarkable. This device was already formidable. If it were enhanced to level 12, or even beyond, how powerful would Moke Dragon number 1 become? For a moment, he envisioned himself commanding the fierce and domineering Moke Dragon No. 1, wreaking havoc and exuding an aura of invincibility, causing his heart to swell with elation. Following protocol, he directly enhanced Moke Dragon number 1 to level 12. The visual changes in Moke Dragon number 1 were subtle. It appeared more harmonious, with smoother lines, though Hill was unaware of the specific alterations. However, he could ascertain that after enhancement, the energy beam cannon's power would undoubtedly be more formidable. When the top war arrives. Piloting this enhanced level 12 Moke Dragon number 1, I bet Whitebeard will be in for a headache, Hill mused with a mischievous grin, imagining the spectacle. What Hill did not know was that Vegapunk had previously attempted to enhance the mechanized armor with the enhancement stone. Only to find it utterly ineffective, he had no intention of testing Moke Dragon number 1 at that moment. Muttering to himself, currently, only 5 mechanized armors have been produced. I must hasten to manufacture 50. This will unlock the next technology that I wonder what remarkable innovation the next technology will bring. The first technological item was the enhancement stone. The second was the mechanized armor, and Hill eagerly anticipated what the third technology would be. Unfortunately, the gravity training room was not ready for use yet. Otherwise, he could have tested the enhancement stone on it to see what results might ensue. Hill also planned to explore the possibility of enhancing the gravity training room with the enhancement stone in the future. Next, he immersed himself in the final procedure for the enhancement stone, while the system continuously chimed with notifications. Congratulations, host, for completing the enhancement stone. You have earned 100,000 points. He also began crafting essential manufacturing equipment. Meanwhile, a large group of scientists and factory workers had joined the factory, starting on the tasks related to the components of the mechanized armor that Hill had assigned. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a doorbell rang, and Hill approached to open the laboratory door, only to be greeted by a stunning beauty with flowing sea blue, wavy hair. With an exaggerated hourglass figure, she embodied the allure of the two-dimensional realm. Dressed in a Navy uniform and draped in the Navy's Justice cloak, she exuded a commanding presence. Dr. Hill, please allow me to join your laboratory, even if it's just as a helper. Ain's ruby-red eyes burned with intensity as she gazed at Hill, then performed a deep 90-degree bow. Hill was momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin and inwardly pondering, could it be that I'm simply too handsome? However, he bluntly retorted, no need. I do not require an assistant or apprentice. Harboring a multitude of secrets, he promptly declined Ain's request upon the unexpected arrival of another individual in his laboratory. Despite performing a deep 90-degree bow, Ain remained bent over, biting his lip as he implored. Dr. Hill, you're the most brilliant scientist in this world that I wish to learn technology from you to benefit the common people. It seemed his handsome visage was not the reason for his appeal. Thus, the refusal became even more resolute. I am sorry, but I do not require assistance, Hill replied with unwavering conviction. I am accustomed to conducting my research alone. He then exited the laboratory, closing the door behind him as he strode towards the naval fortress's center. Left behind, a dejected Ain gazed at Hill's receding figure, murmuring, my teacher mentioned that my potential to become a formidable force akin to a Peach Rabbit's sister is slim, that I too aspire to contribute to the Navy through technology. If strength eludes me, technology remains a viable avenue. The emergence of Hill's enhancement stones and powered armor had garnered unanimous praise from the Naval High Command, their formidable capabilities evident for all to see, revealing yet another path to her. Initially brimming with confidence about joining Hill's laboratory, she had not anticipated such a rejection. Biting her lip, Ain resolved, I shall not give up. I too shall harness the power of technology to strengthen the Navy. I must demonstrate my sincerity to Dr. Hill. However, Hill had already ventured far away, greeted with salutes by the Navy personnel he encountered along the way, clad in a pristine white scientist's uniform, with 2 long swords strapped to his waist. Hill bore the appearance of a member of a special forces unit. Coupled with his enhanced physique, he exuded an air of rugged strength. Before long, Hill arrived at the naval training grounds, making a beeline for the chief instructor, Zephyr, to seek guidance on various skills and techniques related to combat. Chapter 56. I fear one sword may annihilate this place, observing the Navy soldiers drenched in sweat during their training. Hill felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had once fantasized about traversing into the world of pirates to become a Navy cadet, aspiring to be Zephyr's disciple and training under him. He surmised that many harbored similar dreams of becoming Zephyr's apprentice and eventually a Navy admiral, renowned across the seas. After a few glances, however, he found himself disenchanted, perceiving the strength of these cadets as rather feeble. With the aid of system, his power could be enhanced through lotteries and skill points. Why then should he subject himself to arduous training? Traversing through the training grounds, Hill entered a vast martial arts hall where cadets were engaged in combat, training with bamboo swords. The air filled with shouts and the sounds of bamboo clashing. The determined faces of the cadets glistened with sweat, their differences negligible. Merely the Navy's A, B, C, D ranks, akin to cannon fodder found in various backdrops. Leaning against the wall, Hill soon spotted Chief Instructor Zephyr, who was intently correcting a cadet's movements and explaining their mistakes. Unbeknownst to him, Hill had approached from behind, waiting for the instructor to finish with the soldier before speaking up. "Instructor Zephyr, I am Hill from the Naval Science Division." Zephyr turned, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Hill, the Navy's so-called most brilliant scientist. I have heard of you." His gaze scrutinized Hill, nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, I have heard of your endeavors. Well done. Had you been born several decades earlier, perhaps the pirates on the seas would have been significantly diminished." This was a genuine thought. He had often heard discussions about enhancement stones and powered armor recently. All praising Hill's innovative contributions, he mused that had Hill appeared decades prior, the world might have been entirely different. A sense of nostalgia crept into his heart. Perhaps the elderly were simply prone to reminisce. Soon after, Zephyr inquired, "What brings you to me today?" This marked Hill's first encounter with the esteemed chief instructor. It was evident from Zephyr's weathered face that he had aged significantly. The wrinkles on his forehead and the lines around his mouth were quite pronounced, and his speech bore the weight of time. "Instructor Zephyr, I have come seeking your guidance on combat techniques. I have been confined to the laboratory, honing my skills in solitude, and thus have lacked opportunities for combat. I hope you might impart some wisdom upon me." Hill explained his intentions. His current prowess was roughly equivalent to that of a naval rear admiral, and there were few capable of providing guidance, making the venerable Zephyr his most reliable option. Zephyr chuckled, glancing at the two long swords at Hill's waist, and teasingly asked, "You practice dual wielding, do you?" Emotion stirred within him. Surprise! This young man not only engaged in experimentation, but also trained in swordsmanship. It was no wonder he could produce such extraordinary inventions. Little did Zephyr know, Hill's training time was scarce, relying primarily on the system.um. Hill's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "It is not dual wielding. It is a single sword style." Upon hearing Hill's claim of practicing a single sword style, Zephyr was not taken aback. He turned to the cadets in the room, instructing, "Cease your training for now. Clear an area. I wish to observe his swordsmanship." He then faced Hill directly, stating, "You may demonstrate your swordsmanship for me." Swordsmanship. Hill felt somewhat awkward. Aside from basic techniques, he only possessed the 100 steps flying sword technique. And his intention was not to display his swordplay. Lowering his voice, he implored, "Instructor Zephyr, could we perhaps find a more secluded spot? I fear that one strike from me might obliterate this place." Upon hearing this, Zephyr scrutinized Hill anew, momentarily uncertain of the truth behind his words. "One strike could destroy this area. That would require the mastery of a sword saint. If it were anyone else, he might believe it, but Hill was a scientist, and he did not perceive enhancement stones and powered armor as mere illusions that could be concocted in a short time. Could this lad truly juggle both technology and swordsmanship? Was he genuinely that impressive, or merely boasting? After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I am curious to see just how formidable your swordsmanship is. Follow me. I shall take you to a more isolated location." Following Zephyr, Hill regarded his robust frame with a sense of reflection. After the Marineford War, the world government had absurdly chosen the pirate Edward Weevil, who had once severed Zephyr's arm, to fill the position of a warlord of the sea. It was ludicrous. The former admiral and chief instructor, who had nurtured countless exceptional Navy officers, had been so callously discarded by the world government. What struck Hill as most ridiculous was the Navy's subsequent abolition of the warlord system. A so-called Whitebeard, too, merely a pirate with the mind of a child, held greater significance than Zephyr. It was an utter loss, both of face and resources. Such actions left Hill bewildered, and he silently vowed, "I hope to prevent such occurrences in the future." He deserves the respect and admiration of all in the Navy, to be forever remembered. Unaware of Hill's inner thoughts, Zephyr spoke, "Hill, it is beneficial to practice swordsmanship and maintain your health. Do not become as emaciated as that fellow. Be pop. The Navy needs talents like you. Live well and create more innovations to make significant contributions to the Navy." His words were imbued with hope for the younger generation. "Yes, I am in good health," Hill replied honestly, attributing his robust physique to the enhancements he had received. Although he had yet to reach the level of the 8-year-old Lingling, he was close. Once the enhancement stones were produced, he would be able to draw upon additional powers like T that time. He could undergo another substantial improvement, combining the Golden Light spell and the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Sensing Hill's youthful vigor, Zephyr couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, do not confine yourself to the laboratory. Make time to venture out. I have heard that you often lock yourself away, rarely emerging except when that fellow, Warship Peach, brings you food. That I will remember that." Hill responded. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning that the lad had not absorbed a word. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zephyr halted and declared, "Let me see if your swordsmanship is as formidable as you claim." Chapter 57. The worthless iron block. The waves crashed melodiously, and the azure expanse of the ocean was invigorating. The beauty of nature elicited a sense of tranquility. Hill glanced at Zephyr, contemplating for a moment before drawing the ninja wand from his waist. "Instructor Zephyr, watch closely. 100 steps, flying sword." With a swift release, the blade soared forth like a harpoon, and Hill leaped into the air, trailing closely behind the hilt. Extending one hand, he formed a straight line with the ninja wand. Swoosh! The tip of the sword pierced into a massive boulder several dozen meters away. Hill grasped the hilt and withdrew the blade, directing his gaze at Zephyr. Upon witnessing this move for the first time, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with approval. Impressive swordsmanship. Such high-level technique leaves even me with little to offer in guidance. However, his tone shifted, becoming stern as he continued. "Swordsmanship is not a trivial matter. From the moment you draw your sword, you must be prepared for battle. Yet you are not. Your muscles were relaxed, and your strength dispersed. If an adversary were faster, you would have no time to defend yourself." His tone was somewhat severe, resembling a teacher admonishing a wayward student. Zephyr's heart rippled with layers of emotion. This lad possessed considerable strength, and his swordplay was remarkably intricate. It seemed he had devoted as much effort to his swordsmanship as he had to his scientific pursuits. Regaining his composure, Zephyr added, "Moreover, I can sense you have not exerted your full strength. Why is that?" "I fear the impact might be too great," Hill replied candidly. "Additionally, I am eager to practice in real combat." Indeed, he had utilized only a fraction of his physical power, refraining from employing his domineering aura or other strengths. Feeling Hill's eager gaze upon him, Zephyr nodded. "Very well. Let us engage in practical training. I shall now be your adversary. Instructor Zephyr, I am preparing to attack. Come then, lad." Whoosh! In the next instant, Hill's figure vanished from sight. Zephyr's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. This lad can even employ the six styles? His movements were swift as he raised his enormous sea-prison stone mechanical arm to block Hill's assault. Clang! A piercing sound resonated. Zephyr's expression revealed surprise and admiration as he chuckled. "I did not expect your strength to be substantial. I nearly underestimated you. Very well, feel free to unleash your techniques, for I am Zephyr." "Certainly, Instructor Zephyr," Hill responded with enthusiasm, though he had not exerted his full power in that strike, merely aiming to demonstrate his considerable strength. Retreating several paces to create distance, Hill focused intently, his aura surging explosively, stirring up a vortex of dust beneath his feet. 100 steps, flying sword. Swoosh! The ninja wand was released with a sound that tore through the air. This iteration of the technique was strikingly different from the previous one that around the blade. Swirling arcs resembling long swords emerged, rapidly rotating and emitting a brilliant radiance, forming an umbrella-like display. The tip of the sword hurtled directly toward Zephyr. "Well done, lad," Zephyr exclaimed, muscles tensing. With a powerful thrust of his mechanical right arm, he countered. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated in their ears, and a tempestuous wind erupted in all directions, sweeping away the dust. The sharp tip of the ninja wand struck against Zephyr's mechanical arm, creating sparks. Zephyr's smile broadened. "That I truly misjudged your capabilities. I suspect that even Ein and Binzi would find themselves outmatched." It had been long since he had encountered such an exceptional young naval officer, filling him with delight. Upon finishing his praise, Zephyr's expression shifted. "But, lad, that level of strength is insufficient." A mighty aura radiated from him as he spoke. In that moment, Hill felt an overwhelming force surging from the blade, propelling him backward. Thud! He landed on the ground, staggering several steps before regaining his footing. Hill felt exhilarated. This was his true first encounter with combat, a sensation unlike any other, as his blood coursed with newfound fervor. The taste of adrenaline surged within him, awakening a primal instinct ingrained in every individual. Now, he understood why many craved battle, relished it, and even reveled in the chaos. With a swift push from his feet, he launched himself toward Zephyr once more. The sword light traced a silvery arc through the air, emphasizing speed, yet was still thwarted by Zephyr's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr's left fist rocketed toward Hill's face. A blow so swift that Hill had no time to evade. He could only brace himself. Iron block. In an instant, his blood surged, muscles tensing under his command, solidifying into an impenetrable shield, a feat comparable to the perfected iron body technique. Perhaps even surpassing the Golden Bell shield, thanks to Hill's unique physical traits. Bang! Hill's body, propelled with incredible speed, was sent flying even faster. Damn, the readers do not deceive me. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the ground, stirring a massive cloud of dust. Ouch! I was too slow. Had I activated my protective golden light and armed hockey earlier, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Oh no. My handsome face. Hill reached up to touch his face, reluctant due to the pain. As the dust settled, Zephyr's stern voice echoed. Combat is far more complex than you perceive. It is not merely about relentless offense. It encompasses psychology, reflexes, physicality, defense, and judgment, among others. You still have much to learn. Although taken aback, he noted Hill's resilience, that he had anticipated that such a punch would leave Hill incapacitated for a while, but the lad had proven to be remarkably durable. Excellent tenacity and the ability to withstand blows are the first steps toward becoming a strong warrior. This lad can take a hit. Hill cast a resentful glance at Zephyr. He felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Yet, the pain dissipated swiftly, bringing him joy. His recovery abilities were commendable. Gripping his sword tightly, this time he refrained from rushing into an attack, opting instead to contemplate his strategy, strengths, superior physical attributes, golden light spell, iron block, and armed hockey, a typical example of resilience, with extensive health and rapid recovery. Weaknesses, observation hockey, reflexes, and adaptability were either unfamiliar or unrefined. His strengths could not withstand the blows of the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Thus, he concluded that there was but one course of action, that a strategy Hill found particularly appealing: attack. As long as he could defeat his opponent in a single strike, he need not overcomplicate matters with convoluted tactics. He set a modest goal for himself: to vanquish the Admiral with a single sword strike, denying him any opportunity to retaliate. His face still bore a faint ache. The initial target was to surpass the physical prowess of the 8-year-old Charlotte Linlin. Having made his decision, Hill sheathed the ninja wand. With a swift motion, he drew the enhanced Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Chapter 58. Senbonzakura's Bankai. Countless pink cherry blossom petals surged forth from the blade of Senbonzakura, enveloping the sword's body. The petals danced gracefully like butterflies, refusing to scatter. It was a scene reminiscent of poetry, strikingly beautiful. Yet hidden behind this splendor lay a terrifying power. This was no ordinary Zanpakuto. It was a blade enhanced 12 times. A veritable max Zanpakuto. Instructor Zephyr, I am now serious, Hill declared, his expression grave. With eyes as profound as starlight, he fixated intently on the Marine Commandant Zephyr, emanating a piercing aura. In that moment, his entire demeanor transformed. As though he had become an entirely different person, Zephyr's countenance grew solemn. His observation haki allowed him to perceive Hill's formidable strength clearly. He grinned. "Bring it on, lad. I am Black Arm Zephyr. You shall not defeat me." Little one, with an air of youthful exuberance and indomitable spirit, the naval justice cloak billowed behind him. Stirred by the wind, that moment, a towering figure appeared in the distance, clutching 2 bottles of wine, none other than Admiral Akiji. Initially devoid of energy, his expression shifted, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he smirked. "Ah, what a surprise. It's little Hill. To think he possesses such strength, truly a monster." A spark of enthusiasm ignited within him, and his pace quickened involuntarily. Meanwhile, Hill gripped the hilt of his sword, unleashing a powerful slash. Countless petals coalesced into a robust, pink cord, their graceful movement exuding beauty. Yet, Zephyr dared not underestimate the perilous attack of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Within his observation, each petal radiated formidable power. This was the force of a lethal strike, not merely delicate cherry blossoms that could be crushed at will. Zephyr raised his mechanical right arm to meet Hill's assault. The petals collided with his sturdy arm, producing a resonant clang. With each clash, their stances ebbed and flowed. After blocking more than 10 strikes, Zephyr jested, "Kid, put in a bit more effort. This one tea suffice." Your strength still falls short. He discerned that Hill was gradually finding his rhythm. Each successive attack amplified his power and solidified his strikes. Unable to resist prodding Hill, he hoped to incite the latent force within him. Through their exchanges, Zephyr recognized an untapped reservoir of strength within Hill. Indeed, though Hill was somewhat inexperienced in combat, he began to apply greater force, his speed quickening noticeably. The clanking and ringing of their duel echoed like the sharpening of blades. Although Zephyr maintained his usual serious demeanor towards their sparring, he was profoundly astonished. This young man's strength was indeed comparable to that of the elite vice admirals of the Navy. Terrifying, a living monster. Even the 3 outstanding admirals of yesteryears were not much stronger at this age, each wielding the powers of a Logia devil fruit. Moreover, he found himself struggling more than at the onset. Nearby, Akiji sat cross-legged on the ground, tilting his head with his right hand, propping it up, muttering critiques. "Ah, this sword swing is off. It could use more speed. The angle is wrong, and the force is dispersed." His half-lidded eyes, seemingly drowsy, were in fact intently focused on the clash of the 2 combatants. He felt a twinge of surprise. Although Hill's practical abilities were evidently lacking, they did not obscure the remarkable brilliance he radiated. His swordsmanship was formidable. A sensation of being outclassed washed over him. Inwardly, he mused, "Ah, with proper guidance, the Navy will undoubtedly gain another powerhouse." However, Hill must not solely focus on swordsmanship. If technological advancement stagnates, it would be a grave loss. To him, Hill's contributions in technology outweighed his martial prowess by far. Suddenly, Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sprang to his feet, his expression transforming as he exclaimed, "Ah, this is extraordinary." The scenery around him shifted dramatically. The once ebbing and flowing sea vanished, replaced by a peculiar dark space. What kind of power is this? Akiji strained to utilize his observation haki to sense everything around him, yet he could detect neither the ocean nor the coastal boulders. A tempest of astonishment surged within him. Could this be the power of the mind and spirit? At that moment, Bankai, 1,000 cherry blossoms, Kageaki. Hill activated the Bankai of his Zanpakuto. Releasing the sword, it plummeted to the ground like a free-falling object, causing ripples to spread across the earth as if it were a tranquil lake. The entirety of the 1,000 cherry blossoms vanished. Instantly, enormous cherry blossom blades emerged from the ground, standing like guardians at his side. He appeared somewhat exhilarated, grinning. "Instructor Zephyr, brace yourself." This marked Hill's inaugural use of the Bankai form of 1,000 cherry blossoms, and he felt the overwhelming power firsthand. Is this the strength of a true warrior? He felt as though he could effortlessly cleave through anything, a potent sense of euphoria momentarily disorienting him. The next instant, Hill countered this notion in his mind. It was far from enough that I must strike down the 4 emperors. To surpass the legendary swordmaster Ryuma and achieve the ability to cleave Kaido of the 100 beasts, Zephyr, witnessing such an uncanny sword technique for the first time, felt a surge of emotion as his expression shifted. From this technique, he sensed an ominous aura. Such an aura awakened the blood within him that a fierce, resolute will erupted from his robust frame. Zephyr chuckled, truly a unique sword technique. The name of the future great swordsman will surely include yours. Hill, but for now, allow this old man to teach you a lesson. Do not underestimate us old-timers. I was once a remnant of the old era. His blood began to boil with fervor, invigorating him, with a smile that blended arrogance and satisfaction. He declared with conviction, "Kid, remember to respect your elders." He then unleashed a powerful punch. With a ferocious and domineering strike, Zephyr's fist tore through the air, breaking the sound barrier, creating circular waves in the atmosphere that rippled from his mechanical right arm. A thunderous roar erupted. His entire right arm was enveloped in fierce Haka-AT that moment. The once youthful, spirited Vice Admiral Zephyr had returned. Hill was quick to respond. Dozens of massive cherry blossom blades transformed into a vibrant pink hue. A breathtaking spectacle. These charming, pink long swords disintegrated, scattering into a flurry of cherry blossom petals that danced through the air, resembling a downpour of blossoms. Yet, these petals were not mere ornamental beauties. They were instruments of death. A single drifting petal could slice a person in two without exaggeration. Clang, clang. Countless petals struck against Zephyr's mechanical arm, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Suddenly, a tearing noise echoed as a long gash appeared on the justice cloak draped across his back. Alarm surged within him. The protective haki surrounding him was being torn apart. At present, it was merely the cloak. If the haki were to shatter, and the petals fell upon him, Zephyr could vividly imagine that scene, his body being torn apart by the cascading petals. Resolute, he summoned greater strength, repelling the surrounding petals. Yet, in the next instant, the petals before him multiplied rather than diminished, surging towards him under Hill's control, obstructing his advance. The gap of over 10 meters between them had now narrowed to just 2 or 3 meters, creating a stalemate. Aokiji gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, unable to suppress his admiration. Ah, truly a fearsome sword technique. Each petal embodies a fierce strike. Beneath this stunning spectacle lies a deadly intent that is not easily countered. Hill has reached such a terrifying level of power. It is simply hard to believe. With eyes fixated on the battle before him, he was utterly captivated by the exhilarating exchange of skills. In a moment of revelry, he lifted a bottle of wine, flicked the cap off with a deft motion, and savored a generous gulp. The warmth of the spirit infused his heart, and a rare smile of genuine delight graced his features. Meanwhile, the fight raged on. Hill had not anticipated the sheer terror of this technique. The Shinigami blade, Senbonzakura, enhanced to level 12, was indeed extraordinary. Though his own haki was not particularly robust, this maneuver proved to be unexpectedly formidable, catching him off guard. The petals swirling around him coalesced into a pink wall, effectively shielding him from Zephyr's mechanical fists, while others incessantly eroded the haki emanating from Zephyr's body. "Hey, Zephyr-sensei, what do you think of this technique?" "Impressive, isn't it?" Hill boasted, brimming with self-satisfaction, certain that even Zephyr would have to acknowledge his prowess. The remnants of Zephyr's justice cloak hung in tatters behind him, with only a small piece remaining on his shoulder. The rest cleaved apart by the razor-sharp petals. "You little brat," Zephyr glared at Hill, a smirk playing on his lips. "You've celebrated too soon." As his words fell, his arm underwent a transformation. His haki surged dramatically, enveloping his fist in a dark, violet flame. Not only that, but the mechanisms in his mechanical arm whirred to life, pistons pumping and releasing a cloud of smoke. He gravely declared, "Remember this punch well. You little rascal." Boom! Instantly, the wall of cherry blossoms shattered, exploding outward in a dazzling display. A colossal mechanical fist barreled toward Hill. Alarmed, Hill recited quickly, "Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all chi, cultivate through countless tribulations, and attain my divine powers. Within the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme." Golden light envelopes my body to I in that instant. A layer of golden light cloaked him, though it was evident that the golden light incantation had not yet reached the level of manifesting chi. It merely formed a thin veneer on his surface, lacking any significant brilliance. To be safe, Hill layered his defenses with iron blocks and haki, wrapping himself in 3 layers of outer protection. Simultaneously, the inner properties of copper, iron, and steel provided additional defense. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Thud! Zephyr's punch collided with Hill's chest, sending him flying as if struck by a speeding truck. No, it was a force 10 times more ferocious. Hill felt his internal organs roiling, an overwhelming discomfort surging within him, and blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Dust billowed and debris scattered. Defeated, Hill lay on the ground, eyes shut, accepting the outcome with no surprise. He had never believed that he could triumph over Zephyr with his current strength. Yet the taste of defeat was bitter. He opened his eyes, dust obscuring his vision. This time he had merely lost to Zephyr, but if he were to lose to another adversary in the future, would he have the chance to survive? He questioned himself, fearing the answer was no. At that moment, Akiji approached leisurely, holding a bottle of wine, and glanced at Hill on the ground, teasing, "Ah, Hilkin, you aren't feeling too disheartened, are you?" He then squatted down, offering the bottle. "Care for a drink?" Hill turned to Akiji, snatching the bottle and taking a hearty swig. The alcohol burned as it coursed down his throat. Mingling with the salty taste of blood, he immediately rose to his feet, though his insides still ached. The brief rest had rejuvenated him somewhat. With a smile, Hill addressed Akiji. "Thank you for the drink. It's delightful. What is it called?" "Surely," Akiji replied, praising the wine he and Zephyr cherished. At tea that moment, Zephyr strode over, looking at Hill with a broad smile. "Hill, you truly are a hidden gem. I never expected you to possess such strength. However, there is still much for you to learn." He took the bottle from Akiji without hesitation. Drinking heartily, this is still the flavor I adore. But one bottle is hardly sufficient. Next time, remember to bring more. It seems we have a little wine connoisseur among us. His laughter rang out joyfully, for he was genuinely pleased. A young, exceptional Navy officer, also a brilliant scientist who had invented the enhancement stones and mechanized armor. Truly, a stroke of luck for the Navy. Chapter 60. Confidence comes from the system. The bottle in Hill's hand was now empty, its contents consumed. His cells rapidly decomposed the alcohol, gradually restoring his stamina. "Thank you, Zephyr-sensei, for your guidance. It has made me aware of my many shortcomings. But next time, I will not lose," Hill declared, brimming with confidence. He resolved to hastily create enhancement stones and mechanized armor, eagerly anticipating the lottery, iron blocks, haki, and the golden light incantation. These were mere trifles, utterly useless in a critical moment. Next time, he would focus on enhancing one of these elements first. While his attack power was decent, his defensive capabilities were lacking. He needed to bolster his defenses. What a hexagonal warrior! A hexagonal warrior yet to develop is nothing at all. I'll deal with that later. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, but did not offer praise. Instead, he wore a serious expression and cautioned, "However, you needn't rush. It isn't your turn to hit the battlefield just yet. For now, focus on your inventions. They are far more crucial to the Navy than your current strength. That a handful of powerful individuals cannot change the world." Years ago, he had understood that relying solely on personal strength was futile, leading him down a different path. That path had proven relatively successful, as the Navy was now stronger than it had been in many years, and I understand, Hill replied, though internally he yearned to establish a gravity training room and enhance his skills to level 12. He sought no grand ambitions. Dedicating just 1 hour a day would suffice. What transformations would a gravity training room for level 12 yield? His heart raced with anticipation. Zephyr smiled faintly, discussing some of Hill's combat-related issues while savoring his beloved Shirley wine. A flush of happiness graced his face. It had been so long since he felt this joyful. Akiji appeared relaxed, yet a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Once, he too had been like Hill, receiving guidance from Zephyr. After absorbing Zephyr's advice, Hill silently committed it to memory. After expressing his gratitude to Zephyr, he turned to Akiji, saying, "Thank you for your earlier pointers," just as his words left his lips. Zephyr suddenly clutched his chest, coughing violently, his expression contorted in pain as he quickly retrieved a portable oxygen device from his pocket, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Hill immediately inquired with concern, "Zephyr-sensei, what's wrong?" "Just an old ailment," Zephyr waved off Hill's concern, indicating that he needed no assistance, that it was a lingering issue since he had replaced his arm with a mechanical one, despite numerous doctors in the Navy examining him over the years. None could find a solution, that he could only suppress the symptoms with medication to alleviate the pain. "Sensei, perhaps you should consider retiring and removing that mechanical arm. It might benefit your health," Akiji suggested with genuine concern. Years ago, Zephyr had resolutely chosen to equip himself with a Sea-Stone mechanical arm, not only to retain his formidable combat strength, but also to better protect Navy cadets. He had often urged Zephyr to retire early and care for his health. Yet, in recent years, the number of exceptional Navy talents had dwindled, fostering a sense of anxiety within Zephyr. He did not wish to see the Navy descend into a state of mediocrity, yet he persisted, continuing to teach soldiers within the Navy, hoping to witness the emergence of outstanding students akin to the three former admirals. "Rest assured," Zephyr replied with a determined smile, "my health is not as poor as you imagine, Akiji." Yet, Hill here was easily defeated by me. After a few years with Hill around, I wish to witness the era of the Navy. I have heard that numerous new pirate crews have emerged on the high seas recently. How can our Navy afford to lose? As he spoke, he cast a hopeful glance towards Hill, a benevolent smile gracing his face. "Hill, I firmly believe that the future of a Navy belongs to your era." Zephyr himself was taken aback by his own expectations for Hill. The invention of the enhancement stone and the mobile armor had already proven Hill to be an unparalleled scientific genius. In fact, he believed that even Vegapunk, who was ahead of the world's technology by 500 years, could not compare. However, today he had witnessed another facet of Hill, his formidable strength and exceptional combat talent. This prowess could easily qualify him for the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, barring experience and seniority. After all, a competent naval officer is not solely evaluated on martial prowess. Unless Zephyr dismissed that thought. After all, the combat strength at the admiral level is scarce even upon these vast seas. Each strong individual has endured countless battles and skirmishes. Moreover, talent, effort, and chance are all indispensable. It is difficult. In several decades, the Navy has seen only 3 such individuals, all of whom are natural-type devil fruit users. M.Y. era. Hill's expression froze in surprise. He had not anticipated Zephyr would say such a thing. He then fixed a determined gaze upon Zephyr and responded confidently and emphatically, "Of course. It will be my era." "Nonsense. Even an ordinary person can grow into an invincible hexagonal warrior with just a little boost." Is he confident? Indeed. This is entirely reasonable, and Hill merely spoke the truth, albeit with a hint of humility. Yes, humility. Hill felt that it would not be impossible for him to explode a planet in the future, provided he had enough attribute points. Seeing Hill brimming with confidence and vigor, Zephyr could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "You're certainly not modest at all, but that's how the youth should be." It made him reminisce about his time with Carp and Sun. Hill's era. I believe it will soon astound the world that a softness suddenly graced Akiji's cold and lazy visage. It seemed he recalled something, and his expression hardened once more. No, perhaps it will come sooner. It is uncertain who leaked the news of the enhancement stone. Consequently, the entire ocean is now aware of it, and Marshal Sengoku is currently investigating this matter. There must be moles within the Navy. That is beyond doubt. The Navy is simply too vast. However, this time, Sengoku's concern over the enhancement stone is not solely due to that. It is also because there are very few who possess this information. It is the high-ranking Navy officers, a mole. A figure suddenly flashed in Hill's mind. It must be him. There is no doubt about it. Chapter 61. The clothes and pants shrunk a chew. In the cafeteria of the G5 base in the New World, Vice Admiral Virgo unexpectedly sneezed. "Vice Admiral Virgo, you have food stuck to your mouth." A nearby soldier reminded him, "Thank you for the reminder. There's some over there too." "Thank you." After just a few bites, he was out again. "Yes, The first person that came to Hill's mind was that fellow named Virgo. He did not know whether Kuma was a mole, nor did he know if Admiral Kazuru was a traitor. But this guy is definitely a threat. Should he inform them about this? However, what reason could he provide to investigate that fellow? While he pondered, Akiji spoke up. "Ah, Hill, what are you thinking about? Is it because you're out of alcohol? Next time, you can come to my place for a drink. Nothing is more enjoyable in life than drinking and sleeping." Slap. Zifa smacked Akiji on the shoulder, admonishing, "Don't lead that kid astray. Who in the Navy doesn't know you and Carp spend all day sleeping?" He then turned to Hill with a smile, advising, "Don't follow his example. Despite his constant sleeping, he is actually developing his devil fruit abilities." "All right." Hill chuckled awkwardly, then returned to Akiji's previous question, stating that currently only the rear admirals and admirals within the Navy are aware of the enhancement stone and have been around the Navy headquarters for a while without any issues. It could be that the last distribution of enhancement stones to the officers at the branches allowed the information to leak. He intentionally narrowed the selection of suspects to branch officers to guide Zifa and Akiji in their reasoning and speculations. Upon hearing this, Zifa nodded, agreeing that there was a significant possibility, especially since the officers involved were of rear admiral rank and above, which was why Sengoku had recently been troubled. Nearby, Akiji cast a surprised glance at Hill. This issue had been discussed with the three admirals and Tsuru, arriving at a similar conclusion. Moreover, he feigned nonchalance as he said, "This issue still requires evidence. Marshal Sengoku wouldn't want to incite panic among the Navy during such a critical time. So I kindly ask that you, Teacher Zifa and Hill, refrain from speaking of it for now. Teacher, I will take my leave, but please take care of your health." In the end, Akiji expressed his concern before departing. Zifa's gaze held a touch of gratitude as he smiled faintly, reminiscing that Kazan, despite his cold exterior, is actually the disciple I cherish the most. His face bore a proud smile. Knowing Kazan well, Zifa understood the justice Kazan yearned for, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia mixed with regret for the once fiery young boy who had now transformed into the cold admiral of the Navy. With only his heart remaining unchanged, Zifa looked at Hill and then sighed with relief, saying, "As one grows older, one tends to reflect on their youth. It is nothing to worry about. However, you should also take the time to interact with him. Kazan is someone worth befriending." Sighing lightly, he thought of Carp, Sengoku, Tsuru, and himself, all of whom had aged. Although Sengoku still had a head full of black hair, he was already 77 years old, having held the position of admiral for nearly a decade. The next admiral would likely be selected from among the three admirals. Naturally, as their teacher, Zifa hoped it would be Kazan. "Yes, I know he is a good person," Hill replied, suddenly recalling something important that he quickly added. "Can you tell me the specifics of your illness, Teacher Zifa? Perhaps I might think of a remedy." He considered the possibility of extracting some treatment-related information from the system, which might enable him to heal Zifa's ailment. The pain had plagued Zifa for too long, and this could not continue as it severely diminished his strength. "This illness of mine," Zifa explained, "was a consequence of the installation of this C-prism stone mechanical arm. Compounded by my experiences as a Navy officer, which have left me with hidden ailments." Zifa could not articulate it clearly. 2 years ago, at the age of 70, he had lost an arm and had this mechanical arm installed, after which the condition had persisted. Hill nodded, affirming, "I will certainly find a way to treat you. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Zifa. I will return to the laboratory now." After receiving Zifa's nod, Hill turned to leave. Zifa gazed at the azure sea before him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Nothing matters anymore. There's not much left in this world for me to cling to, if not for my lingering sense of justice." His voice suddenly caught in his throat, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. For the sake of justice, he had lost far too much. Time and again, he had faced mental breakdowns, yet he persevered, appearing strong in the eyes of others, merely surviving, his vision blurred. He wiped his eyes and chuckled. "At my age, why be so sentimental? I am Black Arm Zifa." She shed the tattered cloak of shattered justice from her shoulders. The purple suit stretched taut against her well-defined muscles as she turned and strode away from the factory. In this era of mechanized armor, the factory was increasingly bustling, filled with individuals assisting Hill in the production of components. The raw materials were meticulously overseen by Hill himself, while the incessant clamor of machinery filled the air. Numerous voices within the factory buzzed with gossip. "Hey, let me tell you, a stunning beauty has been waiting outside Dr. Hill's laboratory for hours without leaving. Enough. I heard that little Wong approached her, but she completely ignored him. Nonsense. I heard that she slapped him, reducing him to the stature of a mere child, about the same age as my son. You have no idea." Little Wong's clothes fell to the ground due to his shrinking physique. The sight was utterly unbearable. That must be a devil fruit, upon overhearing the conversations within the factory. Hill's expression darkened. The innate ability of observation hockey had its downsides. He could hear everything. Whether it was casual chatter or unvoiced thoughts, it was fortunate that, despite his natural talent, his level was not high. Otherwise, at Navy headquarters, he would be privy to every bit of gossip. Hill made his way to his laboratory, only to find Ein still standing outside. Before he could speak, Ein rushed up to him, bowing deeply and pleading. "Dr. Hill, please give me an opportunity to join your experimental work." Chapter 62. "I feel like the system is setting me up." Hill brushed past Ein, producing a key to unlock the laboratory door. As the door slowly ascended, he remarked, "My laboratory will not have any assistance. If you wish to learn about technology, you may seek out Beijiao Pank. His skills were secrets." With that, Hill stepped inside his laboratory and closed the door behind him. It felt as if he had returned home. An overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over him, a feeling unmatched by any other place. The people in this world were remarkably persistent, stubborn to a fault. Sometimes it was endearing, yet at other times it was quite irksome. Everything has its limits. Could one speak freely about personal matters? No, if such matters were disclosed, it would likely result in others experimenting upon oneself. Hill composed himself, realizing that he needed to expedite the production of semi-finished products, while the mechanized armor could not be halted, as it was crucial for unlocking the next technology. Both items promised substantial points. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial task. Immediately, Hill used a phone bug to contact Admiral Kizaru, requesting the construction of a private room adjacent to the factory. This was essential for the gravity training chamber. The request was swiftly approved by Kizaru. Such a minor expense was of no concern. He even expressed his care for Hill. After the call ended, Hill immersed himself in production. The points within the system surged rapidly, invigorating him in a day and a half. Hill completed the processing of over 1,900 enhancement stones and summoned War Peach Maru via phone bug to transport them away. After closing the laboratory door, he felt an exhilarating rush. The enhancement stones were worth 200 million points, and producing the mechanized armor earned him 5 million points. He was determined to draw a grand prize this time. Hill still refrained from attempting the 7-colored treasure box, which required 100 million points to open. He did not believe in the notion of miraculous single draws, while the thrill of such an endeavor was undeniably exhilarating. Hill planned to wait until he amassed more points for a 10-fold divine treasure box draw to secure exceptional rewards. He believed that this method would yield far superior results. System: activate diamond treasure box 10-fold draw. Successfully opening the diamond treasure box, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 celestial beans. What a fantastic start. This item is remarkable, especially since it could be enhanced with enhancement stones. The first reward elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Hill, filling him with immense joy. Celestial beans were reputed to restore injuries and stamina instantly upon consumption. This meant that as long as he was not killed in a single blow, he effectively possessed 10 lives. Most importantly, enhancement. Hill was eager to discover what the celestial beans would transform into post-enhancement. Just as he was filled with excitement, the next reward prompt chimed in. Obtained 35,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,500 attribute points. Obtained Diamond Realm Divine Power. What the hell? This is incredible. Could it be the Diamond Realm Divine Power used by some deity? Hill was instantly astounded, unable to contain his emotions, bursting into loud laughter. With this, my defensive capabilities will surely soar. In the next moment, Hill regained his composure, questioning how it could be again. No. He quickly calmed down, reflecting that he already possessed numerous defensive techniques. The system was not attempting to mislead him. Was it trying to trick him into wasting training points on Diamond Realm Divine Power? He refused to be deceived. However, memories of the Diamond Realm Divine Power flooded his mind, recalling it as a divine being's technique from the 6 divisions of the Celestial Realm, known as the strongest general, Tian Kuei. But this individual seemed to have been defeated, right? Yes, he was the one who got beaten. The entrance was akin to a meteorite falling from the sky, with narration that was extraordinarily impressive. Yet, it played out as the saying goes, the one who boasts the hardest ends up taking the hardest hits. He decided to set this aside for the moment, knowing it was likely a temptation by the system. Designed to waste his attribute points, Hill temporarily chose to ignore it. Obtained 35,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained. 1 level up scroll, level cap, 5. Seeing the final reward, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, something useful came out. Otherwise, aside from the attribute points, the celestial beings were the only valuable reward. The Diamond Realm Divine Power, I suspect, is merely an invincible black hole for devouring attribute points. The Diamond Realm deity is only formidable in the early stages. Afterward, it becomes insignificant. Hill chose to disregard it. System, initiate another 10 diamond draws, successfully opening the diamond treasure box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 35,000 attribute points. Obtained 35,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Hill's expression darkened. Could it be that these 2 10-fold diamond draws yielded nothing worthwhile? Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 35,000 attribute points. 6 times. A consecutive 6 diamond boxes yielded no valuable items. Hill's heart sank. Surely, he could not be this unfortunate this time. Obtained 36,000 attribute points. Obtained 35,000 attribute points. Obtained sword technique. 1 sword separates worlds. Obtained an ultra-large capacity space ring. Containment space. 50m x 50m. Not bad. Not bad. Hill was genuinely startled by the barrage of attribute points. He had nearly faced total defeat in this diamond 10-fold draw. However, the 1 sword separates worlds is certainly useful that he recognized this technique as one of the most formidable sword arts from the Demon Sword Life and Death Chess, capable of condensing sword energy upon a blade. This sword energy was indestructible. When combined with armed color hockey, the results should be impressive. Hill contemplated whether to enhance first or allocate points. Chapter 63. Deep Blue points. Let S allocate points first. Hill decided. The 2 diamond 10-fold draws had netted a total of 534,500 points. Hill first glanced at his panel. Enhancing his physique consumed too many attribute points. It would be more prudent to elevate the levels of other skills first. His current physical condition was already adequate. Possessing certain traits in terms of physique does not imply that one can rival the formidable defenses of Big Mom. She is a veritable monster. Even Mr. One, who consumed the quick-slash-fruit, could not withstand Zoro's might. Despite being made of iron, he was ultimately defeated by Zoro's relentless attacks. Yet at that time, Zoro would have struggled to even graze Big Mom. Even 2 years after setting sail, he would have found it impossible. Big Mom is akin to a steel sphere, and she and Kaido are truly 2 aberrant creatures perfectly matched by nature. However, Hill's physique is currently far sturdier than that of most individuals. After pondering for a moment, Hill murmured to himself, "First, I must enhance the Golden Light spell. I need to reach the level of Chi transformation." Consuming 20,000 attribute points, his current level for the Golden Light spell is 5. With an expenditure of 100,000 attribute points, it reaches level 6. Alas, he could no longer increase it. Upon seeing that the next level would require a staggering 500,000 attribute points, he felt utterly defeated. This is merely the 7th level of the Golden Light spell. How many attribute points will be needed to elevate it to level 10? Is this compelling me to become a hexagonal warrior? Hill gazed at the panel, somewhat at a loss for words. His attribute points were simply insufficient. Having gained just 2 levels, he had already expended 120,000 points. The 100 Steps Flying Sword? Not adding. Iron Block? Begone. not adding. While Soru, as a technique among the six forms, is indeed an excellent skill, he'll contemplated briefly and resolved not to invest in IT present. I only require enhancements in defense and attack. Other considerations can be set aside for now. He would like to contemplate further, but alas, the shortage of attribute points was a hindrance that if he had ample attribute points, not only would he max out Soru, but he would also fully upgrade the Diamond Realm Divine Power, consuming 19,998 points. His current level for Armament Haki is 2.8. An expenditure of 50,000 points brings it to level 3, spending 200,000 points elevates it to level 4. He'll cast a glance at his remaining attribute points, which stood at 144,500 and 29,023 from the previous surplus, totaling 153,525 points. After examining the panel, he decided to allocate points to the Kamehameha. Consuming 10,000 points, his Kamehameha reaches level 2. With a cost of 100,000 points, it advances to level 3. Remaining attribute points, 43,525. With few options left, he decided to hold onto the points for now, as investing them elsewhere would yield minimal benefits. He'll resolve to save them for the next lottery. His current panel reads as follows. Host. Hill, the soul-bound entity, strength evaluation, Rear Admiral of the Navy. Physique, LV-31, 1,432,520, Trait 1. Pain reduction 10, Trait 2. Copper skin, Trait 3. Gourmet cells, Trait 4. Iron bones, Trait 5. Steel muscles. Note. Maximum level for physique is 100, and skill-related maximum level is 10. Golden Light Spell, LV6, 500. 000, 100 steps, Flying Sword. LV4, 200,000. Iron Block. LV4, 200,000, Soru. LV5, 1 million. Armament Haki. LV4, 500,000. Observation Haki. Innate LV3, 160,000. Kamehameha. LV3, 500,000. One Sword Across Worlds. LV0, 5. 000, Diamond Realm Divine Power. LV0, 10,000 attribute points. 43,525 points. 5 million task progress. Mobile armor, 550. Hill understood that even elevating his level by 1 or 2 would not yield significant benefits. It would merely serve as a prologue. Without reaching levels 4 or 5, he could hardly expect any real utility. Let us first test the limits of the Golden Light spell. Hill chanted, Heaven and Earth. Mysterious sect. My body enveloped in golden light. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, with chi surging forth like golden flames, enveloping him entirely. Hill felt immense satisfaction, exclaiming, At last, I have achieved the level of chi transformation. I wonder how I compare to the old celestial master. After utilizing the golden light spell, he made a new discovery. Not only did it significantly enhance his physical agility, but it also sharpened his mental acuity and reaction speed. This is excellent. He could activate the golden light spell during combat. Hill himself did not possess an understanding of these concepts. His enhancements were entirely reliant on the system, unlike those who have dedicated years to study and master their craft. Using them came as easily to him as breathing. If presented with a tome of cultivation, he would likely struggle to comprehend it. Thus, had it not been for the system, traversing this realm would necessitate knowledge. He might even find it challenging to understand the acupuncture points in martial arts manuals. Adapting to this newfound sensation felt as though his senses had been awakened, akin to the taste of observation Haki. He chuckled joyfully. Although his combat experience was initially lacking, the combination of the golden light spell and observation Haki could somewhat compensate for it. Nevertheless, he still needed to continue improving. With the golden light spell retracted, Hill activated Armament Haki, causing his entire arm to darken and reflect a metallic sheen. Excellent. With a few more levels of enhancement, he should be on par with the elite rear admirals of the Navy. The acceleration of his power progression through attribute points was undeniable. If he were to possess a physique at level 100, I wonder whose body would be sturdier, mine or Kaido's. Hill could not help but recall the plot from the anime, particularly the duel between Frankie and Sei, or Pink in Dressrosa, a contest of masculinity and resilience. Though Frankie clearly employed some underhanded tactics, what would a battle between myself and Kaido look like? The imagery, Hill couldn't contain his laughter. In the future, my physique will undoubtedly surpass even that of Kaido. After laughing for a while, he began to examine the rewards drawn from the system, observing 10 beans the size of green peas in his hand. Hill seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Would enhancing these 10 beans require a staggering 120 enhancement stones? At a million each, that amounts to 1.2 billion berries. After some deliberation, he concluded it would be wiser to enhance other items first. After all, one cannot expect to incur such significant losses all at once. The last time he enhanced the Ink Dragon number 1, the Youth Elixir and the Devil Fruit had already consumed 36 stones. He had secretly reserved a few for himself, but even that would not suffice to support the enhancement of 10 beans. Hill retrieved the Level Up scroll from the system. Its description was succinct. Level 1. Now let us see if I can enhance it with the enhancement stones. Chapter 64. Has the enhancement stone been upgraded? Hill took the box of enhancement stones from the cupboard, containing approximately 50 stones. He extracted one from the box, eager to test its efficacy on the Level Up scroll. Currently, it could only elevate the level by 1, and he wondered if enhancing it would remove the maximum limit of 5 levels. Presently, the highest level he possessed was for the Golden Light spell, already at level 6, that if he could utilize the enhancement stone to eliminate the scroll-less restrictions, then he could apply it to elevate the Golden Light spell. As skill levels progress, the disparity between each level increases, akin to the grand realms depicted in cultivation fantasy novels, an assuredly overwhelming presence. The mere thought of enhancing the Level Up scroll to elevate the Golden Light spell, potentially by more than 1 level, filled him with anticipation. Growing somewhat excited, he grasped the Level Up scroll in his left hand and the enhancement stone in his right. Forcefully bringing them together, he initiated the enhancement process. The two items swiftly approached each other, and the next moment, the Level Up scroll erupted in a dazzling brilliance, the intense light proving somewhat blinding. Hill instinctively squinted his eyes when he opened them again. His expression was one of astonishment as he gazed at the enhancement stone, exclaiming, "Where's my scroll?" Ah! Indeed, the Level Up scroll in his left hand had vanished, yet the enhancement stone remained. Hill felt a twinge of discomfort within. Speculating, could it be that the Level Up scroll enhanced the stone by 1 level? What does that make this enhancement stone in my hand? Enhancement stone 1. Damn it, he was at a loss for words. His initial intention was to elevate the level scroll using the enhancement stone, yet had backfired. Instead, the level scroll had seemingly elevated the enhancement stone's level. What on earth? Hill quickly regained his composure, pondering the implications of the enhancement stone's elevated level. What effects could it entail? If the level of the enhancement stone can indeed be raised, does that mean could enhance other enhancement stones, thereby increasing their levels? In an attempt to experiment, Hill retrieved 2 enhancement stones from the box and declared, "Let us give it a try." Grasping the stones, he endeavored to fuse them together in an instant. Both stones radiated a powerful light before repelling each other. Hill was not taken aback by this outcome. Rather, he felt perplexed. It seemed that enhancing enhancement stones was futile, yet the level scrolls could indeed augment them. However, what effect would the enhancement stone 1 yield? Pondering this, he realized he needed to locate a bearer of the Lucky Fruit's power swiftly, lest he remain stuck at enhancement level 12. That moreover, this enhancement stone 1 was undoubtedly extraordinary, a precious Level Up scroll. If utilized wisely, could be worth a staggering 1 to 200,000 attribute points. Sighing, Hill lamented the loss of the Level Up scroll, receiving instead an enhancement stone 1 that was temporarily unusable. He then claimed a space ring from the system. He focused his consciousness into the ring. A vast expanse unfolded, encircled by a distinct line of light, forming a grand square. With this space ring, he could store all his belongings, and its size was sufficient to accommodate the Ink Dragon number 1 as well. Hill chuckled, "Though my lab forbids entry to others, it's far safer to keep these items within the space ring." First, he decided to enhance, for in times of uncertainty, one should enhance first. Seizing the enhancement stone, he began to augment the space ring. Space ring 1, 2, 12, the term opulent stood out. Regardless of the consequences, he resolved to enhance it to 12. As he gazed at the space ring in his hand, Hill adorned his right index finger with it, guiding his consciousness into the ring. Now, The ring's interior had expanded to several times its original size, almost resembling a small island. Hill mused, I wonder if it possesses any other functionalities. It feels as though the expansion is not its sole enhancement. Subsequently, he manipulated the ring to store the Ink Dragon No. 1. Beauty Elixir, the short sword saber-toothed tiger form Devil Fruit, Enhancement Stone 1, and various other items. Noticing the remaining enhancement stones, Hill thought to himself that since there was still some left, he might as well try enhancing the celestial beings. He began to enhance the celestial beings with the stones. After consuming 12, he successfully reached enhancement level 12 that a celestial being at this level, regardless of its intrinsic value, meant the worth of the enhancement stones alone exceeded 120 million berries. Externally, the being now bore a faint green halo, no longer resembling an ordinary small bean. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. Have you ever seen a glowing bean? Contemplating the celestial being, Hill conceived an idea. He could allow Zifa to test it, as there was no harm in consuming it. Consider it an experiment to ascertain the effects of the enhancement level 12 celestial being. If the results were favorable, he could enhance a few more for future use. Wait, Hill suddenly entertained another thought. Could this celestial being be cultivated? After all, the consumption of enhancement stones was somewhat substantial, 12 stones. There would undoubtedly be many instances requiring enhancement stones in the future, and it was imperative to prepare some to see if certain items could be enhanced to even higher levels. Such as the Devil Fruit, he decided to sleep first and test the effect of the celestial being with Zifa the following day. 10 celestial beings were not excessive, especially since such items could instantaneously restore health and stamina. Who would complain about having too many? Meanwhile, in another location, Sabo was pushing a cart laden with boxes filled with enhancement stones. Accompanying him were two enormous peacekeepers, both of which had been enhanced with enhancement stones. Compared to his initial appearance, Sabo had noticeably slimmed down by 3 or 4 sizes, yet he still appeared robust. Despite his diligent efforts to lose weight and exercise, he found himself growing hungry quickly during workouts. Before long, Sabo arrived at Admiral Kazur's office, shouting from outside, "Old man, the secretly transported enhancement stones have arrived." The guards at the door frowned. "You mentioned it was a secret transport. Why did you utter the words enhancement stones?" Moments later, the door creaked open. Admiral Kazur stood with his hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses, his scruffy face adorned with a lecherous grin. "This is the second batch. It seems the quantity is significantly greater than last time." He exclaimed, "These enhancement stones are truly remarkable." He then addressed Sabo. "You may return now. I will personally deliver them to Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Raising his right hand, he activated a Den Den Mushi, saying, "Moshi Moshi." "Moshi Moshi," Sabo's expression darkened with irritation. "Old man, I've told you, the black Den Den Mushi is for surveillance. My apologies, let me search for another," Kizuru replied, rummaging through his belongings. Chapter 65. Kizuru aiming for level 13? It was inevitable as a Marine Admiral. He carried quite a few Den Den Mushi, including the golden one capable of executing the Demon Slayer order, which was one of the privileges of an admiral. After a brief search, Kizuru finally produced a standard Den Den Mushi, stroking his scruffy beard with one hand and pouting. He mused, "Sabo, do you think enhancement stones could enhance this Den Den Mushi? If we could enhance this surveillance Den Den Mushi, it would be of tremendous significance to our Navy. Just imagine the possibilities." He found his own whimsical idea amusing. If it could truly be enhanced, what effects and changes might it undergo? Sabo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he suggested, "Old man, why not test it now?" Sometimes Kizuru would dawdle, yet other times he acted with remarkable decisiveness. He immediately took an enhancement stone and pressed it against the black Den Den Mushi on his wrist. Bang! A conspicuous red lump suddenly appeared on the Den Den Mushi's head, swelling to nearly the size of its shell. The Den Den Mushi's head drooped instantly. Its eyes bloodshot. It appeared ineffective. Kizuru grimaced, and even Sabo felt a twinge of disappointment. Kizuru proceeded to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku, informing him that he would soon deliver the latest batch of enhancement stones. Allowing Sengoku ample time to mobilize others for the distribution of the stones. Although the plan had already been mostly formulated, this instance was entirely different from the last. After ending the call, Kizaru leisurely pushed the cart toward the Navy headquarters, specifically to Sengoku's office. Navigating through multiple checkpoints, he soon reached the center of the fortress, utilizing the elevator to quickly ascend to the top floor. Kizaru pushed open the door, wheeling the cart inside. Present were the other two admirals, Akainu and Akiji, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Notably absent was Garp, as Sengoku had deemed this meeting unsuitable for him. "Borsellino, please take a seat." Sengoku gestured to Kizaru. Kizaru ambled to his designated seat, casually remarking, "A total of 1912 enhancement stones have been delivered. All here we're nearing 2,000. It's time to properly bolster our Navy's strength." Akainu's serious demeanor betrayed a hint of excitement as his gaze fixed on Sengoku, asking, "When shall we initiate the execution plan for Ace?" He was clearly growing impatient. "This matter requires some waiting. Our primary focus now is addressing the issue of infiltrators within the Navy. Otherwise, I feel uneasy about proceeding with Ace's execution," Sengoku replied gravely. The Navy was about to confront one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, while also needing to guard against other pirates taking advantage of the situation. The balance between the four emperors, the seven warlords, and the Navy was precarious. Although the seven warlords were legally sanctioned pirates by the world government, it was well known that many among them harbored ambitious designs. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "Indeed, the Navy must not exhibit any lapses in this matter. Our responsibilities extend far beyond the lives of just 100,000 Marines." The discourse was laden with gravity. These elite 100,000 naval officers had been meticulously drawn from various branch bases, representing the backbone of their respective divisions, that a significant loss among them would yield exceedingly dire repercussions for the entire Navy. Sitting with arms crossed on the sofa, Akainu's voice dripped with suppressed fury as he stated emphatically, "Then we must expedite the extraction of that infiltrator. Humph. The sooner we eliminate such filth, the better." Sengoku rose from behind his desk and approached the cart, lifting a corner of the covering to glimpse the enhancement stones within. "These stones were our bait." He then turned to Admiral Tsuru and inquired, "Is the plan fully arranged?" Admiral Tsuru nodded, her voice steady and resolute. "All is ready. We can execute this plan at any moment. Whether we can draw out the traitor within the Navy depends on the allure of the enhancement stones." "Good," Sengoku replied, then continued discussing the allocation of the enhancement stones. "Let us adhere to the original plan. We will first divide these stones. At least 800 must be dispatched to Mariehua this time." The Navy, being an organization established by the world government, remains the mightiest of the three military forces. Yet, this does not alter the fact that the Navy serves as the mouthpiece of the world government. Acting in accordance with its will, this truth is one that even Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, cannot defy. The three admirals nodded in agreement, with Admiral Tsuru also expressing her concurrence. Sengoku continued, "We have 1112 enhancement stones remaining. 112 will be allocated to the three admirals. Whether for personal use or for others in the Navy, there is but one stipulation." His demeanor grew solemn and serious. "They must absolutely, without fail, not fall into the hands of pirates. The remaining 1,000 enhancement stones would be entrusted to the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters for transportation to the New World branches. To fortify weapons, cannons, and ships, we must ensure that no errors occur in the period surrounding the public execution of Ace. As for the next batch of enhancement stones produced, a portion will be allocated to the pacifists, and the weapons of the giant race in the Navy also require substantial enhancement." Kizaru laid down his nail clippers, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. "I have no objections. La. Since everything has been planned, let it be arranged thus." Akiji, half closing his eyes, remarked lazily, "I have no issues either." Akainu succinctly replied, "Agreed." Gazing at the nearly 2,000 enhancement stones before him, Sengoku felt a pang of nostalgia. The Whitebeard pirates, having learned of the enhancement stones in advance, would undoubtedly take precautions and countermeasures. Had they been oblivious to the existence of these stones, Whitebeard might not have realized he would fall victim to their power. Regrettably, the information regarding the enhancement stones has been leaked, alerting the Whitebeard pirates. However, they remain unaware that Fire Fist Ace has already fallen into the hands of the Navy. Furthermore, they possess no knowledge of what exactly will be enhanced in that moment. They could catch the Whitebeard pirates off guard. Sengoku turned to the three admirals. Come and collect your shares. The plans for the transport of the enhancement stones will be covertly guarded by Sakazuki and Kazan. The three admirals rose from their seats in unison. The enhancement stones are indeed a valuable asset. A glimmer of mischief danced at the corners of Kizaru's mouth as he mused. Perhaps I can attempt to enhance the Amitsukami sword once more. I wonder how terrifying a weapon enhanced to level 13, or even 14, would be. Chapter 66. Strengthening from zero. Admiral Kizaru had long harbored this ambition. His Amitsukami sword was forged from the ability of the Pika Pika no Mi, condensing light energy particles. Even if it were to shatter, it could be reformed and enhanced again up to 12 times. The value of enhancement surpasses that of mountains of gold and silver, provided one does not touch their pension funds. Moreover, the time for confronting the Whitebeard pirates is nigh. Strength is of utmost importance. Enhancement equates to power. As he aged, Kizaru reflected. I may not exert myself, but it is prudent to have a few trump cards up my sleeve, allowing me peace of mind, for Whitebeard is indeed a formidable adversary. Upon hearing Kizaru's desire to enhance the Amitsukami sword once more, the room's occupants became intrigued, their eyes glinting with interest. Sengoku, behind his frog-like glasses, spoke with a hint of anticipation. This notion could indeed be worth pursuing. I have yet to witness a weapon enhanced 13 times, and it would be enlightening to observe the disparity between enhancements 12 and 13, as well as to understand the probabilities involved. He had previously contemplated utilizing a batch of enhancement stones for experimentation, but due to their scarcity and the need to bolster the Navy's armament, that idea had been shelved. Now, with nearly 2,000 enhancement stones at hand, distributing some to the admirals could be viewed as allowing them personal discretion in their use. To Sengoku's primary concern lay in discerning the difference in probabilities between enhancements 12 and 13. Admiral Teru sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with insight as she spoke. Let us seize this opportunity to experiment. The subsequent production efficiency of enhancement stones should improve considerably. The principal purpose of these stones is to assist our formidable naval commanders in augmenting their combat prowess. Enhancements to levels 13, 14, and even 15 are endeavors we must explore. While enhancement stones can indeed bolster cannons and warships, these items are easily susceptible to falling into pirate hands. Thus, we must focus our efforts on the strongest pirate crews. Only by addressing the issue from the top down can we resolve the true problem. Some time ago, she and Sengoku had witnessed the power of a pacifist enhanced to level 12. Its combat capability was on par with that of a vice admiral in the Navy, and it even outclassed the giants among the vice admirals by several multiples. However, it possessed inherent flaws. The mechanized pacifist lacked the agility of a human. Despite its newfound intelligence, the mechanical body of the pacifist could not harness physical strength to surpass sound speeds. It struggled to control its body with the same finesse as a human, unable to tilt, turn, bend, or twist with the necessary dexterity. Furthermore, it could not utilize hockey techniques such as Busashoku or Kinbunchika. Presently, the strength of the pacifist lies in its offensive capabilities and durability. Even elite vice admirals would find it challenging to dismantle a pacifist. It is formidable. When combined with the Moki-I mecha, the combat effectiveness of these robots is impressive. Should their numbers increase, they could potentially surpass the combined combat strength of 100,000 elite naval officers. Sengoku nodded in agreement with Admiral Tsuru's insights. The Navy's combat prowess had reached a saturation point. The emergence of enhancement stones and mechanized armor has provided the Navy with an unprecedented boost in combat effectiveness, necessitating their utilization. The three admirals, two vice admirals, along with numerous vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, including himself and Garp, represent the Navy's peak strength prior to the invention of enhancement stones and mechanized armor, in a few years. As the older generation of commanders retires, the Navy will inevitably decline. This also contributes to his determination to carry out ACE's execution plan, aimed at showcasing the act to the world. Akinu's icy demeanor softened slightly. The previous encounter demonstrated that weapons enhanced post-production were indeed effective against Kaido, capable of breaching his defenses. However, the wounds healed too swiftly, making it difficult to inflict sustained damage unless he could be restrained. Perhaps enhancements to levels 13 and 14 would enable greater damage, prolonging Kaido's recovery time, thus providing an opportunity to defeat him in battle. Following this discussion, the others expressed their agreement. Historically, the Navy's various methods of execution against Kaido had proven futile. According to incomplete records, he had challenged the Navy and the Four Emperors, being captured 18 times and subjected to execution 40 times. Yet he remained unconquered. The strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, boasts such a formidable record. The Four Emperors Kaido is hailed as the mightiest man on the seas in one-on-one combat. His ambition is to instigate the largest war in the world, a conflict that would sweep across the globe. The weak are unworthy of Kaido's attention. His inability to be killed has rendered him a persistent thorn in the Navy's side. The advent of enhanced weaponry has ignited within them a glimmer of hope for vanquishing Kaido. As the Warring States era contemplated the prospect of successively confronting the formidable figures of Whitebeard and Kaido, even his calm demeanor could not suppress a ripple of anticipation within it in the office. Kizaru unsheathed the sword Amatsukami from his waist, expressing a desire to test the possibilities of enhancing this weapon to level 13, a notion that sparked a flicker of excitement within him. With that, he took a couple of steps forward, approaching the cart, and retrieved an enhancement stone from the box. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the Amatsukami and the enhancement stone in Kizaru's hands, eagerly awaiting the birth of a level 13 weapon. As the enhancement stone neared the Amatsukami, it erupted in a brilliant radiance, a corner of the stone beginning to meld into the sword. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Suddenly, in the next moment, the light from the enhancement stone began to flicker erratically, reminiscent of a breathing pulse. To this point, nearly half of the enhancement stone had integrated into the Amatsukami. Observing this scene, the hearts of the spectators collectively leapt into their throats. Such an occurrence hardly resembled a typical enhancement process. Could it truly be destined for failure? Crack! Crack! The areas where the enhancement stone made contact with the Amatsukami began to develop fine fissures, spreading and expanding across the blade. Finally, with a resounding boom, the entire Amatsukami shattered, shards of the enhancement stone cascading to the ground. Kizaru, taken aback beneath his sunglasses, could only smirk wryly, acknowledging, it seems this enhancement attempt has indeed failed. The endeavor to forge a powerful enhanced weapon proved to be a daunting task. While he lamented the failure, he honestly summoned the power of the glint fruit, conjuring a resplendent golden longsword in his hands. With the Amatsukami now at 0, the Warring States felt a twinge of disappointment, which swiftly dissipated, leading him to remark, it appears that the probability of failure at level 13 is indeed a reality. I wonder if the success rate is correlated with the quality of the material itself. He had mentally prepared himself for failure, and witnessing the Amatsukami's shattering led him to ponder whether the likelihood of enhancement success was related to the weapon's inherent quality. It was hard to say. After all, a weapon enhanced 12 times had already surpassed the hardness of the majority of weapons. However, this was a matter for Shiryu to investigate further. Admiral Greenbull, feeling somewhat idle, picked up an enhancement stone, reclining casually on the sofa, embodying a sense of relaxed nonchalance. He flipped the enhancement stone over in his hands, his lazy posture causing his naturally voluminous hair to press against the strap of his eye mask. Adjusting the strap, an absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the enhancement stone enhance my mask? A mask that could amplify the power of armament haki? Why not give it a try? Without a trace of hesitation, he removed the eye mask from his forehead, donning a relaxed expression infused with curiosity, and aimed the enhancement stone at the mast. A brilliant light erupted from the enhancement stone, merging into his green eye mask. As the radiance shone, Akainu, who had been focused solely on Kizaru, cast a glance at Greenbull on the sofa, surprised to see him enhancing an eye mask. An enhancement stone valued at over 10 million berries was being used for such a trivial endeavor. A flicker of displeasure crossed Akainu's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it, reminding himself that the allocation of enhancement stones was his prerogative. He scoffed internally, thinking, such a precious enhancement stone, wasted on an eye mask, he must truly be obsessed with sleeping. Shifting his attention back to Kizaru, he prioritized the anticipated birth of a level 13 weapon over Green Bull's frivolous experiment. Warring States observed the unfolding events. The sudden brilliance illuminating the room did not escape the notice of the others. At this point, Kizaru had successfully enhanced the Amitsukami to 10, causing the tension in the room to escalate. The frequency of blinking noticeably diminishing. Just then, Green Bull's voice broke the silence. Ah, what an unexpected effect from this enhancement stone. I never anticipated such results. Shiru is truly a genius. His tone, imbued with genuine astonishment, captured everyone's attention, who turned to look at Green Bull. By now, Green Bull had donned the eye mask over his eyes, further piquing the curiosity of the onlookers. Even Kizaru paused his enhancement work. Vice Admiral Crane, intrigued, inquired, Kazan, have you made a new discovery? It seemed to be a significant revelation, igniting the curiosity of the gathered crowd. Green Bull lifted a corner of the eye mask, his previously languid demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Laced with astonishment, I just tried enhancing the eye mask with the enhancement stone, and to my surprise, the results were quite extraordinary. As he articulated this revelation, the collective curiosity of the audience surged, eagerly awaiting the remainder of his statement. I then tried utilizing observation haki while wearing the mask and discovered it actually enhanced my observation haki after fully conveying the transformation of the eye mask. It was as if he had cast a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of shock. What? The room erupted in disbelief. Warring States was visibly moved, as if transported back to the day he first marveled at the wonders of enhancement stones. Even Akainu, who had previously shown indifference, now bore a look of astonishment, his eyes fixed intently on Green Bull's eye mask, demanding, "Are you serious? The enhancement stone can amplify observation haki when used on the eye mask?" Observation haki, a formidable ability with numerous functions, detecting attacks, predicting opponents' movements, sensing the strength of living beings, and perceiving their emotions and thoughts, greatly enhances one's sensory perception. Of course, possessing observation haki does not automatically classify one as a strong individual. Absolutely true, Green Bull replied, his expression earnest. The crowd was utterly stunned. Vice Admiral Crane, her face lined with the marks of time, broke into a smile. This is marvelous. With enhanced observation haki, one could potentially predict an opponent's attacks with greater accuracy, and perhaps even reach the capability to foresee the future, considering the eye mask has only undergone a single enhancement thus far. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Such astonishing enhancement stones, they mused, their blood surging with excitement. Akainu, with a fiery glint in his eyes, urged Kazan, hurry and enhance the eye mask to level 12. Just how much could it amplify observation haki? Could it indeed enable one to predict the future, as Vice Admiral Crane suggested? His heart raced with anticipation, fueled by an overwhelming sense of expectation. Kizaru, taken aback, remarked, "What remarkable enhancement stones! Who would have thought they could endow an eye mask with the ability to amplify observation haki?" A spark of inspiration ignited within him. If the enhancement stones could enhance the eye mask, could they not also augment his sunglasses? With one hand gripping the Amitsukami and the other stroking his stubbly chin, Kizaru contemplated earnestly, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us observe the results of Kuzan's eye mask enhancement before making any decisions. The Grand Marshal of the Warring States wore a radiant smile as he encouraged Kazan to try out the eye mask. Enhanced to level 12 to see how much it could amplify his observation haki. Unexpectedly, Kazan stumbled upon a delightful discovery. With a newfound determination, he rose from the sofa, removed the eye mask, and approached the cart to retrieve the enhancement stones. Let the enhancement begin, he declared, beginning the process with a sense of astonishment at the unfolding events. After undergoing enhancement, the eye mask surprisingly exhibited the ability to amplify observation haki, a notion he had never anticipated. Driven by curiosity, he opted to enhance the eye mask, eager to discover whether it would provide greater comfort or become rigid, diminishing its effectiveness. The outcome left him utterly astonished. One by one, the enhancement stones infused the eye mask. Witnessed by all present, this soothing green eye mask had been elevated to level 12. Let me try this level 12 eye mask, Kazan said as he donned it, feeling a refreshing chill against his eyelids, alleviating his eye fatigue with a most pleasant sensation. Moreover, after putting on the mask, Kazan sensed a profound tranquility enveloping his mind, his neural pathways relaxing. The effect was exponentially more potent than after a single enhancement. A faint smile crept onto his lips, enabling him to drift into a more peaceful slumber, even during the day. However, Kazan did not forget his duties. He immediately activated his observation haki, perceiving the auras of everything around him. Although it could not present the vivid imagery that his eyes could, a three-dimensional representation formed in his mind, where the faces of those nearby subconsciously appeared. While observation haki lacked visual clarity, Kazan was intimately familiar with the other commanders, thereby instinctively envisioning their familiar visages. The observation haki radiated from him like an electric wave. It expanded omnidirectionally, enveloping the entire naval headquarters within his perception. Kazan discerned an array of sounds, and moments later, he lifted the eye mask, stifling yawn that almost lulled me to sleep. This eye mask will certainly ensure a comfortable slumber in the future. Once the yawn subsided, he resumed discussing the matter at hand. Following his recent trial, the range of his observation haki had increased by approximately 20, and its precision had also markedly improved. The remaining assessments would require combat testing. However, it undeniably provided a significant amplification effect for observation haki. A hint of drowsiness lingered on his face, as the sensation he had just experienced made him crave sleep. Excellent! With a weapon that amplifies armament haki alongside the eye mask enhancing observation haki. It is a perfect match, Sengoku exclaimed, his voice filled with enthusiasm. The prospect of a more formidable vice admiral, empowered by both haki forms, bolstered his confidence in vanquishing the Whitebeard pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru could not contain her smile, her wise eyes sparkling with intrigue as she inquired, Kazan, has your observation haki reached the realm of future prediction? At this question, silence fell upon the room, and the office grew still. Kazan lowered his hands from rubbing his eyes. Predicting the future, you say? It seems possible, yet perhaps not entirely. It may be somewhat erratic. He stretched languidly, mustering a bit of energy as he continued. With a bit more rest, I should be able to touch upon the threshold of future prediction. Having said this, he returned to the sofa, propping his head lazily, his eyelids drooping in a state of lethargy. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, both filled with astonished delight. The ability to elevate observation haki to the level of future prediction. However, Tsuru quickly regained her composure, noting that while the level 12 eye mask could enable Kazan's observation haki to reach such heights, it was also a testament to Kazan's innate prowess. Others might struggle to achieve similar results. She prudently reminded the excited crowd of this reality. The potency of observation haki varied from person to person. Some were strong, others weak, and thus the amplification effects would naturally differ. Sengoku nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was suitable only for those with robust observation haki within the Navy, lest it fail to justify its exorbitant cost of 120 million berries. Such an item was truly for the strong, adhering to the universal law of survival of the fittest. Nevertheless, he felt an immense sense of joy. The combat capabilities of the Navy's admirals would undoubtedly become more formidable, a development he eagerly anticipated. Akainu furrowed his brow, pondering whether the enhanced eye mask necessitated wearing it during combat, questioning if there were alternatives. His gaze shifted to Kazu, who never parted with his sunglasses. Perhaps enhancing them could yield similar amplification for observation haki. I shall consider trying on a lighter pair of sunglasses, he mused. Let us proceed with this experiment, Sengoku decisively declared, eager to uncover the potential outcomes, harboring an unspoken anticipation for varied results. Eyes and masks possess similarities, yet also distinctions. Tsuru cast a keen glance, her interest piqued, realizing they had scarcely scratched the surface of the enhancement stone's capabilities. Today's events had shattered her previous understanding. The potential of enhancement stones remained largely untapped, and this unexpected delight served as a reminder. Perhaps enhancing other items could yield unforeseen surprises. Kazuru smirked. Naturally, I must give this a thorough try. I feel compelled to experiment even with my nail clippers. He deemed it necessary to investigate what differences might arise. By the way, prior to my arrival, I attempted to enhance a Din Din Mushi with an enhancement stone, but unfortunately failed. Chapter 69. Failure is the mother of success. Admiral Kizaru removed his sunglasses, revealing a rather unkempt appearance reminiscent of a lecherous figure one might encounter on the subway or bus. His visage bore no hint of seriousness, resembling a scruffy rogue. In his youth, he never wore sunglasses. But as he matured, he quickly realized he had grown up rather swiftly, outpacing his peers in appearance. Kizaru grasped the enhancement stones and began to apply them to his sunglasses, all eyes upon him. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3. After a while, he successfully enhanced his sunglasses to level 12 instantly. He donned them, regaining the demeanor befitting an admiral. Upon wearing the enhanced sunglasses, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Oh, incredible, truly incredible." The enhanced sunglasses significantly improved his dynamic visual acuity, leaving him utterly astonished. His exclamations made it clear to all that the enhancement stones had indeed produced a remarkable effect. Kizaru then employed his observation haki, confirming its enhancement. He was thoroughly impressed with these stones, deeming them a formidable invention. The range of his observation haki, the speed of dynamic visual capture, and more had all seen notable improvements, making enemy movements appear slower and easier to perceive. The enhancement to his combat prowess was substantial. A rare smile graced Akanu's face, albeit somewhat stiff, as he remarked, "Indeed, Dr. Hill is an extraordinary scientist, capable of inventing such an incredible enhancement stone that it was beyond his wildest expectations that the enhancement stone could possess such capabilities." In his mind, individuals lacking strength were unworthy of acknowledgement, yet he found himself compelled to concede the power of Hill's technology, which surpassed all expectations. Truly remarkable. He mused that Hill deserved a fitting reward for this achievement. But first, he would observe whether Borsalino could elevate the Amaterasu sword's enhancement level to 13. With a hearty laugh, Sengoku remarked, "Recently, the Navy can no longer be described as flourishing. It is experiencing changes by the day, constantly evolving." Kizaru picked up the Amatsukami sword, which had now been enhanced to level 11, just 2 steps away from level 13, or rather, merely a step away from level 12 to 13. With one hand on the Amatsukami sword and the other on an enhancement stone, Kizaru's movements became increasingly skilled due to the numerous enhancements he had performed before, rendering the process second nature to him. With a swift motion, he applied an enhancement stone, bringing the Amatsukami sword to level 12. Unfazed, he reached for another enhancement stone, though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. Should this enhancement fail again, he would lose 26 enhancement stones, amounting to 260 million berries. At that moment, Kizaru could not help but hold his breath, adjusting his mindset as he silently chanted, "Let it succeed." He directed the enhancement stone towards the Amatsukami sword. As the brilliance erupted, the enhancement commenced. Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, and Vice Admiral Tsuru watched intently, their hearts collectively wishing for a successful enhancement this time. Sengoku even felt beads of sweat forming in his palms, eagerly anticipating how much the enhancement to level 13 would amplify the Busashoka haki. The glow from the enhancement stone continued to shimmer, progressing from one corner to halfway, gradually merging to 2/3. Just as everyone held their breath, believing success was imminent, the light from the enhancement stone flickered erratically. "This is bad." The hearts of the onlookers sank. Even Kizaru's expression soured, becoming rather grim. In the next moment, the blade of the Amatsukami sword indeed began to show tiny cracks that widened and spread until it shattered into countless minuscule fragments. Another failure. I've attempted this twice now. What on earth is the success rate for level 13 enhancements? Kizaru sighed, feeling somewhat speechless and disheartened. Sengoku consoled him. Perhaps the odds are a bit lower than we imagined. It isn't as easy as it seems, and you've only failed twice. Moreover, you can still make use of the sword at level 12 for now. Once the next batch of enhancement stones arrives, you can try again. The consecutive failures, however, had taken a small toll on the enthusiasm and confidence of those present. Akanu's gaze shifted, and seeing that Borsalino had already failed, he proposed, "Let me give it a try. My gloves are already at level 12, so I can attempt it right away." He retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket, and if he could successfully enhance just one of them to level 13, he would be quite satisfied, for reverting to level 12 again would not pose much difficulty. Akainu grasped an enhancement stone, without a hint of hesitation, and began enhancing the gloves with swift precision. The glow from the enhancement stone illuminated the faces of everyone present. Though Kizaru felt disheartened by his two failures, he harbored anticipation for Akainu's enhancement to level 13. The office fell into an extraordinary silence. All eyes fixated on the enhancement stone. A time seemed to drag on. When only a small fraction of the stone remained, everyone's hearts began to race. In the next instant, the enhancement stone completely vanished into the gloves. Level 13 gloves. Achieved. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, for the gloves had taken on an extraordinary appearance. A soft glow emanated from the gloves, not blinding, but rather a gentle luminescence reminiscent of moonlight. The fact that an item could possess such an aura after reaching level 13 was indeed remarkable. Sengoku's eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and curiosity. The effect of the enhancement from level 12 to 13 was unexpectedly profound. A faint smile crept onto Akainu's lips, initially adopting a trial-and-error mindset. He was pleasantly surprised by the success. Now, he was eager to discover the changes brought by the enhancement to level 13 that his luck had proven favorable, achieving a successful enhancement on the first attempt. He promptly donned the level 13 glove on his accustomed right hand, his fingers curling into a fist, the sound of cracking bones resounding. Instantly, the Busashoka haki hardened, transforming the formerly grayish-black ring into a lustrous steel-like hue. In the next moment, Akainu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "The amplification of Busashoka haki is slightly greater than at level 12. It now increases approximately by half, and I can feel a boost in strength as well." The power felt augmented. He sensed that he was exerting merely 3/5 of his capacity, yet it now seemed akin to 4/5. Coupled with the Busashoka haki, Chapter 70, 5 changes. Sengoku exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely been concerned about another failure, yet the outcome was immensely satisfying and joyous. The enhancement to level 13 had unexpectedly added a trait that amplified strength. Truly remarkable that a smile adorned his face. His spirits lifted. The transition from level 12 to 13 had yielded a significant transformation. Such a powerful weapon indicated a considerable enhancement in the combat prowess of the Navy admirals. Vice Admiral Tsuru also wore a beaming smile. Though her aged visage radiated more warmth and kindness as she remarked, "The probability of failure after 12 enhancements exists, yet it also confirms that the rewards post-enhancement are greater, offering enhanced effects and combat capabilities. Such weapons are only suited for the Navy's strongest forces, and they can be regarded as the Navy's secret weapons. The news of the strength amplification after reaching level 13 should remain confidential for now. Additionally, we must devise a method for Hill and Punk to investigate ways to enhance the success rate of Seastone enhancements, ideally crafting even higher-grade enhancement weapons." Others concurred with Vice Admiral Tsuru's sentiments. At that moment, Kizaru appeared downcast, his expression sullen, reflecting his gloomy mood. Having failed twice at enhancements while Sakazuki succeeded on his first attempt left him feeling envious. The two level 12 Amitsukami swords lay shattered. Stirring discomfort in Kizaru's heart, he gazed at the level 13 gloves, his eyes beneath his sunglasses glowing with fervor. While everyone else was elated, Kizaru remained despondent, stroking his chin as he pondered. These enhancement stones were invented by Hill. He surely understands them better than we do. I must ask him if my Amitsukami sword can be upgraded to a higher level. He's my only hope. Kizaru resolved to consult Hill for advice, convinced that he would possess the requisite expertise. With this thought, the gloom from his two enhancement failures lifted, and he felt a sense of self-satisfaction in his newfound plan. I am the highest-ranking official in charge of the scientific division. Although I don't visit often, I still hold some clout that I should make it a point to frequent the scientific division more often. In the office, Akainu was not one to be easily satisfied. Feeling the power of the level 13 gloves, he immediately retrieved the other glove. He carefully removed the one on his right hand and placed it back in his pocket. Subsequently, he picked up another enhancement stone from the box. Observing Akainu's actions, Sengoku and the others turned their attention to him. Realizing he was gearing up for another attempt at enhancing the other glove to level 13, however, having just succeeded with the first glove, was he not afraid of failing again? This question lingered in everyone's minds, yet no one voiced a protest, for they were equally curious about whether the enhancement would succeed. Someone had to take the plunge. Akainu's chiseled features, illuminated by the glow of the enhancement stone, appeared both stern and subtly tinged with excitement and anticipation. One wished for their enhancements to fail, and Akainu, the Navy Admiral, was no exception. His heart involuntarily tightened as he fixated on the enhancement stone, waiting until the moment it finally vanished. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. It worked. Level 13 gloves. Unable to contain his elation, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I can't believe it. I actually succeeded. My luck is incredible, achieving 2 successes in a row." However, he was also aware that excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. The consecutive successes did not cloud Akainu's judgment, prompting him to refrain from attempting to strengthen 14 once more. That a fleeting stroke of luck does not guarantee a lifetime of fortune. He was acutely cognizant of this. With the acquisition of this glove, Sakazuki's combat prowess could see a considerable enhancement. Given Whitebeard's current physical condition, the odds of Sakazuki's victory were substantial, as Sengoku remarked with a grin. Nevertheless, a detailed strategic meeting regarding the war against the Whitebeard pirates was imperative. At present, he and Admiral Tsuru were engaged in discussions about the overarching deployment strategy. Although a comprehensive plan had already been formulated, further refinement was essential, requiring collective input to minimize the Navy's losses while maximizing their gains and prestige. Upon hearing Sengoku mention Whitebeard's name, a flicker of battle intent ignited in Akainu's eyes, and he scoffed. He is merely a relic of a bygone era, a defeated man. The so-called strongest man in the world is nothing more than an aging old fool. As long as he dares to approach Navy headquarters, this time, I, Sakazuki, will ensure he understands that all pirates deserve to perish. I shall obliterate the Whitebeard pirates from this world. His voice brimmed with confidence and an ominous aura. On the sofa, Akiji caught wind of the murderous fervor in Akainu's voice and couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him, silently lowering the eye patch over his eyes, propping his head with his right hand as if feigning sleep. Kizuru wore a subtle, enigmatic smile, pondering the true terror of the glove enhanced to level 13 in battle and whether Whitebeard could withstand it. The current Sakazuki was an unequivocal monster, truly formidable. With the level 13 gloves and the level 12 sunglasses, his dynamic vision had reached a terrifying threshold, far surpassing many apex predators in nature. He too sensed the dreadfulness of the level 13 gloves and silently mused. The Navy truly excels. Sengoku then turned to Akiji, inquiring, "Kazan, would you care to attempt enhancing your ice sword to level 13? The 3 strongest forces of the Navy, each increment of strength was significant. They could be deemed as humanoid calamities, no longer mere beings that could be vanquished by sheer numbers. Each enhancement would instill fear and despair in their adversaries, suppressing the mightiest of pirates." Akiji casually replied, "Perhaps when I am in a better mood, the chances of success might be higher." He then removed his eye patch, indicating he was sufficiently rested and ready to embark on their mission. "Let us not hoard drafts any longer. Everyone take a look, enjoy it first, then we'll discuss. Free gifts are being distributed. Please utilize them generously. Let us get some motivation for updates. Watch some ads while I tirelessly type away. I implore you, do not neglect this, or I shall be overwhelmed." Chapter 71. A man driven to excel. Akiji's face bore an unusual seriousness as he lifted his eye patch to his forehead, directing his gaze towards Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Very well. This mission to escort the enhancement stones will be entrusted to you and Akainu to guard the military vessel. Akainu will be responsible for escorting the ship to Mariewa," Sengoku stated gravely. His gaze shifted from Akainu to Akiji as he continued. "The warships transporting to the New World will be under Kazan's command. Should any situation arise, contact us immediately. The enhancement stones are critical strategic resources, especially with over 1,000 stones being transported, albeit separated for delivery, to both Mariewa and the New World Navy bases. Each batch contains hundreds, if not nearing 1,000, of enhancement stones. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was determined to avoid any missteps, especially since word of the enhancement stones had already spread across the seas. Thus, he resolved to deploy the Navy's strongest forces, the admirals, to ensure absolute security. The enhancement stones were divided and taken away by Akainu and Akiji. Vice Admiral Thru spoke in a low tone, expressing her concerns about the potential for a spy to emerge, hopeful that if one did, they would finally be able to identify them, with an admiral on the task. She felt considerably reassured, and the operation would still be managed by the elite vice admirals of the Navy on the surface. The success or failure of the mission hinged on how significant the enhancement stones were perceived by the enemy. Sengoku nodded, affirming, regardless of whether we uncover the spy, our Navy's focus must remain on executing Ace and confronting the Whitebeard pirates. He then inquired of Vice Admiral Tsuru, is Garp's temperament still stable? He must not cause any disturbances at this critical juncture. He harbored concerns that Garp might inadvertently create chaos during this pivotal moment. Fully aware of Garp's reputation, despite his white hair, for possessing formidable strength. The critical aspect was that he had also acquired a pair of level 12 enhanced fists. One blow from him could easily obliterate an ordinary mountain. Having visited Impel down to see Ace, Garp's emotional state appeared momentarily stable, yet the depth of the bond between them was evident. That day, Vice Admiral Tsuru was at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that Pirate King Roger would entrust his son to Navy's Garp, nurturing him for over a decade. Garp was notoriously sentimental, valuing loyalty and camaraderie. Quite the predicament. Sengoku could not help but exhale a heavy sigh. I will do my utmost to keep an eye on Garp. Hoping he does not err, I trust he will prioritize the greater good. Vice Admiral Tsuru responded matter-of-factly. The following day, Hill awoke leisurely, having completed his morning routine, and was contemplating how to organize his day when the doorbell rang outside the laboratory. He exited his private quarters, traversed the expansive lab, and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than Sabaody. Hill smiled. It appears you have been diligently exercising lately. Your muscles seem significantly firmer, and you've shed a few pounds. If you persist for a few more months, the result should be quite evident, and at that point, you should be able to control the ink dragon mech. Sabaody beamed with a wholesome smile. Pushing a 3-tiered cart brimming with delectable dishes into the room, that he positioned a cart beside the table and took a seat, stating, Doctor, after watching the battle between Kaido and the Navy admirals, I realize my defenses are lacking. For the past few days, I have been pondering how to attain the strongest defense. After consulting with Dr. Vegapunk yesterday, I conceived a brilliant idea that Sabaody's eyes sparkled with intense excitement, bordering on frightening. Meanwhile, Hill, although methodically and elegantly consuming his food, was swallowing fist-sized morsels in a single gulp, resulting in a remarkably swift eating pace. After hearing Sabaody's words, Hill lifted his gaze to meet Sabaody's, inquiring, What idea have you come up with? Attaining the strongest defense is no easy feat. The gap between Sabaody's and Kaido's defenses was likely astronomical. Hill pondered where Sabaody derived such confidence, yet his enthusiasm suggested he might have a plan worth hearing. Thus, he refrained from placing more food in his mouth. Sabaody leaned in conspiratorially, glancing around before whispering, What if I could enhance myself like the enhancement stones make weapons so hard? Coughing lightly, Hill nearly spewed his food. But fortunately, there was nothing in his mouth that he curiously scrutinized Sabaody, realizing that indeed, the thought processes of individuals in this world defied conventional logic. Hill gently explained, Enhancement stones cannot enhance living beings, so your idea is fundamentally flawed. If it were possible to augment humans, I would have enhanced myself immediately, that I would have strengthened myself in every conceivable way, limbs, body, intellect. Who wouldn't want that? Alas, it is impossible. Sabaody's enthusiasm swiftly deflated, doused by Hill's cold water. And he hung his head in disappointment, murmuring, I thought, if it can't be done while living, perhaps it could be done when dead. Hill genuinely spat out his food this time, reacting swiftly to avert the mess on the table. He set down his chopsticks and earnestly admonished Sabaody. That line of thinking is perilous, Sabaody. How could a person possibly live after dying? Even if one were to enhance a corpse, it would be futile. However, Sabaedy's words instantly reminded Hill of someone. The King of Souls, Brook. That fellow seems almost indistinguishable from the dead. Jean Tao Wan has barely absorbed a portion of Sierra's words, after listening for a while. He drifts off, his mind occupied solely with how to forge himself into the ultimate bastion of defense he absolutely cannot afford to lose to Kaido or to anyone else. And one must usurp this title from him. There's a certain rugged masculinity about his relentless drive to be the strongest. Observing the contemplative Jean Tao Wan, Sierra felt an inexplicable tightening in his heart. Is it possible that this guy is genuinely contemplating something drastic? He immediately interjected. Achieving supreme defense can be a gradual process. With ample training, you can hone your Busashoka Haki to its zenith, making you impervious to any attack. You would then be capable of fulfilling all manner of protective duties. Wouldn't you? Not at all. Jean Tao Wan suddenly lifted his head, startling Sierra, and then resolutely declared, if living is inadequate, then death can be enhanced. I'll disassemble my bones, fortify them, and then reassemble them. Chapter 72. Jean Tao Wan is a resolute man. I, Jean Tao Wan, vow to become the strongest man in the world in terms of defense. Each word he spoke resonated with unwavering strength. At that moment, he seemed to radiate a unique, captivating brilliance. His booming voice reverberated through the laboratory, leaving Sierra utterly astonished. Hey, Jean Tao Wan, that line of thinking is perilous and unacceptable. Sierra never anticipated that Jean Tao Wan would be so relentless. He has even begun to contemplate enhancing himself through such extreme measures. This line of thought must not be entertained. Such nefarious notions should be extinguished in their infancy. Otherwise, they could foster a dreadful trend in the future. Sierra felt a surge of panic. Jean Tao Wan, calm down and consider this. There are numerous bones in the human body. Let us not even discuss whether the enhancement would be successful. Just think about how many enhancement stones it would require. Take a moment to really think it over, that he hoped that his words would deter Jean Tao Wan, prompting him to reconsider and abandon such a terrifying idea of self-enhancement. Unfortunately, it seemed futile. Jean Tao Wan's expression remained resolute as he declared, no matter how difficult it may be, I will surpass everyone and become the strongest man in the world in terms of defense. This title can only belong to me, Jean Tao Wan. The steadfastness etched on his somewhat foolishly earnest face left Sierra taken aback. This brother truly appears rather formidable. What to do now? After a moment's reflection, Sierra earnestly advised Jean Tao Wan, what if the enhancement succeeds, but you cannot reinsert the bones into your body, leading to rejection? Wouldn't that render the removed bones useless? If you lose the bones in your arms, how will you wield your axe? Don't forget, your weapon has been enhanced 5 times. This concern was indeed something Jean Tao Wan had not considered. He furrowed his brow, pondering, if I can't reinsert my bones, wouldn't that affect my combat ability? Upon seeing Jean Tao Wan seemingly reconsidering, Sierra let out a sigh of relief. What on earth is this guy thinking? Yet his idea doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. Perhaps no. The moment that wicked thought surfaced, Sierra quickly quashed it in his mind. That moment, Jean Tao Wan pondered for a moment and then cheerfully stated, if the larger bones do, I can try with the smaller ones. Let us start with my left pinky finger. That affect my combat ability. Seemingly struck by an epiphany, he chuckled foolishly. Sierra was left dumbfounded. He realized that it seemed impossible to dissuade this man, and now he was at a loss as to what to do. Will the enhancement succeed? If it does, what will Jean Tao Wan become? In that instant, Sierra's thoughts became utterly chaotic, his scalp tingling with dread, terrifying. This guy is quite formidable, even managing to unsettle me. Why, for some inexplicable reason, do I feel a flicker of anticipation? Even a hint of excitement? Sierra attempted to regain his composure, needing to distance himself from this formidable individual. I have to step out for a bit. You can take the items back for now. Jean Tao Wan nodded in a dazed manner, his expression somewhat wooden, as his mind was utterly consumed with thoughts of enhancement. First, enhance all the bones. Enhancing to level 12 seems to require a significant amount of enhancement stones. So I'll need to consult the old man. What else in my body can be enhanced? Perhaps I should ask the doctor that he absently pushed the cart out of the laboratory. Watching this scene, Sierra wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, goodness, I hope nothing goes awry. If the enhancement fails, that's one thing, but what if it succeeds? It feels like everything is on the brink of explosion. He shivered, unable to fathom the horrifying events that might ensue. Upon returning to the washroom, he immediately splashed cold water on his face. Staring into the mirror, he questioned, surely nothing catastrophic will occur. Right. Sierra continued to take deep breaths, striving to adjust his mood, and, after tidying himself up, he exited the laboratory, feeling an unsettling pressure in his chest. As he traversed the factory, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Ein. Clad in the factory uniform, Ein stood out remarkably, particularly due to her somewhat alluring appearance. Moreover, among the women in the factory, she was the sole representative, a vibrant red amidst a sea of green. Sierra glanced at her a couple of times, but quickly diverted his attention, quickening his pace to leave the factory. Earlier, the industrious Ein had also keenly sensed Sierra's presence, biting her lip. She resolutely thought, Dr. Sierra, I will make you see my efforts. I shall not give up that I, too, want everyone on this vast sea to witness the power of technology, to become a scientist remembered by all. With that, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work. At this juncture, Sierra's destination remained the Naval Headquarters training grounds, as he wished to consult Zifa to test the effects of the Level 12 enhancement beam. He figured it would be beneficial to have a clearer understanding, as that item surely wouldn't be lethal, and it must have its advantages. Dressed in his work uniform, Sierra was a recognizable figure. The emblem on his clothing ensured he faced no obstructions. Before long, he arrived at the training grounds. Although the hour was still early, the naval cadets had already commenced their training, their synchronized voices echoing throughout the area. A cursory glance revealed hundreds of individuals, all exceptionally promising recruits within the Navy. Sierra located instructor Zifa, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of stern authority. His gaze held a formidable intensity that instilled a sense of vigilance among the trainees, who dared not slack off or err. Sierra approached with a smile, greeting, Instructor Zifa, I'm back again, and this time I've brought you something excellent. Zifa's expression remained unchanged, still radiating authority as he bellowed at the students. Continue your training. Anyone caught slacking will face a 5-fold increase in their training regimen. After delivering his edict, he turned to Sierra and said, Let us discuss this inside. They stepped into the massive building behind them, with Sierra following closely. Upon entering the room, Sierra retrieved the Level 12 enhancement beam from his spatial ring. The beam shimmered with a faint green glow, an object of wonder. Zifa, having never encountered such a thing, inquired with curiosity, What is this? Chapter 73. The Effects of the Level 12 Enhancement Beam. This is an enhancement beam, Sierra replied, an air of mystery enveloping his demeanor. Not underestimate this seemingly insignificant beam. It is extraordinary that IT can heal injuries and restore stamina in a remarkably short time. Therefore, I would like you to try it, Instructor Zifa, to see if it can heal your ailments or at the very least alleviate your symptoms. Even without enhancement, the beam's effects were already formidable and miraculous. Sierra could only speculate on what changes might occur after 12 enhancements. Zifa looked at Sierra with surprise, then his expression darkened. Are you suggesting that I serve as your test subject? His gaze remained fixated on the enhancement beam, which, by its appearance alone, suggested it was anything but ordinary, glowing like a firefly. From Sierra's explanation, he gleaned that this item was meant for healing and stamina restoration. However, Zifa couldn't shake the feeling of being treated as a laboratory guinea pig, as if he were merely there for experimentation. Hill solemnly declared his intentions. Indeed, testing the medicinal beans was one of the primary purposes of his journey, as he sought to ascertain the true potency of the enhanced version 12 of the celestial beans. Additionally, he wished to explore whether these beans could be further upgraded to a higher value and necessity. This inquiry was crucial for him. Zephyr smiled faintly, his countenance exuding a seasoned aura. If it must be so, then allow me to serve as your guinea pig this time. But he could sense Hill's goodwill, recalling how the latter had shown concern for his health just days prior, now presenting him with the celestial beans. However, he harbored little hope in his heart, which was why he hesitated to accept the beans immediately. His affliction had persisted for several years. Even the most renowned physicians have been rendered powerless against it. And Hill was merely a scientist, one who lacked any knowledge of medicine. He extended his left hand to grasp the celestial beam from Hill's palm, scrutinizing it closely, apart from its remarkably luminous exterior. Zephyr found no further clues. He inquired, "Hill, how do I utilize this?" "Simply consume it," Hill replied, his deep-set eyes brimming with anticipation, fixated intently on Zephyr. Without hesitation, Zephyr tossed the celestial bean into his mouth and swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt the bean within his abdomen dissolve, transforming into a peculiar energy that swiftly began to spread, weaving through his internal organs. The first to encounter this energy, his vital organs seemed to rejuvenate, imparting a sensation reminiscent of youth, but he felt invigorated. Simultaneously, Zephyr noticed a profound change within his body, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "What is happening? My body, it feels as if an old, decrepit vehicle has been fitted with a V8 engine." The heart, one of the most vital organs in the human body, pulsated with newfound vigor, pumping fresh blood throughout his system. The robust rhythm of his heartbeat resonated powerfully, creating an illusion that he had returned to his younger days, when no matter how he exerted himself, energy would surge forth from within, and no matter how sore his muscles were from training the previous day, he would recover by morning. The energy continued to roam freely within him, reaching every extremity and revitalizing his compressed blood vessels and languid meridians. In the blink of an eye, the energy arrived at his fractured right elbow joint, below which lay his infamous mechanical arm, known as the Crusher. The powerful energy nourished his elbow, eliciting an unbearable itch. Zephyr's expression shifted to one of shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, My arm is growing." A tempest of emotions surged within him, leaving him profoundly shaken. Upon hearing Zephyr's exclamation, Hill was not surprised. Rather, he found it peculiar if such a reaction did not occur. After all, these were the enhanced version 12 celestial beings. Capable of such effects was entirely to be expected. Hill turned to Zephyr and stated plainly, "Instructor Zephyr, your arm is currently regenerating. We must remove the mechanical arm you possess. Otherwise, your limb may fail to recover." Upon hearing this, Zephyr acted decisively, steeling himself. With his left hand mimicking a blade, he swiftly struck his right elbow, a resounding crack echoing as the mechanical arm fell to the ground. A pool of dark crimson blood splattered onto the floor from the severed joint, rendering his elbow a gruesome sight. Thick veins, akin to ruptured pipes, gushed forth blood in copious amounts, staining the ground in mere moments. Furrowing his brow, his once purple hair stood on end, the itch at the sight of the severance intensifying, causing even the resolute Zephyr to grit his teeth. The sensation appeared to reach a threshold. His pupils constricted dramatically, nearly dislodging from their sockets. The flesh at the severed site writhed and began to reform. Moments later, Zephyr erupted in joyful exclamation. "My arm has returned! My arm has returned!" A wave of elation washed over him, enveloping his very being. "Congratulations, Instructor Zephyr. Not only has your arm been restored, but you have also regained your youth," Hill remarked, a smile gracing his face. Before him, Zephyr's hair gleamed more vibrantly, and the wrinkles on his face had significantly diminished, though the nasolabial folds remained somewhat present. The efficacy of the celestial beings filled Hill with immense joy. It appeared that the enhanced version 12 beings could not only regenerate severed limbs, but also restore one's bodily functions to a more youthful state. Truly a magnificent discovery. If the beings could be enhanced further, would they truly possess the ability to reverse aging? That seemed plausible. As for whether there were additional effects post-rejuvenation, Hill could not yet deduce. Such enhancements might exceed his imagination, that he even questioned whether the fruit of luck could indeed be enhanced infinitely. Would depleting one's luck lead to dire consequences? Chapter 74. The Return of Blackleg Zephyr. Zephyr clenched his fists with vigor, the veins beneath his skin bulging. He could distinctly feel the blood coursing through his veins. His arm imbued with formidable strength, he had returned. The Blackleg Zephyr, once feared by pirates, he flexed his fingers, opening and closing his fists, bending and extending his arms with newfound An unprecedented joy radiated from Zephyr's face as he touched his own visage. Noting the significant reduction in wrinkles, overwhelmed by an immense sense of happiness, Hill stood quietly beside the seemingly reborn Zephyr, contemplating the myriad of distorted justice within the Navy. Many commanders often infuse their ideals of justice with their personalities, such as Vice Admiral Tsuru's pure justice, Kong Ming's strategic justice, Akainu's absolute justice, Sengoku's sovereign justice, Akiji's language justice, Kizaru's ambiguous justice, and Vice Admiral Prote's measured justice. Yet all were merely manifestations of their individual temperaments. The Navy was merely a department of the world government, inherently influenced by its will. Hill pondered the original intentions. Perhaps it was to vanquish pirates for fame and consolidate power? Yet, without the Navy, this world would surely descend into chaos. Figures like Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Big Mom would act with even greater impunity, not simply coveting a single nation, but aspiring to seize vast islands for their own dominion. Yearning for ultimate power, the Navy not only maintained a semblance of peace across the seas, deterring countless pirates, but also safeguarded many regions from harm. Returning to the matter at hand. Once Zephyr had acclimated to his long-lost arm, he beamed at Hill, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Hill, thank you for granting me a second chance at life. Not only has my lost arm returned, but my body has also regained a youthful vigor. It feels surreal, almost like a dream. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed at the spirited young man before him, an overwhelming wave of emotion surging within. The tears blurred his vision, transforming Hill's face into a shimmering visage. Instructor Zephyr, might we contain the tears? It wouldn't be proper for an elder like you to weep so openly. Hill remarked that, in truth, witnessing the towering figure of Zephyr. With his imposing physique and muscular build, weeping before him stirred deep feelings within Hill. Zephyr's life story was profoundly tragic, marked by relentless adversity. Upon hearing this, Zephyr wiped his tears, chuckling as he teased. Ah, you little rascal, daring to jest with me. Have you not learned your lesson from our last encounter? With a show of bravado, he raised his fist, exclaiming, now that my arm has grown back, and I am even younger, do you wish to test the might of my fist? The title of Blackleg is not to be taken lightly. His fist cracked ominously as it was squeezed, and Zepha's lips curled into a malicious smile. His gaze fixed predatorily on Hill. Instructor Zepha. Hill remained unperturbed and continued. Have you ever heard the saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank?